one because today's going to be a beautiful day regardless. But before I get into the news, because there is certainly a lot of news, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And that is what I'm going to do. Your jacket hates your tie? Why? Why do you say that? I think it's fine. All right. Personal news. That's what we are doing. That's what we are talking about. I shaved, by the way. I'm sure you guys saw that. I am not a chud-ass loser. I watched a new Boots Riley movie last night. I love boosters. I'm not gonna give you an update on that. I'm not gonna give you my opinions on it yet because tomorrow I will have Boots Riley in the building. The communist director, the legendary Boots Riley, will be in the building to be interviewed by yours truly, and I'll be talking about his latest movie, I Love Boosters, starring Keke Palmer, Naomi Ackie, Matthew, and Lakeith Stanfield, of course. Just an incredible cast and fantastic movie, and we'll be talking about it. We'll be talking about a lot. Anyway, holy fuck, that's a rare W for you, man. Rare? What do you mean? I've been racking up the W's nonstop. So yeah, now this is the intersection of politics and entertainment we need. I am value-tained, yeah, and Will Neff will be joining me as well on this wonderful endeavor, in this cinematic, in this conversation about cinema. Does that mean Keke Palmer on stream soon? I mean, I'd love to have Keke Palmer on stream. Are you kidding me? She was phenomenal in this movie. Okay. Yeah, I did that. I passed out, woke up early, played some basketball, won some, lost some. You already know what it is. Feeling pretty good. Got some sunlight, and I feel good about that. You know, we're on our Slutty Boy summer arc. It's started already. And I haven't fully finalized my Slut Boy summer arc yet. Obviously, you know, we're shedding the pounds, but shirtless basketball might be on the menu eventually on Instagram stories and the like, but not yet, you know. I did The Breakfast Club when I was in New York, as you guys know. That came out earlier, and the reviews are in. People love it. People are very stoked on it. So as I was saying, what was I saying? There's a lot going on in the world. Meat pics, pretty please. Greg Buttfeld mentioned you being sexless in his monologue last night. This guy says I don't fuck. Wait, do I fuck too much or do I not fuck at all? These guys can't get their story straight. Wish it was on YouTube. I think someone probably must have yoinked it, right? I'm sure we can watch the full thing. Let's be real. And I'll react to it, hopefully. They can't fuck enough to get fucked. You need to stay away from my mom. Okay. Anyway, the audio is on YouTube. No, I meant the video. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's crazy that it's on Netflix. Yeah, I'm on Netflix. Your boy's on Netflix. Your boy's a Netflix actor at this point, you know? That's me. I'm a Netflix actor. Wait, he just defended Michelle Obama comment by the other dude, and now he's a feminist? Anyway. That's it. Honestly, personal news wise, I just did a paper in Denmark. I did an interview with them. This was really funny. Hey, I just wanted to ask a quick question. Don't have to answer, but I would really like an answer. I really hate the state of the U.S. right now all over the world. Do you have any advice for a 16-year-old in a small town in Ohio and what I can do to make a difference? P.S. How the fuck do I handle a conservative dad who won't budge? Go and join your local DSA. DSA. You wore a double-breasted suit to see Charlemagne the God and you didn't button the bottom? I can't. Okay, calm down. Join your DSA. There's a DSA chapter, definitely. Or start your own DSA chapter. Why DSA? You're 16? Why DSA? At school. But yeah. As far as a conservative dad goes, you might have to give up on that. You know, just chill. Talk about sports with him or something. I don't think you're going to be able to change his mind. Let's be real. It's kind of tough. Many people here are familiar with your experience. It's a familiar experience. That's why they found themselves here oftentimes on their ideological journey. They grow up in a right-wing environment. They have right-wing opinions. And then they realize that it's kind of bullshit. And they find a sense of community, a sense of purpose on the internet. And I try to get that to exist in the real world as well. And I think it's very beneficial, very helpful, especially when I go out and see people in the real world at protests, you know, people working on campaigns, people working on organizing, people doing initiatives in their own neighborhoods and the like. I mean, this is how they develop social skills, they develop a sense of community, and they build autonomy for themselves in their immediate circumstance in their lives. I'm feeling like a daily fashion critic and I'm liking this. I will continue my commentary, which I know you love and appreciate. Oh yeah, I do. You mean you're not going to wear a full suit on the court? You wore a double-breasted suit. Why would I button the bottom for Charlemagne? Is that like a meme about Charlemagne the God I don't know about? But, you know, I was 16 once. I felt lonely, hormonal, angry at the world. Let me tell you, this too shall pass. Just dial in and focus on self-improvement. Read, learn, educate yourself, socialize, force yourself into uncomfortable situations that you might not be super apt at dealing with at first, and you'll get better throughout that process. And yeah, that's it. That's how I did it. Hit the gym, read books, expand your brain, expand your consciousness. Yeah, there's only the audio version. No, I'm sure someone has ripped the video version too, no? Kirk in level 10, level 4 hype train. I mean, yeah, sure. Why not? It's early. But if I'll carry the flame early on. I mean, it seems like someone has to carry the flame, right? And it's certainly not going to be Erica Kirk. Certainly not going to be Erica Kirk. Let's be real, right? So, yeah. And why am I saying that, by the way? Yeah, we will carry the flame. Obviously, well, hype train died. So, doesn't matter. We're not carrying the flame today. Womp womp. Maybe we'll try again later. Anyway, there's some clips already from the interview that came out. Let's see what this is one of them.
I hear people that are anti-Israel, they'll say Israel doesn't have a right to exist.
I think Israel in its current formation, given that it's a settler colonial operation that's seeking out the expulsion or complete extermination of the indigenous population as an apartheid state, does not have a right to exist. It's like, for me, it's like saying, does Nazi Germany have a right to exist? Or does apartheid South Africa have a right to exist? Does Rhodesia have a right to exist? No, of course not. People have a right to exist. People do exist. Israel currently exists. It's just a matter of, are they following international humanitarian laws? And they certainly are not. And I want to change that.
I hear people that are anti-Israel, they'll say Israel doesn't have a right to exist.
Boom! I think Israel... Boom! Lame interview. You didn't even spit 16 bars. I just wanted to reach out, correct one thing you said. Kai Newkirk is not endorsed by the local DSA chapter in Phoenix. One of the co-chairs did reach out to your mods about it. Okay. Did I say he was endorsed? I apologize. I don't know if he was endorsed or not. I just said he was an interesting candidate. He seems kind of woke, right? My mistake. New clip.
What do you think about?
Yeah. They're just like leaking clips piece by piece on this, but I wish that they would release the full thing. You know what I mean? Because I think this is great. Anyway, let's blast off real quick before I get into the this stuff, right? Folks, we have a lot to talk about. Do we have a blast off meme? That's the real question. I did Breakfast Club. And I talked about democratic socialism and New York City DSA. They're on Netflix now, so full episodes are rare on YouTube. Yeah, I got the Druku one. I'm gonna post that. But do we? Here, I'll post it. Where is it? Where the frick is it? Get in now. Yeah, I'm gonna have Trita Parsi on later, obviously, to talk about the government repression that he's experienced, his interview with Tucker Carlson, but more importantly, we got 30 minutes with him because he's exceptionally busy nowadays, and I'll probably be asking him quite a bit about how he feels about the current MOU situation, right? I learned so much shit when Trita is on. Well, that's the whole point, right? That's the whole point, right? That's what we're doing. What is this looking real hand jobs tale? What does that even mean? Yeah, breaking Iran deal includes $300 billion fund, more than half of which already committed. Source says, according to Reuters, Israel has been leaking some of these details because they're fucking mad. They're real mad. They're bent out of shape. Hand jobs tale? What the hell is a hand jobs tale? Breakfast Club, how about 30 to 40 minutes of you on the YouTube? The full uncut interview is Netflix exclusive. Yeah, we went on for a minute too. We went on for a while. But yeah, go check it out on Netflix. But whatever the video format that exists that's out there that we can watch, we should watch. I'm sure someone has ripped it already. Not Netflix exclusive, full audio only. No. I'm not looking for the audio one. I'm looking for the video because they filmed the whole thing. Hossie, get the R word off the screen. What, Reuters? The R word. You got exposed.
I went undercover at a radical leftist meeting so I can show.
Oh, here, send me the TikTok link on this so I can boost it on TikTok. Democrats are going to blow it in the midterms? Yes. That's always a likelihood. Yeah, what they've released is like 9 minutes of techno feudalism and stuff like that. But this is obviously, there's a lot longer. This was like an hour plus long conversation. You know what I mean? Anyway, but yeah, We're blasting off, folks. We're blasting the freak off. Hold, I'm ripping it. I'll have the link soon. Here, this
America deserves.
I went undercover at a radical leftist meeting so I can show America what's really going on. This was supposed to be a rally, but then 3 different venues canceled because the speakers were too extreme. Since I was able to infiltrate their little get-together, I decided to go straight to the source. It was time to ask everyone about their most radical beliefs.
I don't think childcare should cost more than a mortgage.
Can you believe he said that on camera?
I don't think in the richest, most powerful country in the world that we should be letting people go homeless.
Fox News, I hope you're getting this.
I believe we should have health care for everybody.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Enough with the extreme rhetoric.
I don't think my tax dollars should go to sending my neighbors to concentration camps.
What else would taxes be used for? Come on.
I just think that our representatives should be accountable to the people and not to corporations.
Doesn't this chick know that corporations are people too?
America deserves to go way beyond the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, and get Medicare for all.
Just more violent rhetoric from the extreme left. I followed these fringe extremists to a protest at the Capitol. There were speeches about things like getting big money out of politics, housing, healthcare, abolishing ICE. I can definitely see why all of these venues canceled. Make sure to plug into the campaigns of all of these candidates so we can keep an eye on the radical left.
Whoa, 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 buddy. I know. I went beast mode on this. I mean, POV, you are Olivia Reingold, professional journalist. Yeah, once again, we got the daily. Oh, are you keeping up with the algae gate? Yeah, President Trump fixes the reflecting pool and a week later is green again, loaded with algae, sabotage, vandalism. I believe it. The left can't stand Trump. American greatness with his quest to make DC beautiful again. What a shame. Yeah, algae. More like. Yeah, this man is incapable of not making shit more swampy, dude. It's awesome. He's running around being like, this is it. We're gonna make America beautiful. We're gonna make it beautiful. And everybody was like, hey, no matter what you do, it's still going to turn green, right? Yeah, drain the swamp, baby. It's just really funny that it happened so fast. I genuinely thought this would hold out until like July 4th. You know what I mean? I thought it would at least hold out for like a month. No. It fucking flipped. Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah. Hope you had a great stream, Majority Report. Motherfucker didn't even reinstall like the high-end filter Obama put in, so the algae came back days after instead of months. That's why it happened so fast. He got rid of Obama's expensive fancy filter. Respect. Yeah, we don't want none of that gay, woke, libtard filter, highfalutin filter. Okay? We are against Barack Obama. Bardock, no bummer. We're against it. We're against everything he's for, including the expensive filter.
And pussy too.
Yeah, and pussy too. That's right. Folks is actually woke not to enjoy a green reflective pool. That's awesome. I didn't realize the hogs were figuring out the conspiracy. They're figuring it out, folks. Here, let's start with this woke libtarded New York Times and how they're covering it.
Wants to fix the Lincoln Memorial's reflecting pool, but it doesn't seem to be going to plan. Earlier this week, we reported that the contract to repaint and resurface the reflecting pool, which President Trump said would cost about $1.8 million, was actually going to cost about 7 times that, $13.1 million. On Tuesday morning, President Trump wrote a long Truth Social post, which calls me out by name and defends the contract, saying that,
I'll be honest, it's very funny.
As an anthropologist.
And very apt. Okay. This is so perfectly representative of where we're at in the United States of America. Like everything that we are doing, everything that Donald Trump does turns to shit. Okay. There is suspicion that this was also a favorable contract afforded to someone that knows someone in the administration. I think it was like a Mark Wayne Mullen friend. No bid contract. Unbelievably expensive. And fails flat on its face. It's just Like, it was already a hollow initiative to begin with. It's shallow. It's just like you just want to make it look kind of good, you know? Like, everything is shit in America, but at least we can like engage in beautification initiatives, right? And it not only falls on its face, but it falls on its face instantly. Yeah, shallow, no pun intended, but it's like, it's so silly. Like a child's brain. We're like, oh, we just make it look good for the day. Maybe it'll look good for the week. Maybe it'll look good. Why don't we do it? We should do it. Make it look good.
It is a deeply complicated work of smart and beautiful construction. The reflecting pool is a national icon. It's a part of so many people's conception of Washington and America. But the things that make it beautiful also make it a real nightmare to keep up. It's very, very long, and that means lots of joints between the concrete slabs. Those leak out 16 million gallons of water every year. The pool is also very shallow. That makes it a petri dish for the growth of algae, which make the pool look green. The Obama administration spent more than $35 million trying to fix these problems and basically failed. President Trump, though, has said he wants the pool to be blue, specifically what he calls American flag blue. So they're applying basically a waterproofing compound. It's also used in swimming pools or pipes. And as part of that compound, they're adding this blue color. But some Interior Department staffers have noticed issues with the waterproof coating that's being applied to the pool. They noticed bubbles, small holes, and also inconsistent colors. So
it's so shit. Oh, that's so funny. This is such a perfect example, dude. This story is everything to me. I mean, oh my God, an unbelievably stupid way to try and make things seem good. It's so perfect. Everything around us is going to shit. And Donald Trump's like, oh, we'll just slap a coat of paint on it and it'll look good. It turns out they can't even do that successfully. They slapped a coat of paint on it and it failed. It failed.
Some places were more blue than others. Folks that I've talked to who know the reflecting pool well say that if you don't repair the plumbing underneath the pool, then you may end up with another big bloom of algae, which no matter what color you paint the bottom of the pool, is still going to make the pool look green. The other issue which
it's awesome. He tried to landlord special it, dude. He is such a fucking real estate guy. It's fantastic. He genuinely thought, oh, we'll just do the landlord special. Just slap a coat of paint. What do you mean? Fix it. Slap a coat of paint and it fixes itself. Well, it turns out that's not how it works. Turns out the landlord special actually sucks for the people who have to experience it. You know?
Reported on earlier this week was questions about timing. The Trump administration justified giving this out as a no-bid contract because they said they had no time to consider other bids. President Trump said on a couple different occasions that he had personally found the contractor to do this waterproofing and
we had no time to look for other bids. We just
painting in the pool.
I have a guy who's unbelievable at doing swimming pools.
That's not the way that the law says contracts should be assigned. Federal agencies, when they need a job done, are supposed to seek out, whenever they can, multiple bids from multiple bidders to make sure they're getting the best work for the lowest price. However, the Interior Department did not do that. Instead, they've just said, look, we want to go fast. We want to be done by this summer so we can have the pool in good shape for the 250th anniversary. The contract was awarded on April 3rd. It's supposed to be done by May 22nd. That doesn't seem to be happening. Instead, what we've been told is they are about 35% done with the waterproof coating on the bottom. And the documents we've seen showed that on Sunday, they were 0% done with another key part of this job, which is to replace the joints between the slabs. What President Trump is saying now is he'd never worked with this company before, and he doesn't even know them. We've reached out to Atlantic Industrial Coatings, the company that's leading this work to apply waterproofing on the pool, and they've declined comment. It's a little bit ironic that the method and the contractor they chose may actually be moving so slow that they will miss their own deadline.
they're trying to China props up tier 2 cities in 3 months, farms into San Francisco level tech colonies, and we can't even do a glorified swimming pool. Dude, it is so cooked. America is so fucked, bro. I swear to God. This is the most American story because Obama didn't fix the underlying infrastructure. Yeah. So, what's actually wrong with the reflecting pool is that it's the plumbing underneath it. Okay, the plumbing underneath it is in a state of dire disrepair. It's very costly to fix. So instead of fixing it, everyone just keeps slapping coats of paint on it. I guess Obama tried to put a new filtration system in it and it still failed. But Donald Trump didn't even try to do any of that. He just thought he could literally paint it blue and it would be fine. And now they're dumping hydrogen peroxide in the water. Y'all, not to be a huge nerd, but for the reflecting pool, you would need a minimum of about 8,000 liters of 12% hydrogen peroxide to reach the 50 parts per million concentration to kill algae. Is this what happens when you have 0 scientists in your administration? Oh my God, they're dumping hydrogen peroxide by hand, bro. Oh my God. That probably, especially because it leaks, is going to have environmental consequences as well, for the record. So it's probably going to end up seeping into the fucking ground and kill the lawn in the area. Just so you understand. One, they're not going to be able to dump in the necessary amount of hydrogen peroxide. And two, even if they were supposed to do that, it's going to kill a fuck ton of birds, a fuck ton of the natural wildlife in the area, and it will probably kill the greenery in the area as well because it has holes in it. There's no way, if you hit the necessary amount of hydrogen peroxide, that amount of hydrogen peroxide making contact with the natural environment is probably not going to be good. God damn, everything is so stupid. It's safe, it degrades fast. Oh my God, it's so funny. What a fucking hilarious failure this is. Anyway, let's hear. Shut the fuck up. You're wrong. There's no algae. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see what Fox News is saying. Well, the Fox News is contradicting what this guy is doing. This guy did some independent journalism, Hogwatch. Let's take a look.
Oh, man. Take a look at this. The reflecting pool's green.
It was supposed to be completely
black. Yeah.
I mean, we just saw it like a week ago. It was like crystal clear blue,
all that. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
There's algae in here again. I feel like it's sabotage.
That wouldn't shock me either.
Why is it like this?
I can't tell if this is fucking parody or if this is legitimately a bunch of hogs in the wild looking at a natural phenomena that everybody predicted would happen and going, how did the liberals do this? Joe Biden! I bet this was Kamala. You know who did this? Iran. They turned the pool green like their flag, brother. Joe Biden is working with Iran, the Islamic Republic. When I first heard about Iran as the Islamic Republic, I thought, Republican, I like that. But it turns out, although I like what they're doing to the women's and to the gays, I don't like everything else they're doing to Israel, the most important country on the planet. Far more important than my country, the United States of America. I'll say it. I bet Zoran came in here and made this Islamic green on purpose. Hezbollah, Joe Biden, they're all in on it, brother. These are your fellow voters? No, it's awesome. I love living in the United States of America with guys like this who definitely go out and vote, who also have outsized political representation. Okay?
Because it's gooey at the other end, and we walk this whole thing, we're like, there's
nice.
no way that something like this. And the very opposite side is the World War II memorial. Right. The water's fine. Why is this? So something happened here.
I mean, they had just literally fixed this.
Obama spent $32 million and it never held water. Trump spends 14 and they go crazy.
They're pumping something into this. I don't know if it's air or what. And what a shame. Because in the end, after all the work that was done, after as proud as I was of President Trump for finally getting this thing fixed.
What the hell?
We're back to green. And again, is it nefarious? I tend to think so. You wouldn't have so much algae that you see in here. You would not have that quickly.
Yeah. Guys, I'm a HVAC business owner and I'm a pool specialist. And let me tell you, okay, let me tell you something. Folks, let me tell you something. As someone who's worked on pools and pool accessories my whole dang life, pools are not supposed to turn green this fast. Okay? I'm a pool guy. And I'll bet you what happened is a bunch of communists came over and shitted and farted in the pool. That's right. A bunch of communist babies came into the pool and pissed. That's right. And I've have it on good authority that Byron, Joe Brandon probably was the King Dookie. He was the one who was leading the charge. That's right. Remember Byron? He was Sleepy Joe. He was sleeping all the time, unlike my president. Yep.
Unless somebody did something, I'm telling you, I think they want Trump to fail.
This guy learned about reverse Occam's razor. The most rational explanation is the least likely. I mean, you're literally describing just republicanism. You're describing reactionary thought. Yes, everything is the least likely alternative. They look at totally normal, innocuous shit and immediately assume that there is fuckery abound. There's fuckery afoot. The opposite of the most rational scenario is the most likely scenario. By the way, am I crazy or is this water even more green than it was before? Genuinely so dystopian about the right going. Any other president would not do this when the thing Trump is doing is a response to fix a problem he caused. So yes, I suppose they're right. Another president wouldn't do this as this situation would have never happened. Like it is deep green. It is actually Sharia green. Like, I don't know how he did this. Oh, it's green for an amazing reason. It's so Trump. It's so perfectly Trump, man. God, it's so beautiful. Shit looks like Mountain Dew, man. What do you say to this? God, it's awesome. I love this country so much sometimes. This is one of those moments, right? It's just like, fuck it, we must have fun at least, right? If positive change is unlikely, then we might as well enjoy the show. This is one of those moments where you just got to give in to the hogs.
So badly that they'll come out here and do anything.
I think so. I agree with you.
It's crazy. Although I think he'll get it fixed.
So the good news is, it's not leaking. That is true. And as the man said, if anybody can get it fixed, Trump can.
No, this is objectively the opposite of the thing you suspect. Okay? Yeah, here's how a renovated reflection pool in Washington, D.C. looks after Trump spent $14 million to make it great again. This is a perfect illustration of what's happening with America today.
The whole pond is green, like some black is showing once in a while. Looks like algae coated the whole bottom. I'd ask for my money back.
Oh, on one end, the guy pours hydroxide into the pool. On the other hand, a child plays with their hand in the water. Yeah, that's also America. Bro, this is literally, look. No disrespect, but this is straight up third world. Like, this is third world country with a Gucci belt. I'm seeing it happen in America. It's like, this is so positively Turkified. I don't know how to explain it to you guys. Like, I literally lived through this exact same thing that's going on in America right now when I was growing up in Turkey. It's so funny to watch it happen in the wealthiest nation on earth. It turns out the institutions, the democratic process, like things, the checks and balances, the 700 fucking scientists that would tell you this is an idiotic decision. In the process, the red tape that these guys actually love destroying was there for a good reason. Okay? I mean, this is literally the point. This is why you need, regulatory agencies to take a look at these contracts. This is it. It's happening in real time. In real time, it's happening. It just... Anyway, let's see how the fucking Fox News guys sold this, though.
I'm here at the newly renovated reflecting pool. It's painted American flag blue.
Oh my God. They're doing the don't believe you're lying eyes. He's literally staring at it. He's like, look at how blue it is. It's blue. This is blue. Don't you dare say it's fucking green. It is not Islamic green. You do not say it's green. This pool is blue.
And the Democrats are going to tell you, oh, there's green algae. It looks so bad. But there's pool guys cleaning it up right now. No other president would do that. But President Trump is still cleaning it up. How is the reflecting?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We are such a stupid fucking country. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We painted it in Islamic green as a part of the Iranian MOU. I mean, this story has everything, okay? This story has everything. It's captured every aspect of modern American existence. All of the stupidity. So perfectly. Trump comes in, wants a beautification initiative when everyone's like, this is not going to fix any of the problems. Trump literally brings in a contractor that he likes personally, that he knows personally. No bid contract. And, of course, thinks that the landlord special of just like painting it blue is going to fix the problem when everyone says that's not going to work. They cut away with all the red tape, Abundus style, okay? Turns out that red tape is actually for a fucking good reason, right? And in a matter of weeks, the problem gets far worse. The algae issue becomes a far larger problem instantly. Then you got the Trumpians, the Trumpies, the cultists that go there and suspect that there is some kind of sabotage from the woke left. And then you have the propaganda outlet for the state propaganda news broadcaster, Fox News, stares at that fucking green-ass pool and goes, the Democrats will tell you this fucking pool is green, but it's very clearly American flag blue. It's everything. This is it. This is modern American existence, dude. This story has it all. You got a Fox News guy looking at the very clearly green reflecting pool behind him and going, don't believe your eyes. That's blue. It's the most beautiful type of blue. And I know there's going to be fans. There's going to be Trump cultists that go, that's blue, you fucking libtard. Shut the hell up. Shut your stupid mouth up. That's funny. Yeah. Dems say blue and green are different colors. They're not. What's going on? the reflective pool is very clearly blue, the bluest type of blue that you've ever seen. Democrats will tell you it's actually green. Do they want it to be green? Do they want it to be green, the color of Islam? Perhaps this plays a role in their immigration initiatives. What's going on? Is the Statue of Liberty green or blue? Well, I say it's both. Big W for the colorblind community. Yeah, big W for dogs. New images of the blue. Okay, dude. 11 years ago, the dress was posted on Tumblr. It was later confirmed to be black and blue. Yeah, I mean, there is an incredible irony to this, where they're like, they will sincerely look at like a trans woman and be like, that's a man, right? But also at the same time, they'll be like, this very clear green pool behind me is actually blue. And I guess it is technically in line. It's technically consistent, right? Because both of those things are stupid. Like, trans women are women, and that fucking reflective pool is absolutely green, okay? And Republicans want to be on the wrong side of both of these issues. They want to be like, nope, my way or the highway. And sometimes they let it slip, which is always my favorite moments, like when Ben Shapiro will accidentally correctly gender a trans woman, and then we'll catch him doing that, and he has to stop and misgender them. You know what I mean? Where they'll be like, well, she was, I mean, he was. It's so funny. This is not a normal way to live, man. I don't know why. Yeah, it's even funnier because he's wearing a fucking navy suit, so you know what blue looks like. And so are these guys. These guys are wearing blue shirts. You have on screen varying degrees of blue, so you know exactly what it's not. Like navy, blue, blue, blue logo. Varying degrees of blue on the bottom of the screen. So when he turns around and says, look at my big, beautiful blue ass pool, it's awesome. It's great. Everything is a sequence of the emperor has no clothes, and you have people who are going along with that narrative, with that meta nonstop. What is this? Breakfast Club link. You appear on. What is this? At 1:14. I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what this link is.
If you watch Twitch, he's heavy on social.
How'd you find this? Before and after, it was blue before. This combination of pictures created on the 10th of June using satellite images released by Vantor Technology shows the Lincoln reflecting pool on the National Mall in Washington, in Washington, D.C. on June 2023 on the top, and June 2026 on the bottom after it was resurfaced and painted blue. Yeah, and it went back. Yeah, it was blue for like one day, and it wasn't like American flag blue either. And now it's fucking green again. The peroxide is making it look worse. Oh my God, foam floats on the surface of the U.S. National Park Service workers dump bottles of hydrogen peroxide. Oh no! They talked to the boss last week. Wait, is this actually real? Wait, exclusive interview. Trump's pool got fires back at critics who say the reflecting pool sealant is black. It doesn't reflect. Algae will return. Miss deadline. Watch full video.
It's definitely blue. It's a very, very dark blue, but it is blue. It's just that dark. If you take something black and put it up against it, you'll see the blue. Black, blue, black.
What? Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore, big dog. It's neither black nor blue any longer, you know? Wait, so this person like actually found the pool guy? Or is this just like a random pool guy?
At the reflecting pool, and it is totally green. But I'm going to tell you exclusively why this happened and how it's getting fixed.
Oh no. Oh no, those ducks are going to die. Oh no, the fucking children that are going to the park. Those ducks are dead, bro. That hydrogen peroxide is going to kill those motherfucking ducks. Oh no, that's a dead family of ducks right there. They're so stupid. The algae mats are on the bottom. The peroxide won't mix properly without something to agitate the water. And they haven't thought about the smell that dead algae will emit just in time for July 4th. RFK goes, yum. Well, when those squirrels around the reflective bowl start drinking the hydrogen peroxide infused water, what to many looks like scenes out of the Bible of bedlam, death, and destruction, to me, I say, yum, it's dinner time. When I see roadkill on the reflecting pool, I think to myself, I'm starving. Many people are worried about hydrogen peroxide. But I know it kills COVID. Doctors are afraid of telling you this truth, that the hydrogen peroxide inside of the ducks, the now dead ducks, is actually very good in combating COVID, which is fake. Dr. Fauci lied. COVID is not real. But also at the same time, hydrogen peroxide kills it. That's right.
You know what time they're coming?
Water is less green today. Dude, how, like, this is literally shit that we would, like, this is one of those stories where you can just like directly match it with China, and you very quickly realize like this is exactly the type of thing that would never happen. You know what I mean? Like, this is the type of like beautification initiative that the Chinese government would control and try to engage in, and would never allow something like this to take place. Like, they would just like fix it up. Like, as some of the chatters also pointed out, like compare and contrast the reflecting pool beautification initiative and the failure that it is in a matter of months versus in that same time period, like, I don't know, some kind of infrastructure growth that took place in China. This is something that developing countries do, and their excuses that they are poor. Yes. This is exactly the type of like inside baseball corruption that takes place in a developing nation. And you have the guy who's like, well, my nephew actually has worked on many pools, right? So we're just going to give the no bid contract to my nephew. And the nephew's like, I don't fucking know. We got some blue shit. And, you know, we slattered it around and it's probably fine. Except it's happening in the wealthiest nation on earth. Yeah, overpaid uncle contracts are a normal part of you know, developing nations. Except now we get to experience it as well. Yeah, put the green water, I mean, not green, objectively less green water back in, please. Will algae go away? Wait, why is she running in the last... That's awesome. Oh. Bro, the state of California is built on corrupt uncle contracts. You think I don't know that? I know that, okay? Just like enshittification has impacted every aspect of our lives, though, enshittification has also destroyed the corrupt uncle contracts in a meaningful way. What do I mean by this? At least in the state of California, it's not so like apparent. It's not so in your face that the corrupt uncle contracts are unbelievably costly and not actually following through on these initiatives. This is a more, you know, in your face version of the corrupt uncle contracts. So even the corrupt uncle contracts have gotten worse. Like, you need to go out into the wilderness to see the corrupt uncle contracts and their failures in full display. Chat, please like my shit against the centrist. What the fuck is this? What? Why are you? Okay. Speaking of RFK Jr. and animals and pools, this interview was insane. He threw a snake into a pool of children at a birthday party. Wait, what?
Ask you about one.
He actually, RFK Jr.'s sister at my daughter's four-year-old birthday party, RFK Jr. stuffed a snake and a small rodent together in a bag. The children all screamed. He then released the snake into a swimming pool full of children. Wait, what? I'm surprised he didn't just bite the head off in front of the kids. I wanted to traumatize them differently. Normally, it's a win-win. I grab the snake with my hands and I go, yum. And I bite the head of the snake and I chew on it in front of the kids. But this time I thought I would teach them a valuable lesson. It clearly builds character. You throw the snake in the water, and you're teaching the snake how to swim, but you're teaching the children to avoid the snake.
One more thing, if I can, before you go, Carrie, and that is just these viral videos that have come out of your brother and animals. One that he had posted of wrangling a pair of racer snakes with his bare hand.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Cheryl, his wife, obviously, was repeatedly telling him to put them down. They were these racer snakes, I guess, on the porch of where they were, Dr. Oz's house or something like that, if I remember. But it just comes in the context of, you know, the dead bear cub, you know, which with the carcass to look like it was in Central Park, that situation. And I know, you know,
I can't get over it. No, it's so stupid. Yum. I see a dead rodent on the side of the street. I say, that's snack time. I chomp on it like it's beef jerky.
Kick claims he once used a chainsaw to decapitate a dead whale. That went on the roof of the minivan, and then he drove it home. I mean, all these stories. I'm just curious, because someone had mentioned that he had a fascination with animals, with being a vet, animal carcasses, since very young childhood. Does that jive with what you remember as his sister?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, to me, it's complicated. I'm so grateful.
Wait, what the fuck? Why is RFK Jr.'s sister? Wait, what? Wait. What? Why does she sound like him? Wait. What the fuck is happening? I can't even hear anything any longer. The only thing I can hear is she sounds like a less bass boosted version of him. What the fuck? He taught her how to talk? Does she also have a brain worm, the same kind of worm that took over RFK's brain? Oh my God. Why do they both sound like that?
To Bobby, as my older brother when I was a kid, his fascination of nature he shared with all of us, and he took me to catch snakes and learn about frogs and salamanders and go on nature hunting trips. And he gave me a crow when I was a kid, and gave me a hawk, and I learned so much about him.
Spasmodic dysphonia? I know, but like, why do they both have it? Is this like a genetic problem? Because RFK didn't used to sound like the way he sounds now. He infected her? Yeah. No, it's maybe the worm. Maybe the worm actually infects everyone around it. We first thought the worm only controlled RFK Jr. like Ratatouille, right? But maybe the worm also spreads. Have you ever thought about that?
It was another side. There was always another side. I'll just tell you this quick story. I guess my daughter is almost 30 now. So when she was maybe 4 years old, we were having our little birthday party, and I was looking in the garden and I found a snake. So I called Bobby. He just lived a mile down the road, and I said, "There's a snake in the garden." He rushed over with his infant son, Aiden, in one hand, who was just a few months old, and a bed sheet in another, a pillowcase in the other. And he grabbed the snake and stuffed it into the pillowcase while he was holding his infant son. So that was a little scary. And then he walked up to where the rest of the birthday party was, and he reached into the bag, and this snake was just chomping on his hand. And he pulled out the snake to show the kids. Then there was a mole, which looks like a mole, a combination of a mole and a mouse. And he grabbed that with his hand, and he put it into the bag with the snake, which made all the kids scream because now they were afraid the snake would eat the bowl. So then he shoved his hand back into the pillowcase and grabbed the snake, which chomped.
Bro, look at her face. She's like, what? Like, this is, like, she's looking at her like, why are you telling me this story? I should not have asked about, the childhood of RFK Jr. It turns out it's just as fucking insane as you would have expected it to be.
On him a few more times. Then we went over to his house a mile away. There were tons of kids in the swimming pool, and he released this snake that had.
She said, "Oh my." Dude, what the fuck? If you're rich, this gets called eccentric. If you're poor, this is an involuntary commitment. She's telling this story like it's endearing. To the average person that isn't like brain poisoned with the Kennedy brain rot, I guess, or brain poisoned by unfathomable amounts of money, power, and influence, because this is supposed to be the American royal family. To the average person, they're like, that's the most insane thing I've ever heard. I have a cousin like that. Yeah, he's no longer with us. Okay, he died in a state penitentiary. This is literally what the fuck? This is an insane person. An insane person that Donald Trump has elected or appointed to a position of profound power. He controls our healthcare initiatives. Oh my God.
On his hand, into the swimming pool. Now, so this is somebody who, on the one hand, has a fascination with nature, but on the other hand, has, you know, a lack of judgment when it comes to the safety and care of children. And so is
well, that's good then. It's good that we put him in charge of you know, Health and Human Services. That's the best place to be. If you're the type of guy who strangles animals with your bare hands and fucking eats them and stuff, you know, eats roadkill and very clearly puts children into dangerous situations, that's the perfect guy to put in charge of Health and Human Services.
this the person who you want running HHS, who's got this lack of judgment when it comes to health and safety? And I think we've got somebody who's been consistent about these things.
Yeah, bro loves traumatizing children and now is directly in control of what kind of vaccines children get. That's awesome. This is actually good. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's perfect. It's a perfect. We're talking about RFK Jr. and all of a sudden AI RFK Jr. pops up. Oh, my God. Yeah. Phone floats on the surface as U.S. National Park Service workers dump bottles of hydrogen peroxide in the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool as a part of their effort to mitigate an algae bloom, which followed the completion of recent renovations in Washington, D.C. Does no one look at everything that's going on? Like all of these like very overt signs of instability and just like worse overall experiences and think perhaps there's a problem here? Is that not a thing that people call into question at all, where they're like, you know, it's kind of weird that these guys wanted to you know, fix the problem by just painting it blue and then it failed? And they didn't actually, they did away with all the red tape, all the bureaucrats. All the bureaucrats that would have normally stopped this to ensure that it's actually successful, the implementation is actually successful. We decided, nah, we're not gonna do that. No more red tape, right? Obligatory China comparison. Yeah. In Shanghai, a 100-year-old 7,500-ton historical city block was temporarily relocated using 432 walking robots. Yeah, but at what cost? I mean, have you thought about the fact that we have freedom? Yeah, exactly. And they don't. Of course, I mean, we have freedom for the time being, and that's also going away. Shouts out to the Trump administration. But yeah, we have burgers. Yeah. Yeah. That's... Oh my God. We're never getting fucking wonkable cities. We're never getting robust infrastructure. We're never getting public transit or public health care. Oh, we're cursed. We're cursed. We are fucking cursed. No, you don't. The screw worm is back. You're going to eat the bugs. Yeah. Fantastic. Everything sucks. I don't know if you covered it, but you're trending on Twitter. Am I?
Well, they'll say.
Yeah, I already responded. I mean, I already retweeted this as well.
So both places have a right to exist, because I hear people that are anti-Israel, they'll say Israel doesn't have a right to exist.
I think Israel in its current formation, given that it's a settler colonial operation that's seeking out the expulsion or complete extermination of the indigenous population, as an apartheid state, does not have a right to exist. It's like, for me, it's like saying, does Nazi Germany have a right to exist? Or does apartheid South Africa have a right to exist? Does Rhodesia have a right to exist? No, of course not. People have a right to exist. People do exist. Israel currently exists. It's just a matter of, are they following international humanitarian laws? And they certainly are not. And I want to change that.
So is it like saying MAGA doesn't have a right to exist? Like in our current
like a movement, exactly. Yeah. Like that doesn't mean that, that doesn't mean kill all Republicans or whatever, right? I mean, I'm sure that's how people would present it as. I mean, this is a trick that every political movement deploys, right? You say Black Lives Matter, they turn around and say, oh, how about all lives matter? You're saying Black Lives Matter, which means you're saying white lives don't matter. It's like, no, that's a whole different sentence. Mm-hmm. So the does Israel have a right to exist deployment as a statement, as a question, is a technique to shift the conversation away from Israel's crimes against the Palestinians to make it seem like the opposition is actually being crazy and they want like all Jews to be exterminated, all Israelis to be exterminated, which is not the case. Bars. How'd you get Charlemagne to not interrupt your ass? I mean, I think it was a great conversation. There was a lot of productive back and forth there, and and I'm sure people will get very mad about
have a right.
it. But what is this? A brilliant debunking of the question: does Israel have a right to exist? From the Matthew Cook. Bro, why you got to bring up other people debunking it? I just showed you me debunking it. My ass is debunking. You feel me? Does your jaw hurt from how much you're eating? L for not mentioning Jim Crow and mentioning Rhodesia to an American audience. I mean, I brought it back with the Black Lives Matter thing, though. You know what I mean? Bro, the IG comment section on the Throwing Fits posts are a reflecting pool. Yes. There is a great deal of people that are either bots or behave like bots on Instagram, in the Instagram comment section, on Twitter, where they see any mention of me and immediately go, dude, this guy's a fucking dog abuser. This guy's a fucking commie terrorist piece of shit. Why would you fucking platform him? I'm a lifelong fan of the Throwing Fits podcast. Even though as a lifelong fan, I didn't know that Hasan actually was on Throwing Fits many, many years ago and is friends with the fucking host. It's just, it is what it is. It's just noise. I think more and more people have figured out that it's not real and it's something that you just tune out. Because like, for me, I don't pay attention to the replies usually. I don't because I'm inundated with like negativity, so I just don't even look at it. And I think more and more people are starting to recognize that it's just not productive to read the replies. Like it's dead internet theory. Everything is everything is just a bot. You shouldn't be spending a good deal of time just dealing with fucking bots on the internet. It's a waste of time. It'll fuck your day up. It'll fuck your life up. I mean, I talked about this ironically on the Breakfast Club as well. Yeah, here. This is me. I'm self-aware of my Twitter addiction.
Every time I go on Twitter, I'm angry. So I think every moment of the day that I waste on Twitter is a moment where I'm more angry than I was before I got on Twitter.
But I'm sure you're being targeted. I'm sure these algo bosses, these technologists, they're targeting your feed on purpose with things. You probably arguing with bots all day and don't even know.
Yeah, I know I am, and I still do it. Every time I go on Twitter, I'm angry. So I think every moment of the day that I waste on Twitter is a moment where I'm more angry than I was before I got on Twitter.
But I'm sure you're being targeted. I'm sure these.
I don't get why you're still on Twitter. Other people are on it. I think hosts have moved away from comments as a whole because in the last X years, everything has become political and people have realized it's pointless discourse. Yeah. Yeah. Hasan, you're getting crazy famous is crazy? I don't think so.
Real in its current formation.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, I mean, we can watch the Breakfast Club.
Social media, we're going to talk to him next. So don't move. It's the Breakfast Club. Good morning.
I was saying, like, the walk-up is crazy. It's like is this like a spirit tunnel situation? Like, are there going to be producers waiting out there clapping as I... No. I can't do that. I'm too stiff for that sort of thing.
What's up, my brother? How are you, man? Looking to you. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I brought you guys gifts, but I don't think I have enough. But
three of us.
I got three.
That's three. Yeah, that's three.
I got Democratic Socialists in America.
I'm with it.
And you can dish it out.
Let me see.
Okay.
What size is? Nice to meet you.
Hi, Hasan. Nice to meet you.
What's up, DJ Envy? How you doing?
Nice to
Pleasure
meet
meet
you.
You right here, brother.
Hasan.
Oh, there's jerseys? Oh, no.
We got jerseys. There's a running short. I mean, but these are small.
That's
like, I mean,
you could fit those.
yeah. And then a tank top.
You ain't want to fold them, huh?
What? I just
threw them in the bag.
Okay. You ready?
I am ready. As soon as everybody else is ready. You good? Here we go. Morning, everybody. It's DJ NV, just hilarious. Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. Lauren LaRose is here as well. We got a special guest in the building.
Yes, indeed.
Hasan Piker. Welcome.
It's good to be here.
How are you, man?
How you feeling?
I'm a little tired. I've been traveling quite a bit, even though they've stopped me from traveling to certain places, not to the UK. But yeah, I've been in New York for the week. I just did a DSA slate rally for all the New York City candidates last night.
What's that, Democratic Socialists of America?
Yeah. I brought you guys merch from them. I don't know if you want it. I mean, but
I don't like to label myself anything, but if I did label myself something, it would be a Democratic Socialist.
Really?
Yes, because I believe.
Told you. He just came in hot. He was like, "Yep, I'm a Democratic Socialist." I was like, "What?"
In capitalism, but I also believe that we need to have social programs in place to take care of the least fortunate amongst us.
Okay, so you're like a social democrat. That's what it would be like. Okay,
so so it's not the same thing. Democratic socialism and social democrats are different.
There are definitely some social democrats in DSA as well, but they would be to the right of DSA. So they're the DSA right.
Okay.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, it's
all of the directions. Just tell me what.
All of this stuff was considered radical to the average American politician. It's not so radical to the average American person, right? Because if you ask like regular folk, like, do you want free healthcare? They'd be like, yeah, that makes so much sense. If you were like, hey, should we stop bombing random countries and instead, I don't know, spend money on building schools here? Everyone would be like, yeah, no, that's a great idea. But in Washington, D.C., that's a radical concept. They're like, whoa, what are you talking about?
Well, for people that don't know who Hasan is, let's break down who he is. So you break down to people who've never heard of you, who's first time listening, first time watching you, who Hasan Piker is.
Yeah, I'm a Turkish-American political commentator. I grew up in Turkey my whole life, but I'm an American citizen. I was born here.
New Jersey,
I was born here
born and raised
in New Jersey. Well, not raised in New Jersey, but born in New Jersey, went back to Turkey, grew up in Turkey, and then came back for college. I went to University of Miami for a year and then graduated from Rutgers. And I started working for my uncle because just like every other 2013 graduate at the time, it was impossible to get a job. So I was doing a free internship, and then basically that turned into a very underpaid job. That was the uncle nephew special for me.
Mm-hmm. Tell him who your uncle is.
Oh, it's Cenk Uygur, the Young Turks. Yeah, you know him.
It's my guy.
Yeah, that's how we made that connection to begin with. But so I started working there. I was doing ad sales initially, but I graduated with a political science and comms double major, dual degree. Mm-hmm. I'm probably one of the only people that actually puts both of those degrees to use. It's usually one of those things where you have those degrees and then you never end up using it. But I was fortunate enough. And I'm a political commentator. I broadcast live on Twitch every day, 7 days a week, 8 hours a day usually. I travel the world, and I work with political organizers and unions and politicians and candidates to try to move American politics further to the left, hopefully.
You also play some sports too, though, right?
I play basketball.
Yeah.
I play basketball, but not like, nothing at the organized level.
Did you intentionally avoid the democratic socialism versus social democracy distinction, or was it just a natural consequence of the conversation pace? No, I just didn't feel like I wanted to come in hot and then have the rest of the conversation be anchored around like the distinction between anti-capitalism versus social democrats that are capitalists, because that would have been a fucking boring conversation. I hadn't even introduced myself yet. It's called being normal, okay? It's a very healthy and very good experience for a lot of you to learn from, okay? And that's why I basically presented it as, look, like from my perspective, Zohran Mamdani's policy platform is social. Zohran Mamdani is a democratic socialist. His policy platform is social democracy. Same with Bernard Sanders, right? So for that reason, given that like the average person has a lot of appetite for this kind of politics, but the average politician clearly presents this as like some radical communism, I'm going to just bring that up rather than, talk about the academic differences, even though there are very significant differences.
I'm not very good.
You look athletic as well.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you to say.
Switch channel.
Well, hold on before you do that.
Why you saying like you don't believe it?
I don't know. I mean, thank you.
It's
I don't
your
know.
build.
Yeah,
It's
you build.
like
You look stocky like
yeah.
in football. But you also said that you were banned from some countries. For people that don't know, explain why you
From
were
the
banned. Why you
UK.
said that?
Yeah. So recently, I have. Back in the day, I used to have like ops as like other Twitch streamers, content creators, drama, and now it's turned into governments. And obviously, the number one government op that I have probably is Israel. They're not too fond of me. Mm-hmm. And then the American government is also apparently, allegedly, investigating me for doing a humanitarian aid mission to Cuba that I went on with the journalist visa as well. There's supposedly some subpoena that Fox News says I received. I never actually received the subpoena. And then now the UK has banned me and my uncle from traveling.
Just because of your criticism of Israel.
Yeah.
Wow.
So focusing on the UK, right? Because they said that you were you were blocked from going on the grounds that your presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good.
Yeah.
That's
happening
what they
with
said.
this
And
audio.
it's
a very opaque structure where they just kind of make this decision and they don't even have to defend it. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, the UK doesn't have the same expansive First Amendment protections that we have. They have, hate speech statutes and whatnot. Having said that, this is definitely an escalation, and that it became a much larger issue both in the UK and internationally, as a matter of fact, because like in the past, they had stopped Kanye West from traveling to the UK. And also Valentina Gomez, who's another American rabble-rouser. I mean, she was saying unbelievably hateful things, and also some far-right Polish ministers and numerous other people that were trying to go and participate in a race riot that Tommy Robinson was putting together. So this is the first time where the British government has decided to ban travel for objectively left people who obviously have not engaged in any sort of like bigoted or hateful speech. They try to present it as hate speech, but it's just Israel commentary.
So it's just you being critical of Bibi Netanyahu and the Israeli government.
Mm-hmm. And not just that. I mean, I talk about the ideology behind Zionism as a racist ideology as well. I think that's probably very frustrating for a lot of people to hear. But
could you explain that to me? Because I've seen you say that you're not anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
but you're anti-Zionist. I don't know the difference. I don't know what either. I don't know what.
So Zionism is like this intentionally vague concept, and at its inception, it is a political movement, a political ideology that sought a homeland for Jewish people. Mm-hmm. Sought a homeland for Jewish people they were testing out different places. Argentina was one of them as well. There were different parts of Africa that they were also seeking out. And then they landed on what is now known as Israel, landed on historic Palestine. And it was a settler colonial enterprise. And at its inception, it's pretty open about it as well. You know, there's the formative thinkers, Jabotinsky and Theodore Herzl, very openly declared that this was a colonialist endeavor. And that's how they got a lot of support from other colonialist endeavors at the time as well, other colonialist powers, you know, the Balfour Declaration with the British Kingdom and the like. And it's the ideology is basically the easiest to define by the statement that they define it by, developing Israel for a land without people, for a people without land. Now, of course, the problem is there were people on that land. There were Palestinians on that land, right? And therefore, it turned into this expansionist, endless conquest. And initially, a lot of Jews were very critical of it. There's a theological criticism of it as well. There's some Jews, like the Neturei Karta or some of the more fundamentalist Jewish sects that oppose the nation-state of Israel's development before the Messiah comes. They find that to be wrong from a religious perspective. Then there's also obviously a lot of anti-Zionist Jews as well who oppose it on the grounds that this is a fascist ideology and a settler colonial movement that is unbelievably destructive for all of the non-Jewish population in the region, for the Palestinians, for the Arabs, the Christians, the Muslims alike. That's the same principle that I hold as well. That's why I say I'm an anti-Zionist. And of course, I'm not anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism is a heinous, bigoted ideology
And I've heard you say that all the time.
Yeah.
So why are you considered anti-Semitic?
Because there's no real argument against anti-Zionism, so you have to just kind of be like, oh, you're a hateful bigot. Mm-hmm. And it used to work. Like, this was a very successful way to completely silence all manner of dissent in the past. It just doesn't work anymore because, like, Israel's actions have been so transparent and so heinous since October 7 that many people in the Western world recognize it now as such. And that, I think that kickstarted the process of people also like diving a little bit deeper into the history of Israel and its development and its inception, all the way from the Nakba in 1947 or even prior to that. And it caused people to realize, like, oh, we just didn't know anything about this process at all. We didn't know anything about the way that this design looked like at all, or they were, misguided. They were taught differently about how Israel was developed.
Now, I noticed, following you, I see people criticize you a lot, right? They say that, you criticize capitalism, but they also say you make millions of dollars streaming. So what do you say to those people, those individuals?
Well, it's when I was broke, I also advocated for the poor. And at that point, they would be like, oh, you're jealous. You're jealous of the wealth. You just want to steal their wealth. And now I'm financially successful, and I say the exact same things. Now they say I'm a hypocrite. And the reality of the matter is it's not about my financial circumstances at all. It's just about what I'm saying. I think people have internalized this idea that you cannot, and it's not even just about like advocating for the poor, advocating for the working class. It's more so just about any kind of belief that a better future is possible. People look at that and there's deep cynicism and distrust. When they hear that, they go, there's got to be something here. He's selling me something. Meanwhile, on the other side of this equation, there are people who are selling you things. I feel like there are so many people who will just be like, I made it. I'm rich. I made the American dream happen for myself. And you can too, as long as you sign on to my course. You know, for $65, if you go to my Discord server, I'll teach you all the tricks on how to be rich. And everyone, like, there are a lot of people who want that. There are a lot of people who demand that. They're desperate for it. And it's understandable that they're desperate for it because a lot of people are struggling financially. And I want to create a much better solution to this problem, because the problem is within the systems and not up to the individual.
That's why I want to hear more about being a democratic socialist, because to me, I thought being democratic socialist meant you want economic power just to shift from corporations to working class individuals. You want the wealthy to be taxed. You want market regulations. Like that's what
for sure. Yeah. That's definitely one form of it. Okay. And there's numerous different designs for how to move this economy in a more productive way. I like the way I put it is there's a lot of potential in this world, and I think we're squandering it, right? There's a lot of potential in this world that is never unlocked because of which zip code someone was born into, or at the global level, which country someone was born into. If you're born on one side of a made-up boundary that we created, and you're being dominated by countries like America or even Israel in the circumstance, it's a lot harder for you to unlock your full potential. And I see that everywhere that I go, and it's very frustrating for me. So yeah, I want to make sure that there is this real material equality as a starting point that we offer to every single person, as long as we have that capacity, and we certainly do here in the United States of America. This is the wealthiest nation on earth, and yet 700,000 people sleep outside every night. Like, they don't have a house. I mean, that's crazy. That's a policy failure, right? And we can solve these problems, but the reason why we choose not to is the same exact reason why we have a surplus of food supply in the world, and yet 14 million people die every year due to famine-related diseases. It's a matter of logistics. It's a matter of profit. So I don't care about profit. I think it's ridiculous, and I think we need to scale that back dramatically in the interim, and then hopefully evolve away from our current design, our current understanding of who the economy is supposed to work for.
And how do you balance? I would say being an entertainer and also doing what you do, right? Because it has to be a line, right? There's a million and one people online that's an activist, right? But some of them are not entertaining. So how do you balance that line to keep people coming in to make sure you spread your message of whatever the message is that you want to put out there?
Yeah, I think you have to be palatable. I think you can't just do academic jargon all the time. You have to have your interest.
I'm doing it right now, as a matter of fact. This is send to mom quality. I shall be making use of this interview, gang. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I watch you most days, and I love the Twitch interaction, but watching you lock the fuck in during an interview like this is aspirational. I mean, it's much easier when I don't have 30,000 chirpers in my ear. Because if I was having this conversation with Twitch chat, they'd be like, why aren't you immediately talking about how we must abolish capitalism? Like, that's what they would say. Why aren't you? You have betrayed the revolutionary cause. You must maintain the revolutionary cause. You must be immediately telling these people who are profoundly wealthy that they are the enemy, okay? That's what you should be doing. You should be telling them that they're the enemy of the working class and they will have their properties expropriated by the state.
And sometimes you have to be bold too, and I feel like that's a real issue on the left, or has been an issue on the left. I think we're changing that right now. There's a real incredible crop of talent coming out of the New York City DSA slate, and I'm very excited to work with them and see where we go from here. But overall, I think for the longest time, especially in America, the idea was that if you're on the left, if you're progressive, you're a bit of a woke scold. Like, you can't have fun. Right? You have to behave like almost like a hall monitor. Mm-hmm. And that's never how I've operated. And that's actually drawn some enmity from the left as well, where people will be like, oh no, you're not supposed to say certain things, you're not supposed to joke about certain things. But I think it's fine. It's fine to be able to have fun while also consistently pushing for a better future, because I think that's where the average person is, right? Like, socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism is not about taking a vow of abstinence or taking a vow to never enjoy anything. It's actually about making sure that everyone can enjoy things. Everyone can have some autonomy in their workplace, better time off, better conditions overall, and pursue whatever hobbies they want to pursue. Because what the hell is the point at the end of the day? Are we just on God's green earth to work every single day so that someone else can make money off of your labor, and then you get nothing in return, and the best you can hope for is like pay off your rent, and the only way that you can actually reach the last level is if you're someone like myself or someone people like yourselves as well, who have basically won the lottery, right? That's the way I describe it to people, where it's like, I have won the lottery and I continue to win the lottery every single day.
Do you get scared about that? Do you get nervous with some of the things that you do say? And we've seen this climate, this political climate, this government climate, it's very nasty, very disgusting, very revengeful. People listen to every word that you say and want to take revenge on the things that you say. And we've seen it with the president. We've seen it with countries banning you. Are you scared? Are you nervous? And what are you doing to make sure that something doesn't happen to you?
Well, as far as like, am I worried that someone is going to come after me?
Correct.
Someone's going to kirk me, is what you're saying, potentially.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
we breezed past that. That's on Netflix, bro.
Sure, that's always a concern, but that's always been a concern. I mean, I've been
seems worse recently.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten worse, but I mean, the worst aspect of it now is it's not just that like I'm getting random death threats or whatever from Nazis who are doxing me and my family, trying to swap me, but you got the New York Post coming up outside of my house with a drone, with an actual drone, Tel Aviv style, taking photos outside of my home, and putting that on blast on their website, and it's like. It's a joke, but it's become this reality where it's like, oh, have you offended the sensibilities of wealthy people, billionaires? Here's a photo outside of your house. Just a reminder, you're not impossible to reach, and that's kind of the fear that they want to foment. But from my perspective, this is unfortunately a natural part of the process. I've been saying the same things for many, many years. The government never came after me like this. It's not like I changed anything. What changed is the environment. What changed is that people are actually a lot more receptive to this message now. So now it's all of a sudden a real threat. So that's always going to be a fear that I have, but I can't let fear guide me.
I saw an interview you did. It was at like an ICE protest, and you said that the government is targeting activists. You feel like that?
Oh, for sure. But the government's always targeting activists.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's already tremendous suspicion around numerous key figures in Black Lives Matter protests, all the way from the Obama administration as well, that have all died by suicide. It's strange.
Why is the chat so slow? Did you get rated? Yeah. Well, no, I'm botting. I got rated and I'm botting. That's why the chat is so slow. Yeah. It's mostly bots. I think it's just you and probably like 8 other people in here, and they all hate me. And every other aspect of this is just like completely made up by WME, the Democratic National Convention, the DNC, and Israel is another big supporter of the bots to make it seem like I have a lot more popularity than I actually do. As a matter of fact, in the real world, most people they love whatever your politics is. And I suspect it's like very far right, you know what I mean? But it's not even far right. It's actually totally just normal politics, right? Apolitical politics, like purging all the migrants, right? Like abolishing women. Like, that's what everyone believes, but they're too afraid to say it out loud. Warm water port. Okay. Oh, we have a hype train, by the way. If you want to carry the motherfucking flame, level 2, 4 minutes. Hype train, ladies and gentlemen. The nation of Qatar. Gift some subs.
Change phenomena, and obviously we know that there is a historic precedent for this. The American government. Yes, exactly. So that's always been the case, right?
We're at level 2 hype train. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. If you don't subscribe, then we will not be carrying the flame. At level 10, we will be unlocking a new Charlie Kirk song today. You can also gift subs to others. Frankie, 5 fingers, thank you for the 5 gifted. Parky Park! Charles Moses Jones, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Parky Park, holy moly, thank you for the 25 gifted. Anonymous, thank you for the 10. We are at level 5 hype train. At level 10, we're burning through it. At level 10, we unlock, for the People's Broadcasting Service, we unlock the carrying of the flame. People are gifting so slowly. Look at all these bots in the chat. This is such a receptive audience. This was such a great interview. I think everyone in the room is engaged and interested. Really great work. Yeah. Yeah, it was great. Level 7 hype train. Holy moly. If we hit level 15 on the hype train, I'll carry the flame even harder than ever before.
And outside of that, I think there is a lot more apprehension of even like student protesters and whatnot nowadays. I mean, I believe Michigan restarted another case with the federal government for student activists. I believe it was 7 of them that are now being prosecuted by the federal government. I don't want to get the details wrong, but I looked into it because Kash Patel comes out and he's like talking about this thing as though they got Osama bin Laden. Basically, it turns out they filled up balloons with red paint and they were gonna throw it at the houses of like the dean or something. A bunch of students, you know. I mean, this is like, it's not great, but this is not. You haven't uncovered a grand conspiracy. There isn't anything, material here. These are people who are understandably frustrated about their school's lack of interest in hearing out the majority opinion on
level 7 hype train. Keep carrying the flame. Give
direct
subs.
Financial ties to the Israeli state and therefore the Israeli military, right? And understandably, students want to sever that in the same exact way that students demanded boycotts, divestments, and sanctions from apartheid South Africa, right? This has been done before. Of course, Israel was a big ally to apartheid South Africa at the time. As a matter of fact, they were spying on American students, Jewish students as well. Jewish anti-apartheid activists were being spied on. Black activists were being spied on by the ADL, the Apartheid Defense League, or the Anti-Defamation League. At the time in the 90s, there was a court case. And I think Israel learned a lot of lessons from the failures of apartheid South Africa. And that's part of the reason why their apartheid has been far more resilient than the South African one.
Have you had conversations with Jonathan Greenblatt from the Anti-Defamation League?
I've been trying.
Okay.
I would love to. I mean, on the back end, I tried to make something happen, and he has been very resistant to it. Because, I mean, what conversation are we gonna have? Damn,
that's
my backyard.
They're coming. They're coming for you.
That's how it goes.
I feel mine just in case.
You're cooked.
You just never know.
You said what kind of conversation could you have? I think that it could be a conversation that could help people not see you as anti-Semitic. I think. I hear you speak out against anti-Semitism often. That's why I say that.
I know. I think here's
level 8 hype train.
I think Jonathan Greenblatt knows I'm not anti-Semitic. I think that's the reason why he's coming after me. I don't think it's a confusion. Mm-hmm. The reason why he's coming after me and not there's definitely some vicious anti-Semites out there right now, right? The reason why he's doing that is because none of those guys are going to convert his nieces and nephews. And that is a major problem, you know, because I've spent
Convert them to what?
Anti-Zionism.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that's a big problem for the Zionist lobby. It's a big problem for the multi-million-dollar advocacy network that exists in an effort to ensure that young American Jews feel a sense of connection to the state of Israel, even if they don't go there, even if they don't want to live there, even if they never will live there, they still feel like they have this association with the state of Israel and defend the state of Israel. And it's been fairly successful, these initiatives. I mean, it starts at like J School, you know, camp, and
3 minutes remaining. Level 8 hype train.
Any kind of community organizing, because a lot of Jewish institutions.
We're close to carrying the flame, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Not every day do we carry the flame, but today at level 10, we will be able to carry the flame, and we are close to it. Support independent media, Piker Broadcasting Service. If you subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you can rewind the broadcast on a desktop. You can also send me links if you would like, with no guarantees that I will click on them. It's perfectly voluntary, but support independent media. Our hands will be warm on this beautiful day if we carry the fucking torch, we carry the goddamn flame, because we are, after all, Charlie Kirk. It is a time where carrying the flame is especially important, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be real, because I've heard rumbles of Erica Kirk letting go of the flame. Hospause also got 433 likes. Oh my God, this meta is so real. Erica Kirk has filed to legally remove Kirk from her last name, which is not real, obviously. It's Hoopsgrave, but Hospause says she's not carrying the flame. $430. Okay, this is our impact. This is our impact, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we have accomplished. That's crazy. The whole, like, they're not carrying the flame, we're carrying the flame shit. That meta. Level 9 hype train is complete on that note, ladies and gentlemen. We are at level 10. I have to pee so bad. But let's do. What is this? What the fuck is this, bro? Okay, no. It's too much. That's crazy. Give me something different. That's crazy. What the fuck, dude? Now it is too much? No, I want to carry the flame, but I want to carry it in a different way. That's crazy. We can't be carrying that kind of flame, dude. Give me another one. Charlie Kirkamani? Okay, that's also crazy, but I gotta pee real quick. Sorry.
Usred oluje, čovek od vere, srce što se ponokuje, govorio istinu kad skupo se plaća, za Isusa živeo, smrti se ne plaši braća. Čuješ li zov? Kad noć pritisne grad, ostaje samo to. Vera u grudima i korak i glas. Mi smo Charlie Kirk, nosimo plamen, hej, za evanđelje borit ćemo se do kraja, hej. Mi smo Charlie Kirk, njegova hrabrost je naša, zajedno ne lomimo se, nek se nebo pokaže, znaš šta. blizu, dom na pismu, vera bez straha, bez krizu. Svet je hteo tišinu da mu glas zauvek stane, al glas mu ostaje u nama, u Hristu nas brani. Neka pričaju svi, kad istina zaboli mi ne bežimo mi. Ruke u vis, srce u ritmu. Mi smo Charlie Kirk, nosimo plamen, hej, za evanđelje borit ćemo se do kraja, hej. Mi smo Charlie Kirk, njegova hrabrost je naša, zajedno ne lomimo se, nek se nebo pokaže, znaš šta?
This is objectively got to be fascist, right? Like, I suspect that this has got to be fascist. It's also not in the spirit of the original We Are Charlie Kirk. This one actually captures the spirit, I'll be honest. This one carries the spirit a little bit better. This one is... That's what I'm talking about! She came over, she's like, I want to carry the... Dad, I want to carry the flame too, Dad. Hello. Kaya understands the lyrics because she's Chinese. From the Tibet prefecture. Bro, this meme is so old at this point, man. Move on. Take a day off! I fell asleep listening to the stream. I woke up to this. Yeah, go back to sleep. I haven't seen you this excited about music in a long time. Yes. Anyway, we're still carrying the motherfucking flame. You already know what it is. All right, let's get back into it. Breakfast Club.
Still, and this is, what my members of my community have told me, like a sense of loss that they feel once they come out and tell their parents that they are opposing Israel. They no longer can participate in a lot of these community events because they get chastised.
Well, let me ask you a question. Isn't there nuance to that, though? Because I feel like should you oppose Israel or should you oppose the Israeli government?
Yeah, no,
because I feel like when you say oppose Israel, it's generalizing a whole community.
No, it's by design. I oppose Zionism as an ideology. I don't have a problem with people living there. If they lived in a single solitary secular state, there would still be a lot of issues. I think there would probably be a lot. It would resemble the Reconstruction era here, but there'd be some growing pains. But at the end of the day, as long as everybody got equal say and equal rights and equal representation, as opposed to the current occupation structure that exists, then yeah, it's fine. It's a country just like any other country, and there's going to be problems there. Right now, Israel is exceptional in some ways, where it's not like any other country, and I think a lot of its defenders try to present it as such. Israel is not dissimilar to how countries were formed, maybe maybe 100 years ago or 200 years ago or 300 years ago, but this kind of siege warfare in 2026 is obviously going to be deemed unacceptable by people who do believe in liberal values and humanitarian values, because we should oppose it. That's what we learned. We learned in school that this is unacceptable when nations of the past did it. We're supposed to acknowledge that it was unacceptable when America did it. Now, the problem is some people don't want to acknowledge that, right? Because this is a settler colonial occupation as well in its inception. That's how America was started as well. The mass slaughter of the indigenous population and the continuation of chattel slavery after that. So it's taken a long time for America to try to heal some of these racial wounds, and let's be real,
it's not happening.
It's not exactly. It's not exactly a success story. Having said that, however, I think it's still probably better than the conditions in Gaza. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
So that's what I want to stop. And I think the reason why the Israeli society broadly has shifted so far to the right in a matter of decades is because of this ideology that guides Israelis.
This centrists are exhausting. This is why you make the big bucks and we watch. I wouldn't be able to bear it. Again, you have to be able to speak to the masses, to speak to the issues that the masses experience with the language that the masses understand. Okay? There's an opportunity for me here to not to use more radical language or something, but I'm intentionally not doing that. My convictions are very clear. They're still the same. It's not like I'm dialing back my worldview in any way, shape, or form. It's something that I have talked about over and over again. But I'm not getting hyper specific. I'm not getting lost in the minutia. It's something important for many of you to also understand.
It's Zionism, which I, by the way, have no problems equating to fascism, because it is a fascist ideology, and even make these comparisons to Nazi Germany, which is very frustrating for a lot of people. They say that's anti-Semitic.
Well, one thing that Giannis talks about in the book is he talks about how these algo bosses is what he calls them. They monetize our emotions, and the greatest currency in the cloud capital is conflict. So has outrage become a business model?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's always what has sold newspapers as well. But
if it bleeds, it leads.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, this is definitely. I mean, it's more dangerous than that, because we've never had, due to technological limitations, this level of involvement in what people feel about themselves and about others. Right? I mean, you can conduct a psychographic profile on a person down to the zip code, down to the house, and figure out what time of the day where they're more likely to order a McDonald's hamburger, and then you can adjust the pricing, as many of these apps are doing now, to make sure that if it's in rush hour, they are more likely to spend an extra $1 on a burger. So they do these, the prices are not fixed.
They do that for flights too. I see that certain times where people are looking to go on vacation or to have time off, the flights would be higher.
Maybe your
price.
cachet, like you clear out your cachet so that they don't know which flights you're tracking.
Correct.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wonder, do they know, is there a certain period of point in the day where people are the most angry? I'm not even joking. Like,
I'm sure.
I'm sure, yeah.
I feel like
Yes.
creators are being rewarded for keeping people angry. These platforms are being rewarded for keeping people angry. Like, certain times of the day, you'll see something get thrown out there, and you'll spend all day arguing about it.
You learn that when you enter a newsroom. Not this is the time of the day they're angry, but like
Used to work at TMZ.
on the weekends, people don't want all of that. They want to have like conversations. They want to feel good. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
Back to
heavy
wartime.
hitters. Yeah, like that's a thing that you learn.
Yeah. I mean, every time I go on Twitter, I'm angry. So I think every moment of the day that I waste on Twitter is a moment where I'm more angry than I was before I got on
But
Twitter.
I'm sure you're being targeted. I'm sure that
Yes.
these algo
Oh,
bosses,
yeah.
these technologists, they're targeting your feed on purpose with things. You probably arguing with bots all day and don't even know.
Yeah, I know I am, and I still do it.
I was gonna say because like how do you rationale in the mix of all of this, right? Because your platform is so big, but there's also this whole business structure and model that people are like, I don't want to support or I do support.
Yeah. I mean, I just know what I believe. I have a moral compass, and I abide by that, and I keep pushing regardless of whether people appreciate what I'm doing or not. And in my experience, most of the people that have developed a negative attitude about me or what I do have never actually encountered me without some kind of negative filter. And let's be real, I've pissed off a lot of very wealthy people, including Elon Musk. Now, sure, maybe I brought that on myself. I've had now 2 of his baby mamas on my stream, and his wonderful trans daughter, who is way cooler than he is, and I think that's probably frustrated him quite a bit. I know that has, but I oppose his position of power in general.
And one of them said that he straight up helped to steal the election or rig the election, right?
Yeah. Ashley St. Clair was talking about how like Elon was. I saw those text messages. Yeah, he was like he was implying that he might have done something. Like I think there's definitely it's. I don't know if that's like proof enough. I think
it's nothing off limits when it comes to that. Like you said, you spoke to those baby moms on the stream. You had this trans daughter on the stream. It's nothing off limits when it comes to streaming or what you want to discuss or talk about.
They're talking about the state of the world.
I mean,
that's what
yeah.
I got from.
Some people don't talk, because you and Elon don't mess with each other. But some people will keep it into just me and Elon, or just the politics, or just the this. But when you have somebody's family on there, a daughter on there,
I mean, this is the most powerful person on the planet, right? The people that are close associates at some point in their lives are also become powerful by design, right? So I think it's good to develop a better understanding of this guy who has tremendous, like demigod-like powers, basically, over the American economy, over the global economy. A guy who's like, creating riots in places like the UK. It's happening right now. There's like anti-immigrant pogroms taking place in Belfast at this moment, and Elon Musk has been fully in support of that. People, masked thugs have been running around, roaming the streets, looking for black and brown homes and tossing Molotov cocktails into these houses. And Elon has been fully in support of that. And I know for a fact that Twitter has played a major role in that.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not just about like ruining your day because you saw something.
No matter what, Hasan, what is this? Fuck the algorithm I have when you shit it on jank. No matter what, Hasan, I love you, but please don't fall for the system like Adam or other new up-and-comers. What are you talking about, dude? This person saw me on The Breakfast Club and immediately went, oh, that's it. You've gone mainstream.
Something on your For You page that really pissed you off. There are far worse existential consequences off of the algorithm hustlers that turn around and manipulate the way people feel about certain things. They egg it on. They lean into pre-existing social constructs that have been very powerful at motivating a lot of the masses and keeping the masses divided, really. I mean, white supremacy is one of these tools, right? And Elon hits that button all the time. And I think it's important to understand what his ideological journey looks like, and he's not going to come on my stream anytime soon and have a normal and honest conversation with me. So if there's any other way that I can develop a better understanding of the most powerful person on the planet and their background and what motivates them, then I'm going to take that opportunity.
Isn't your Twitch stream like one of the Twitch's biggest subscribed to? Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's big. It's definitely we got a pretty solid community. I wouldn't say I'm a kingmaker in the way that like people present it. You know, if there is good harmony with candidates that have, you know, the fundamentals, that have the policies, that are that have a lifetime of advocacy work and organizing work or like experience that you can point to. An example of this that took place is in the Michigan Senate race right now. The primaries are going to be happening in August. Abdul El-Sayed is my guy, right? He's a Rhodes Scholar. He's a doctor. He's a stud, too. He can do 3 plates on the bench press. And, I mean, that's besides the point. But, you know, I like that personally. And, you know, I've known of Abdul, and I've hung out with him. You know, I've done fundraisers online, small dollar donations for my community for his campaign because he doesn't have any corporate PACs. He opposes, corporate PAC money. And he's... AIPAC has said that they're going to deploy $30 million in his race, right? Because he opposes America's relationship with Israel. He wants to reconsider our endless expansionist mindset in not only the Middle East but all around the world. He says we got to take this money away from these bombs and spend it on ourselves, spend it on healthcare. He's been an advocate for Medicare for All. He wrote a book about it. And he was in the Detroit Public Health Office. So he abolished 300,000 people's medical debt. And he's a wonderful person, right? But he wasn't getting a lot of attention initially in his race. And he reached out to me and said, "Oh, let's do a campaign rally together." And I had already done stuff with him. I traveled to Dearborn. We worked out, played basketball, all this stuff. So I didn't really think about it. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the entirety of the right wing and also a lot of center-right forces in the Democratic Party started writing articles about the dangers of aligning with someone like myself. Abdul El-Sayed is now in first place. He was in third place when they were talking about that. Wow. And since that happened, there was like a month-long process where they were like, we should oppose Hasan Piker. He's bad. And his opponents, Mallory McMorrow, compared me to Nicholas Fuentes. Again, a white nationalist, neo-Nazi, just the exact opposition, the exact oppositional figure to my worldview, right?
Yeah, I've heard both rhetorics. I wouldn't put you in that category.
Yeah, it's disgusting, and people saw that for what it was, and this created a lot of trust for Abdul, because he did not stand down, and he did not apologize for doing this, and he kept pushing through. And I think that earned him a lot of trust with Michiganders who saw that and were like, wait a minute, this guy's awesome. They saw his background, they saw his work, they saw his advocacy, they saw his policies, and they identified with it. And now he's in first place in the Democratic Party primaries.
I saw what you said. You said it just now, I'm not a kingmaker, and I was reading a political article, and it was saying how you had an up and down night on Tuesday as you look to convert your online influence into electoral wins for progressives. How do you continue to do that?
I mean, I'm still working on it. So last night I did a rally in Brooklyn for the New York City DSA slate. And I'm trying to be in as many places as I possibly can where there are, wonderful candidates that are running these insurgency races, and try to deploy my influence to the best of my ability in the direction of these candidates who deserve the shine, who deserve the support. And there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them that even go unnoticed. I mean, Summer Lee's a great example from Pittsburgh. One of my favorite congresspersons.
I love Summer Lee.
She's brilliant.
I don't know her
bold.
personally. I just see her on social media.
Oh, you should have her on too.
I want to.
I'll connect you. She's bold. She's brave. She stands by her principles, and she never gets the media attention that she deserves. And sometimes I think it might be by design. I mean, she's also a black woman, so I think that probably plays a role in that for sure. I mean, Ayanna Pressley again, great.
Love Ayanna too.
Yeah, great congressperson. Like there are a lot of fighters out there, and I don't know if it's if they're being deliberately kept out of the spotlight to not show an alternative, and that they have to fight through that, because we know what happens when someone does break through that machine. Zohran Mamdani is a great example of this, right?
I think they're too busy doing the work.
Yeah.
And you have to make Ayanna please come to the show. You know what I mean? Like you have to force them to almost do music.
You're 100% right. This is literally a conversation that I had with some candidates at times. I'm like, come on, you have to play the game a little bit. And they think it's like, you know, it's not necessary. But all these demons are doing it.
Word.
You know, you got to do it too a little bit.
Before you get out of here, what is your Dude Bro project?
My Dude Bro project?
That's what it's called? I think I saw that. Dude, you have a project called Dude Bro or something?
Isn't it like a language, like, I saw, hold on.
It's something with me. I know you said Democrats have struggled with young men.
Oh, that's just something that they say I'm doing.
Yeah, it's like a way to.
That's not my own, like, it's not like a project or anything. That's
They compare you to Joe Rogan, and
Yeah.
then they say, but you're like the more like dude bro, like almost like frat guy version of
Yeah.
Joe Rogan, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. And it's
He's
just
like,
because,
dude, bro.
like,
I don't know, dude, bro.
It's like they made your movement, basically.
Yeah, it's crazy because, like, I think that's literally just because, you know, I don't speak in the same academic way that normally people of my ideological background do, and I also like to lift weights and you know play, you know, I play basketball and I hang out with like people who are you know, other influencers and whatnot, and don't just talk about politics, even though I have been doing that quite a bit as of late this past year because the midterms are happening. But I think that's what it is, because the Democrats are just like, wow, you're woke, but you also work out. And that's not unique. Like, there's so many people like that out there.
That was such an internet thing to just say right now, you're woke. But you also work out.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. That like they find that to be a juxtaposition that they haven't seen before, I guess. But I mean, I do have a young male audience too, and I think that's probably part of the reason why. Look, I'll take it. Any kind of marketing, I'll take.
Hasan Piker, tell them where to follow you, man.
Yeah, I'm live on Twitch every day at Twitch.
That's it. That was good. Hasan, this is you. Sure. I mean, he was woke. He's the king. He's a legend, Mr. Rogers. Yeah, that was a pretty good interview, I think. And I think it'll this is the type of interview you can watch with your family, you know? Because like your parents probably know about the Breakfast Club. It's like it's a little bit more dialed back. Tonally, it's not as like aggro. And it was a relatively friendly interview overall. It is on Netflix. Breakfast Club's on Netflix. What is Hasan Piker's Dude Bro project really about?
The corners.
Oh, yeah, this might be it. Yeah, you're right. Stateside podcast. That's what they were probably referencing.
That I occupy in the internet. These spaces.
You started to touch on a good topic. Why good candidates can't get attention? Structural powers that be. Yeah, I mean, I think with Summer Lee, it is partially because she's a black woman, and I feel like our media is not very, like, you have to fight for that attention. Our media is not very responsive to that. You have to fight for it. And I think some of the candidates that do get highlighted, some of the politicians that do get highlighted are they're playing ball, but they're also leaning into it. You know? So as a black woman, if you do get that media attention, you are going above and beyond usually. I mean, Jasmine Crockett is what I'm thinking about. And in that situation, like, she basically built that herself with her TikToks and with all that attention. And I think like it certainly hurts because Summer Lee isn't like a run-of-the-mill Democrat either. Where she is also, they cut the last part where you started talking about terrorism insurance. Yeah, why did they cut the last part when you start talking about terrorism insurance? Yeah, I know. Wait, how did you guys know that they cut it? Where is the longer video? Maybe it's on the audio format, but Yeah, I was talking about like any kind of media attention is good because I call it terrorism insurance. You talking about Summer Lee was a great note. Aunties love it when people know ball like that and aren't afraid to call out the bias instead of pretending it's an accident. Yeah. Full interviews on Netflix. They cut it on YouTube. Oh, okay. It was in the Netflix version this morning. Nice. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of people who are just like, oh, dude, you're fucking racist or whatever. It's like, no racist is aware of these sorts of problems. You know what I mean? Like, it's such an unbelievably stupid thing that people say, but I'm pretty sure like interviews like this also are pretty good at showing, you know, the full scope of my worldview, my ideology, and it causes, I think it directly contradicts like the other, you know, barrage, the barrage of fucking misinformation out there. Yeah. I mean, people call me racist. People call me fucking transphobic. Some people say I'm pro-Israel. You know, I got haters of all different varieties, man. It is what it is. Sometimes you just have to go directly to the source and figure it out on your own. I'm very confident in my worldview, and I'm also I also believe that, you know, people are smart enough to seek it out on their own. Yeah, Breakfast Club is insanely good at interviewing. I know, yeah, they do a very good job of just like unlocking certain things. I saw a YouTube comment that said your family controls over 200 properties in LA today. I know. Dude, I am everything, okay? I'm a landlord. I'm a trillionaire. I'm a billionaire. My family's a billionaire. I'm everything. I'm owned by Israel. I'm a radical terrorist. I'm a communist. I'm a capitalist. I'm everything. And at a certain point, you have to realize, like, no, they're just trying to fucking flood the market, dude. They're trying to flood the market with like whatever sticks. For, it is what it is. But bro, some of my haters are trying to be like, I was on the fucking Epstein flights, dude. What are you talking about? They'll use a conversation that I'm having where I'm talking about how I broke up with one of my exes because she went to a Diddy party to be like, he was a Diddy affiliate. It's like, but the video itself contradicts the thing you're saying. Like the new meta was, I was talking about the tickets that we got, right? And how expensive they were and whatnot. And I was joking about being fucking washed and not being mentioned by Madison Square Garden as one of the celebrities at the fucking, at the event. And KFC Barstool was like, this fucking rich commie socialist piece of shit is complaining about the fucking expensive tickets that he bought, this fucking animal. And it's like, dog, the video that you're using as a reference point doesn't say any of those things. The new meta is that you don't read books. Oh my God, that's awesome. Yes, famously.
How did Graham Plattner?
Apparently, no, not PFD commentator. It was KFC from Barstool. Every day there's a new hate Hasan meta, new lies, new smear campaign. Yeah. These have been the rules of political attention. The libs are just now catching on. Yeah. With your contacts and good connections in New York DSA, do you know how they're feeling about the slate they've run this time? I'm a little worried about New York 13 Daria Lisa. No, we're going to keep pushing for Daria Lisa. She's going after a very powerful incumbent, but I think she has a great shot. And therefore, we have to keep pushing. We have to go out and phone bank for her. We have to go out and door knock for her. We have to go out and fundraise for her. We have to do that. I Show Speed was interviewed by Israeli TV. Wait, what the fuck? Ain't no fucking way. Do they even know what he's about? That's crazy. I bet he didn't. He had no idea, I assume. All right, so what? They talk about me in this, you said? Chris Hayes, HasanAbi head versus HasanAbi head right here. Ezra Klein, two HasanAbi heads having friendly banter. Where is it? 1 hour and 6.
They've maybe cut them out of their lives.
Right.
And that is not John Ossoff's world.
That's what I mean. So he's formed fully in an environment in which the appeal of Trump and Trump's power over the electorate and Trump's power over specific people that he has to win over or whose family members he has to win over is present from the beginning. And I think there's something really useful and powerful about that for just, again, how you train.
But if you look at polling, and if you particularly now look at the prediction markets, polling, Kamala Harris has a lead.
I don't think this is the spot. I think you guys gave me the wrong timestamp. Yeah, this is just how long the whole thing is. And no, I can't look at the transcript because there's no transcript here, okay? What are they talking? I heard that they, Joe Rogan?
Actually
and I was tool. This back, I think,
Oracle feel harbors a great anger at the Democratic establishment. You know, he's a state representative.
Yep.
And I think.
What is your opinion on Chris Hayes' ideology? He's a HasanAbi head. Chris Hayes is. Your parent-friendly content is much appreciated, Unc. I can show this to my Desi Muslim parents without fear that they'll faint after you talk in detail about how you're fucking a chatter's mom. True. YouTube link with the transcript. Yeah, so Ezra Klein, the #1 defender of the worst anti-Semite in America, me, had a conversation with a conversation with the other HasanAbi head on MSNBC. Maybe they talk about it here. Michigan primary.
Right, you remember the Gavin Newsom thing a couple months ago where he's doing a book talk and he's like, I'm just like you to a mostly black audience.
I'm like you. I'm no better than you. You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy.
It's like, my SAT sucked and I can barely read.
I can barely read, yeah.
And, like, it looked really bad. It was everywhere for a couple days.
But then you just go do something else.
He just
That's
keeps
right.
moving forward.
So, partly, though, I think all of these calculations about risk, reward, control, lack of control, how much you're going in, is what your own personal position is with respect to attention, right? Because she is so commanding of it. She has the luxury to take much more sort of conservative stances about what press she does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, by the way, I can't believe I'm going to say this again, but as I defended him at the time, the Gavin Newsom thing was total clip job. It was a total clip show where they absolutely clipped him out of context and made it seem like he was saying something that he wasn't actually saying at all. They made it seem like he was, saying like, oh, black people are stupid and I'm stupid like the black people. Like, that was bullshit. That's bullshit. It's his like everyman shtick that he's been doing in front of every crowd. Okay. All right. We got the timestamp. It's fine.
Dude
Thank
who
you.
was a public health official in Detroit. He's a Rhodes Scholar.
MD,
Real
PhD.
stud.
MD, PhD, incredibly credentialed.
Has run statewide and lost for governor.
Exactly. But is very, very charismatic. Extremely bright, too.
Had a Crooked Media podcast.
I don't know if I've spoken to him at length.
Yeah.
He's an incredibly impressive dude.
Yeah,
just
incredibly
in terms
smart
of like,
guy.
He's a really smart guy who knows a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Ta-Nehisi
Assistant
wrote
Senator
another banger.
Melanie
I read
McMorrow,
this.
Who has been kind of like I would say like a charismatic up-and-comer in national politics, even when she was a relatively obscure state rep.
Yeah, starting with this big speech she gave after being accused of being a groomer.
Yes.
So I want to be very clear right now. Call me whatever you want. I hope you brought in a few dollars. I hope it made you sleep good last night. I know who I am. I know what faith and service means and what it calls for in this moment. We will not let hate win.
But she also has good video content.
Yeah, she's very charismatic.
You know, like a year ago, if I were doing this, I'd be like Mallory McMorrow, like one of the big emergent attentional stars.
And then you have the person who I think there's reporting to indicate that I think, and it's probably true, that Haley Stevens, who's a sitting congresswoman, who is, I think, probably the establishment choice to the
it seems like she was recruited by the establishment in part.
And what's happened is she has not taken off. And she's not, of the three candidates, whatever you think about Haley Stevens' issue positions, her qualifications, whether she'd be a good senator, like, I think she's the least attentionally gifted of the three. And I think the polling indicates that right now Abdul El-Sayed is probably in the lead. He's gotten a huge amount of benefit from the Bernie fact.
You know Ezra's like, but she's so great. But she's so great. Mallory McMurrow, she's exactly what we're looking for. Okay. Look, it's just, she got no swag. So obviously for the New York Times op-ed guys, she's the best. Yeah, we're going to talk about Abdul El-Sayed's new ad that came out. I think they booked it with Fight Agency. They made a banger ad. It just shows perfectly what Abdul's about.
Of the party, streamer Hasan Piker, who came and did a rally with him, which was both controversial but got a ton of attention. And in a first past the post primary split field, what do you have to get? You got to get 30%, 35% of the vote, 38% of the vote.
So I want to talk about this primary because first, in one way, Abdul El-Sayed is like the opposite candidate from Graham Plattner, right? He is attentionally capable, but he is not a outside the institution, right? Like, he's a guy who taught at Columbia.
A Rhodes Scholar.
He's
like the ultimate brass ring of credentialing in the American meritocracy is worn on his hand.
Yes. He has run before and lost. When people talk about candidates who wanted to be in public office for a very...
Bring it down, bro. Stop bringing that up. It's fine, bro. Sure, he did a gubernatorial run and it didn't work out. Why are you bringing that up? That's old news, man. That's old news. That's old news. We got new news now. Goddamn. Ezra. Rude.
Long time. He is one of those candidates. Yes. And if you look at the polling in this race, you look at Polymarket or Kalshi in this race, you can see that he did not walk in and start dominating it. What happened was that he started centering Israel and Gaza. Hasan Piker coming was part of this. And the role Piker played in this, to me, when the way at least I observed it happening, is not that it was Piker's endorsement or something that mattered. It's that Piker himself was so controversial that outside groups like Third Way and then the other two candidates attacked.
Yep.
And in attacking, they centered Israel and Gaza, which turned Israel and Gaza is like an attentional superconductor.
Yes, it is.
Right? It is like no other issue, with the exception maybe of Donald Trump himself in American life. And for an engaged Democratic primary electorate, Abdul El-Sayed is more on the right side of that issue.
Yes.
And so I think you're seeing something that's going to be very important about attention. It's like there are certain issues in any moment. Like his background, the way I came to know him as a political figure is Medicare for All.
Yeah.
Right. He emerges in politics, Bernie Sanders guy.
You should really talk to Ezra. I do, privately. But I keep telling him, have me on, King. Have me on. It'll be a great conversation. It'll be very interesting. It'll be robust. We'll talk about abundism, We'll talk about my favorite subject, the most abundant country on the planet, China. It's true. There is no country more abundant in principle and in practice than the People's Republic of China. Okay? It's 100% true. They do it right, though. Charlie Kirk was doing debate the right way. The People's Republic of China is doing abundism the right way. Okay? Literally. Talk to him about degrowth. He'll lose his mind. I mean, I'm also Mr. Consumption. Speaking of talking about degrowth, next time I go to Japan, I will actually talk to the man, the myth, the legend himself, the OG, on degrowth. I've reached out to him. He's actually talked about me on Japanese Twitter a little bit. I'm of course referencing Kohei Saito. No, not Kojima, guys. No, I'm talking about Kohei Saito, the famous the Japanese Marxist academic who wrote the book on degrowth from a Marxist framework. Not Hideo Kojima Sensei, who is probably never gonna hang out with me. Let's be real.
And like his whole thing is Medicare for all, and like he still believes in that. And like
from a public health,
right, from a public health perspective. Yeah. But what has happened here is that there like a lot of attention on Israel and Gaza, and it has become like the defining issue. And Michigan, obviously, very big Arab population, right? So,
and also the Haley Stevens component of this, right?
Yes,
because I mean, we should give the backstory here, which is that Haley Stevens primaried Andy Levin. Andy Levin was this, labor organizer and very kind of two-state solution, Israel critical, Jewish, lefty
synagogue president,
who had like a ton of AIPAC money dumped on his head.
Yeah.
Because he was insufficiently loyal to essentially the Netanyahu line, and Stevens knocked him off as part of that effort. And the other thing I would say is, and I think this is incredibly dangerous for the folks who spend their time worrying about America's relationship to Israel and defense of Israel. You have a situation in which you have kind of stacked these different things atop each other, where it's like money and politics, the establishment, the failed status quo, the pro-Israel lobby are all stacked atop each other and very hard to disentangle. And so being the populist insurgent against the status quo, your criticism of Israel, your criticism of the war on Gaza, your views on that puts you across these incredibly salient divides that sort of reach up and down from the actual issue of Gaza. And
I wrote
and
a piece
Israel.
on this when all the attacks were centering on Piker. And one of the points of that piece was that it is going to be very, very, very important to break the effort to conflate anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. And it is.
I don't like how the Michigan race is reduced to Israel because Mallory is anti-Medicare for all, which to me seems a much more important issue for most Michiganders. I mean, look, everything is downstream of this issue. That's why it's such a good litmus test, because Israel is not just about the destruction of Palestinians and where you stand on that. It's about whether or not you have the courage to show your moral conviction on an issue. Okay? Whether or not you are willing to fight against powerful forces, because let's be real, although in mass politics, Israel has fallen out of favor in spectacular fashion, they still punish the fuck out of you. I mean, look at me. Look at the shit that I have to deal with every fucking day of the week. It's very clear. You say something about Israel and you're a prominent figure in media, they will make your life a living fucking hell, right? It's not like they're not shy about it either. It's actually a part of the process, like where they're very bold about it. They'll blast you. They'll fucking send a drone to your house to take aerial footage of the front of your home and put it on an article in Rupert Murdoch's newspapers, where they'll call you a fucking pervert. They'll be like, he's fucking and that's bad. He has had sex and that's a bad thing. You guys should think that that's a bad thing. They took a photo of my house with a fucking drone and said he masturbates in this house. Who do they do that for? I mean, think about that. They'll send fucking paparazzi outside your house and be like, well, he is a dog walker. It's unacceptable. Now, that's what I mean. It's like, that's what I fucking mean. It's obvious. It's obvious that there is there's a lot of influential institutions that will very openly try to tarnish your reputation, get in your head, punish you for demonstrating that moral conviction. Do you understand? And other politicians see that and they're fearful of it. They try to navigate in this space without too much friction. And that's why it's not just about Israel, but it's about your responsiveness. Okay? It's not just about Israel. It's about whether or not you have moral courage, moral conviction. Whether you're willing to withstand a barrage of attacks. Do you understand? Because if someone is willing to say the truth about what Israel is doing, regardless of what the social costs are, then they're absolutely willing to fight for Medicare for all as well. Then they're absolutely willing to say no to corporate funds. They're willing to put the people first rather than corporate interest first. That's how it works. That's why it's a great litmus test. So the issue on Israel is not just about Israel, even though that is an important issue. It's a very important issue, a genocide. It's the crime of all crimes. See any criticism you talk about with Israel or dealt with facts or flip side on lies and deceiving of the truth? Yeah, it's just, you say something about Israel, you say you don't fuck with Israel, it's over. You're a prominent critic of Israel, they'll literally lie about you nonstop. They'll deploy bots your way. They'll fucking spend every waking moment like an obsessed hysteric trying to tarnish your reputation. I mean, look at Nicholas Kristof. Nicholas Kristof is a Pulitzer Prize winning New York Times reporter. He wrote an article on Israel in the paper of record, the Gray Lady, the New York Times. He wrote an article that was unbelievably well sourced about issues that we've talked about quite a bit, about sexual violence, systematic sexual violence deployed against Palestinians from the Israeli occupying forces all the way down to the settlers themselves. And now the New York Times is investigating his financial disclosures. They'll always punish you. At a certain point, you have to understand, okay, this is not happening because of some sincere demand for accountability. It's just it's a blunt force object. It's a multifaceted approach to besmirch prominent critics of Israel who have done the right thing and have decided to say the truth. They make it as costly as possible. Yeah. So there is a penalty for it. There is obviously a penalty for it. Look at Ta-Nehisi Coates. He went from a beloved author, Obama's favorite journalist, to now being attacked endlessly for the crime of recognizing the truth about what Israel was doing to the Palestinians. I think it's because of the fact that you're streaming 8 hours a day that these outlets don't seem to be able to fully get away with slandering you. Is that a reason why you put the emphasis on streaming so consistently to reframe the narrative? I mean, the reason why I stream all the time is not because... The reason why I stream all the time is not because, I'm trying to combat the lies that people are telling about me. It's because there are a lot of issues and they need to be discussed. They need to be reinforced. There's a lot of people that need to be defended, and someone's got to do it. I just happen to have certain qualities that work very well in this space. I'm unbelievably stubborn. I have my convictions, and I wear it proudly. And I don't mind doing this every single day. I don't mind having this be my whole life. This is my whole life, and I enjoy it. And I'm very fortunate that I was able to find exactly the appropriate avenue to get this message across to as many people as possible. And I'm eternally grateful for it. You know, people will say, oh, it's because you're fucking making so much money and you're making so much money. It's like, dude, I could fucking make first of all, I could make a fuck ton more money if I didn't say the things I'm saying. If I just moderated my worldview and be endlessly more viewed endlessly more favorably by the masses, by mainstream media, not the masses necessarily, but by mainstream media. Okay. And even outside of that, even if I wanted to do this exact thing, I could do it fucking 3 hours a day. You know? It's very stupid. Weird flex, but okay. I mean, it's true. It's just true. It's not even a flex. As you guys know, I don't run ads. It's just voluntary subscriptions. That's what keeps this entire thing running. Voluntary subscriptions, Twitch Primes that are free. And that's it. I don't fucking run ads. I don't take sponsorships. I say no very famously to major sponsorships. Right? Like Van Jones got $100 million, no questions asked, by Jeff Bezos. No billionaire is giving someone $100 billion for saying the truth. Anyway, can you pinpoint where McMorrow pivoted to attacking Al Sayed? I said hard to tell. And then immediately look at the fucking replies. Oh my God. Every single time. All right. All right. Let's move on to the MOU. But before we do that, let's do something fun. I'll just show you the new Abdul El Sayed ad that just came out. Go give money to his campaign if you have any money, by the way, so that they can blast this on every television they possibly can.
There is a man from Michigan
who knows how great we once were
and how great we can be again.
Abdul
El Sayed grew up as Michigan as you get.
Parents worked the auto industry, football, U of M, became a doctor to help people.
Michigan has the opportunity to send Abdul to the United States Senate.
He rebuilt the health department after the politicians tore it down.
Got rid of millions of dollars of medical debt.
Got thousands of glasses for kids, including me.
Abdul is a doctor.
Abdul ain't no politician.
The only candidate who has the guts to take all of them on and represent the working class.
No.
The only candidate who also can bench press 3 plates, dude. He can rep 3 plates for at least 3. That's on camera.
Corporate PAC money.
Medicare for all.
Abolish ICE. He took on Trump's war and he'll fight to invest our money right here. That's the Abdul way, baby.
This campaign will take on the powerful with 3 simple ideas. Money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all.
Let's make Abdul the next U.S. Senator from Michigan.
I'm Abdul El Sayed, son of Michigan, and I approve this message.
Don't worry about his name.
Yeah. Bro Branch is 315. Yep. He can 1v1 RFK. I mean, he cook RFK. And this poll supports him being the most electable. These accounts don't know how to measure electability, which is really what kind of support you can garner from voters. And that's solely based on issues. And Abdul is the one with the highest ceiling based on how voters agree with him, more on key mobilizing issues. Very strange to me to say that El Sayed is the more electorally risky than Stevens, but Stevens is god-awful and the worst of the Democratic Party. Surely the god-awful candidate is the riskier one. Yeah. Abdul El Sayed is not electorally risky at all. These guys are just simply saying that because they're used to saying that. Okay? They just say that about anybody who's pro-Medicare for all. They say that about anyone who's a left populist. At this point, it's a mantra. At this point, it's a chant that they keep repeating over and over again, maybe to convince themselves, right? As a Michigander, I have so much hope in this race. I've seen his signs popping up more and more, even in more affluent areas. Hell yeah. Yeah, meanwhile, let's see what Abdul's opposition is doing. Finally, someone actually recognizes and takes advantage of the fact that Bernie Sanders is the most popular elected official in the country.
There is a man from
It's also true. Let's see what the least popular politician in the country is doing. Now that we saw the most popular politician in the country.
A question on a couple of Senate races happening around the country. In Michigan, who are you supporting in the Democratic primary? And in Maine, do you remain confident that Graham Butler can win?
In Michigan, I'm supporting Haley Stevens. And in Maine, we are going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate.
Yep. I saw an Abdul sign on the front lawn of a farm in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Republicanville, Michigan this weekend. Yeah, because he's out there, brother. He's outside. He gets out. He gets around. He goes to Republican enclaves. Okay? That's what you got to do. You got to be everywhere all at once. You got to get your message in front of these people, because the reality of the matter is the opposition is going to be spending, in Abdul's race especially, $30 million. AIPAC alone is dumping $30 million. Okay? Anyway, speaking of Abdul's workout tape, let's take a look at what so now we saw Abdul is endorsed by Bernie, obviously, and then Haley Stevens, Michigander Haley Stevens, is endorsed by Chuck Schumer. Now let's take a look at Mallory McMorrow. And yes, I know, holy Toledo, the 300 Billy is real, okay? It's real. We're going to be talking about that in a second. Let's see what Mallory McMorrow is doing.
On this campaign, we talk a lot about fight. So we came to talk to the experts.
We're at Jabs Gym in Eastern Market, Detroit.
And tell me a little bit about it.
We are we're more than a gym, right? We're a cultural hub, okay? We are a Detroit staple for the past 11 years, since 2015. We are a community to help Detroiters get in better shape.
And I just want to see our leaders fighting for something substantive.
Yeah.
Some ideas, policies.
Not just against each other.
Advance, the condition of people.
Yeah.
We've just forgotten that.
I would say fighting for our rights, just human decency rights. We're missing that right now in the United States.
I think we've got to rally. I think people have to care, right? There's tons of distractions online. And when people go to the gas pump and when people are saying inflation, it's impossible to buy homes.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not giving her advice. Never mind. I wasn't going to say anything. But this is substanceless for the most part. Okay? Substanceless.
That is a direct correlation to what's happening in Washington. And so I think a lot of people have to wake up. I think there's different pockets of folks locally and nationally who are not paying attention to what's happening. And because of that, they're rolling back the things that a lot of our Americans before us fought for.
And that's a wrap from Jabs Gym.
Anyway, so that was Mallory McCuomo. Speaking of Mallory McCuomo, here's 1 minute and 43 seconds of absolutely nothing of meaning being said, just a string of faux authenticity cliches. Let's take a look. Mallory McCuomo talking to Chris Murphy, who has endorsed her.
People give you power, they want to see you use it. Otherwise, they don't trust you.
It's just like I think Mallory in another race could be just like an inoffensive, slight, moderately progressive figure, right? But in this race, when you're matching up against Abdul El Sayed, you're just not progressive enough. Like, that's a real fucking fighter. So, no bite, just a cold glizzy wasted.
What I worry is that democracies die when the guys that are trying to kill the democracy are breaking norms and the opposition is holding fast to norms, right? We have to break norms too. Obviously, I'm so eagerly supporting you because I am confident that you're going to be one of these fighters, right? These people that understands the stakes and is going to be willing to throw punches when we need to. But you're in the middle of a Democratic primary. You're talking to a lot more Democrats than I am on a daily basis. And frankly, just regular citizens, because you're in the middle of a...
As a Michigander, I think she isn't the right candidate for the moment. Abdul's the man. I'm also salty they're wasting good national Coney Island. Fake royal joker. Yeah, I mean, she's just not. This literally is a candidate for a bygone era. Okay. It's sauceless, it's substanceless. It's not, it's like, oh, I'm progressive, but like not so much that there's any kick to it. Right. And that in and of itself is not going to cut it.
Of a campaign. I mean, what do people want to see from the opposition? What do they feel is missing right now?
I mean, you hit it on the head. They want to see fighters, but the sense that I get, especially from a state like ours, where it is going to be razor thin in the general election, they want to see somebody that knows how to fight, and they want to see somebody that knows how to deliver. Because if we don't in our state, this is a state where you got to get shit done. People will not trust you if you don't.
Yep.
And we've seen this in a state where control of the governorship regularly goes back and forth between Democratic and Republican, control of the legislature and the state house flipped within 2 years. If people give you power, they want to see you use it. Otherwise, they don't trust you. And being able to organize and step up and tell people bluntly what the stakes are, what you're going to do for them, and don't lie to them.
I don't know what else to fucking say about that. This campaign feels like the consultants keep flipping a lever. Okay, Mallory, today you have to be the pragmatic progressive. Okay, that didn't work. Now you have to break norms. Viva la revolution. I mean, it just comes across as insincere. It comes across as insincere. Conservatives. Zohar Mamdani's bringing Sharia law to New York City. Also conservatives. White. Gender segregation in polite society, creating separate spaces for men and women, and clearly define rules and boundaries when dealing with the opposite sex helps maintain order and reduce unwanted and uncomfortable interactions. Yes, this has always been the inherent hypocrisy in the conservative movement, which is that they claim to hate the fundamentalist aspects of brown countries when they want to do the exact same thing, or what they perceive brown countries are doing, but for white Christians. It's Al-Qaeda.
Christian Nationalist Society.
A butterfly.
Oh my God, fucking AI slop. I'm going to leave you with this for a second and go pee.
Sport.
My towel load is almost finished.
Mommy, can I have some juice?
Sure, honey.
Oh, the baby is crying. Shh, it's okay. I've got you.
It's so nice to be able to do my housework in the company of other women. And the children are all playing, so we can actually get stuff done. How are your chickens doing? Great. One of our hens' eggs have hatched. I guess you're going to need another coop soon. We can fit about 4 more, and my sister wants the others.
Hey, ladies, where you headed, pretty girls?
Hey, what's going on over here? Nothing. I was just saying hello.
They are wearing headscarves. This means they are married. Why are you saying hello to another man's wife? Just being friendly. That's against the rules here. Everyone knows this. You stay on the other side of the street. Okay, my mistake. I'm moving on. I'm writing you a citation. You get 1 warning. If it happens again, we're gonna tar and feather you.
Excuse me, hi.
Oh, hello.
I hope I'm not interrupting. I just saw you and wanted to introduce myself. I'm Alex. Would it be okay if I asked your father to get to know you?
Sure. Here is his business card.
What a game last night.
That interception was brutal. Their defense needs work.
Excuse me, miss. Come here. I need to talk to you.
Can I help you?
Street patrol.
What the fuck is this? Yo, I'm sorry. I'm going to get back to this, but before I do, I have a wonderful guest, Trita Parsi, to give you a little bit of fucking whiplash here. Okay? I'm having a convo with Trita himself right now. So we're going to go there instead of whatever this AI video is. Trita Parsi, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
These are interesting times. We don't have a lot of time with you today because you're unbelievably busy given what's taking place right now with this deal between the United States of America and Iran. But before we get into that, I want to ask, how are you doing? There were some conversations taking place about potentially taking away your green card and deporting you. Can you give us a little bit of update on what took place there and how you're feeling?
Sure. Thank you so much, Hasan, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about that and the support you and so many others have shown. Yeah, look, this is not fun in any way, shape, or form. I am used to, of course, for the last 20 years, the neocons try to cancel me and deplatform me, accuse me all kinds of false accusation. I'm an Iranian agent. I work for the IRGC, all kinds of crazy things that they thrown out to try to silence me. But this is definitely an escalation to try to go after someone's green card. But I think what happened, though, and it's very important to understand, the Free Press came out with this hit piece in which they claimed, based on one anonymous source, supposedly in the State Department, that there was an investigation of me. But within hours, the State Department itself came out and essentially denied that and said that they have no plans of deporting me. And what happened was that, A, there was this public backlash, but also based on conversations we had with folks on the inside, there was a lot of pushback from inside the administration. And it appears, and this part of that I'm saying here is a little bit speculative because I don't have smoking gun evidence. I have some circumstantial evidence and data to support it, which is that there appears to have been some folks inside the State Department that were in favor of doing this. They had been under pressure from Laura Loomer for the last couple of weeks. She's been tweeting against me and trying to get me deported. And they thought that a hit piece from Free Press and Bari Weiss's outlet there would be helpful towards pushing the process inside the administration forward. But it seems like it completely backfired, because instead there was this outcry against this and pushback from inside the administration itself. Now, I don't think that it's necessarily over. These guys are relentless. They want war. They're very much against the fact that at the Quincy Institute, we work to build bridges between the anti-war left and the anti-war right. And that we've been at least somewhat successful. Someone who's very much associated with the left, I go on Tucker, I go on Steve Bannon. So instead of them just being able to stop me from getting on, the left outlets, through Quincy, we've got access to the outlets on the right as well. And as a result, they escalated the matter to try to silence us, particularly now when it's so clear that this war is just such a dumb mistake. And it's that many of us who were criticizing it from the outset, even before it started, were right on this issue. So, these guys can't win an argument. They can't win a war. So what they do is try to silence you and do it that way. So the only difference, of course, is now they're escalating it further.
Well, if only they had listened to you and the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft at any point of this quagmire before, especially before Operation Epstein's Fury started 809 days ago, we wouldn't be in this predicament right now. Obviously, we got to talk about that. There is a lot of back and forth taking place right now, but how are you feeling about this memorandum of understanding that is supposed to be signed in Geneva this Friday between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic, which will then open up the process to a 60-day ceasefire negotiation where there will be a cessation of hostilities and hopefully a permanent resolution to this extended conflict between the United States of America and Iran. Do you feel confident that this is going to happen? Can you give us some details on what we know so far of the memorandum of understanding? I believe right before this interview started, there were some Israeli sources that had actually leaked some of the details that confirm that the memorandum of understanding is actually not all that different from what the Iranian side was suggesting.
So I don't know if that's the case, and I would take some of the hardline Iranian media outlets with a grain of salt, and I would certainly take whatever the Israelis are leaking with a massive grain of salt, because they also have an interest against this. I do think that based on things I've heard, that a lot of the stuff that is now circulating in the Iranian media appears to be true. I don't know if it's 100%. What I think we can say is obviously there's going to be an opening of the Straits. There's going to be a lifting of the blockade. There's going to be a release of some of Iran's funds, but it may be done in a way so that Trump can say that he didn't release it. Then the Iranians can still say that they got their money. There's going to be other things, such as an investment fund to reconstruct Iran. And I've seen that some messaging on the Democratic side, I can totally understand obviously that there would be a lot of criticism against this deal because at the end of the day, Trump should never have started this war in the first place. What I'm a little bit worried about, that some Democrats will go so far and attack everything about this deal at a moment when the deal is still extremely fragile. And that the combination of them attacking it from the right, the neocons attacking it from the right, can end up causing the deal to derail. And then we're actually back at war. But there will be one significant difference. At that point, the war is no longer just Trump's war. It's also the Democrats' war because of the manner in which they rallied against a memorandum that could have put an end to it. And I think that would be a huge mistake for the Democrats to do. I think there's going to be plenty of good ways of criticizing the deal without necessarily doing it in the manner that I've seen some of the initial reactions being.
Yeah.
But there's and of course, the biggest threat is what the Israelis do. And they have plenty of opportunities, particularly mindful of the fact that the Iranians, I think, are dead serious about Lebanon. And that will make it very easy for the Israelis to try to derail this.
So some of the information that's coming out, and we will not know, we won't know what's real until the deal is signed, and obviously we won't know what's real until America actually enforces whatever red lines they might have as far as restraining Israel, for example. Some ships, according to the Iranian news agencies, Iranian ships have transited through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded. So that obviously is a sign of progress. That means that the American blockade might have been lifted. There's some new reports from the Wall Street Journal. Alex Ward, the national security reporter, says the U.S. will allow Iran to immediately begin selling oil and fuel under the deal to end the war, offering Tehran an early financial incentive to wind down the conflict. The provision for waivers on sanctions on oil sales takes effect immediately upon signing the agreement. A senior U.S. official said even though Iran would get upfront sanctions relief for oil sales, sustained relief would be tied to Iran's performance, aka how it abides to the deal. So on the American side, it seems like they're dangling full-blown sanctions relief, as you and I had talked about, not just secondary sanctions like the ones that happened in the JCPOA for the European markets, but also primary sanctions relief as well, so that America could potentially, conduct some trade with Iran, which is a spectacular development. I'm perfectly in favor of this, and I do think that the Democrats should be speaking in favor of this as well. I've only seen Ro Khanna perform as a prominent Democrat in favor of peace rather than a continuation of conflict. But what do you think about the Israeli reaction thus far? I believe is the approval ratings for Donald Trump went from +16 to -23 in what seems to be an overnight change of attitude towards Donald Trump. They're very pissed off about Donald Trump now.
Yeah. Look, the Israelis are having a public meltdown over this. This is undoubtedly a massive strategic defeat for Israel, if it holds, of course. And we have to also keep in mind, Obama got a deal. He got it through. He fought the fight. He got it. Nevertheless, it fell apart because the Israelis managed to convince Trump to walk out of it. At least that's what the Israeli narrative is. Netanyahu is on record saying, I'm the one who got Trump to leave the JCPOA. So I don't think the Israelis are going to give up. But look, they're having a massive meltdown because this is a major strategic defeat, particularly if primary sanctions are lifted. It will be much, much bigger than the JCPOA. And on top of that, of course, we should also know that part of the volume of the screech that you're seeing in Israeli media is also politically motivated, because this is everyone now trying to find a way to put a final nail in the coffin of Netanyahu's political career. He will go down owning this. And as a result, it will get rid of him. And then you'll have a bunch of other Netanyahus in Israel, because I frankly don't see a huge difference between them at this point. But nevertheless, that's part of the reason why the volume was also as high that it currently is on this issue.
Yeah. So the Iranian army has said that Israel has already violated the ceasefire in southern Lebanon 84 times since the U.S.-Iran deal was announced on Sunday, adding that the aggressors should expect a harsh response if the attacks continue. So this is obviously a major point. If the red line, well, not the red line necessarily, but if Iran's major demand here, as you and I have talked about over the course of the past couple of months, is the hardest one to accomplish, which is forcing America to restrain Israel, specifically in the Lebanese theater. But there's some talks that it might even extend to Syria and maybe even Gaza. But that is obviously up in the air. But if that is the biggest ask, and America does not restrain Israel, what do you think will take shape in this conflict? Do you feel as though Iran will try to reestablish military deterrence, especially as you and I have also talked about the fact that Donald Trump sees any kind of concession, even an interest in deal making from the Iranian side, as a sign of weakness that he will pounce on?
So look, I think the Iranians are dead serious about Lebanon, and I'll go in a little bit as to why that is the case. I suspect that up until Friday, they probably will not do anything, particularly if the Israelis don't strike Beirut. By Friday, the Israelis may strike Beirut, by the way. But Beirut is the red line at this point, I think, not Lebanon. After Friday, it may be Lebanon, or they will be transitioning towards the full set of Lebanon. And I don't think the Iranians are joking about that. I think they're dead serious about this. And the key reason is the Iranians are not just trying to restore their own deterrence. They have done so in their view. They're trying to extend it. And that extended deterrence is part of their forward defense. If the Israelis had managed to defeat Hezbollah in 2006, the Israelis would have attacked Iran back then. The deputy foreign defense minister of Israel put this very clearly to me. I ran into him at a conference during that war, and he said, look, Iran is just a prelude. Lebanon is just a prelude. Iran is the real goal, and it's the war there is inevitable. We just have to first defeat Hezbollah. But they didn't manage to do so. And as a result, the war never reached Iranian territory. By 2024-25, Assad fell. Hezbollah was not defeated, but significantly weakened. And we saw that the war went to Iran's own territory. And now the Iranians are saying from now on, after this, Iran's deterrence will no longer be on its own border. It's going to be a forward defense. And the reason why I think they're even willing to risk the deal with Trump over this issue is because they're trying to get a guarantee that they're not going to get attacked again. What's going to be the best guarantee? Having that forward defense in Lebanon that prevents the Israelis from doing so, or the promise of a deal with Trump? They're not going to trust the deal with Trump. They're going to trust their own deterrence. So if they're forced to choose, I think the likelihood is that they will choose the forward defense, and they were going to be very serious and going to attack Israel again. We're already seeing signs that Trump day by day is getting more and more annoyed with the Israelis. It's not just angry statements at this point. There's a strategy behind what he's saying right now. Look at some of the things he said today. He suddenly came out of nowhere and said that the Iranians are rational. They're pleasant to deal with. They're looking out for their own interests. You can dismiss this and saying like this, Trump says so many things,
it's huge.
Doesn't mean anything. It is massive.
Yeah.
Because for 25 years, the Israelis have, more than that actually, they have been marketing this narrative that says that Iran is irrational, it's ideological, and it is suicidal. If you accept these three premises, it means diplomacy won't work, deterrence will not work, and because of the fact that they're suicidal, you have no choice but to attack first.
Yeah.
Because their desire to die means that they're going to attack you at some point, regardless. So you have to attack them first. So if you want to drive a country towards a preventive war, this is the narrative you have to sell. And it's been very successful. The Mad Mullah image is very strong in Washington. Here comes Trump, who says, they're rational, pleasant to deal with. They're looking out for their own self-interest and building their country. What does that mean? They're not suicidal. He is destroying the premises that built up this Israeli narrative. And so this is more than just an angry phone call or pushing back a little bit. I'm not saying it's fixing everything in any way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to say that there's something significant about this. And I think it is an indication of the direction that he's going. It's insufficient, but it's very, very important.
Yeah, there's only one theocracy, I think, in the region that is belligerent and only understands force and restrains itself whenever they're matched up with sufficient military deterrence. And it's not Iran, it's actually Israel. However, I don't know. I mean, I do personally think it's a good sign because Trump said similar use similar flowery language when referencing Ansar Allah when Operation Prosperity Siege Guardian or whatever that was called was conducted and it failed, and Trump actually took the L on that, which I gave him credit for at the very least to cut a side deal with the Ansar Allah movement where he said they're very strong fighters and we really pummeled Yemen and it didn't do anything. So that does signal to me, at least judging by past performance, that like this deal might be close. But I still believe that Israel will do everything in its power to diminish this. Let me float this idea by you. There's some conversations at G7 right now that European partners might be involved in the demining operations potentially, in the transiting, or at least like play the role of Coast Guard in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran clearly sees the Strait of Hormuz as a part of which it is, Iranian waterways alongside Oman. They do not consider it to be international waters. They consider it to be their territory, and obviously it's both, right? But what I am fearful of is that when America, alongside maybe even French and British navies, is going through the Strait of Hormuz, I worry that would be the most opportune time for Israel to broaden the conflict somehow. And force an Iranian retaliation or response, and force the hands of the European vassals to also join, regardless of the bilateral commitments that they may or may not have with Iran, which they've not been so open about. What do you think about that? Is it crazy conspiracies, or do you feel like
no? I mean, the first part of it, we should be very careful about one thing. The fact that Trump will fight back, I think, is a good sign. Again, it's not clear whether it's sufficient because at the end of the day, he's going to have to do so 24/7. This is not a halftime job. If he wants this deal, he's going to have to persistently and consistently fight back and push back against the Israelis. And the Israelis will push back. But it's not predetermined what will happen, in my view. It's very much based on what they end up doing, how they play their cards. So there is a chance that Trump comes out prevailing out of this. And I say this because I lived through this. A lot of people are saying there's no way Obama is going to defeat AIPAC on Capitol Hill. And he did. Now, of course, they came swinging back afterwards and got rid of his deal through Trump. But nevertheless, that fight, he did win it. And he fought it. Now, when it comes to some of the other things that you're mentioning, the Europeans are going to offer these things. I'm not so sure the Iranians are going to accept it. I'm just speculating on this. I have not any inside information whatsoever on this. But I find it unlikely that the Iranians will let the Europeans back into this. The Europeans are out. The Europeans are going to have to do a couple of things for the Iranians to agree to let them back in, and particularly giving them some sort of a role in all of this. The Iranian insistence is that the territorial waters, that the strait is partly Iranian territorial waters and partly Omani territorial waters. They're insisting that there is no international waters in between. They have not signed on to UNCLOS, the Law of the Sea Convention. Neither has the United States, incidentally. So even though the U.S. invokes it all the time, the U.S. itself has not signed or ratified it. So the legality of it, I think, is a little bit tricky, but I think the Iranians will rely on that and not allowing that to happen. Instead, they will try to demine it themselves. But the Europeans, I just have no scenario I can see them actively going into a war with Iran, particularly not after what happened. If the United States did not succeed militarily, what are the Europeans going to do? In fact, I think one of the things that came out of the statement that the E4 made, which is a new formulation, it used to be the E3, was that they said that they're willing to lift sanctions on Iran. I think they're a little bit late to the party, to be frank with you, because if Trump strikes this deal, he's going to lift a lot of sanctions. And without the American secondary sanctions and primary sanctions, a lot of the world is going to start trading with Iran. And the Europeans, the sanctions they have on Iran is not going to be leverage. It's going to be an obstacle that gets themselves into that market and trying to build, from their standpoint, it's going to be important to make sure, in particular, I think, that Iran doesn't drift further towards China and Russia.
Yeah. There's obviously that element there as well. What do you think about what has been the most surprising aspect of this deal for you? For me, it's the $300 billion fund. I saw the possible Reuters coverage on United Arab Emirates panic shipping $300 billion of released funds potentially to Iran a couple days prior. That could be this opaque funding structure that America might have set up. But the $300 billion fund is reparations, it seems. The Iran Phil Stewart, chief national security reporter of Reuters, says Iran deal includes $300 billion fund, more than half of which already committed. The new fund is a private investment vehicle, not a reconstruction or reparations program, and will not include any money, any government money or grants, the source said, adding that companies based in the U.S., the Gulf Arab states, Asia, South America, and Africa have agreed to commit financing. Investments pledged span energy, logistics, manufacturing, and transport, the source said. Is that surprising to you? How do you feel about that? Is this Trump finally getting getting away with it without shipping pallets of cash to Iran?
Yeah. So look, the only surprise I have is that perhaps this is already part of the deal at this stage. This is something that I thought perhaps would come as part of the end of the memorandum rather at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
And I still am not clear exactly when it will be implemented. It would be completely wrong to look at this as charity. This is business opportunities for a lot of these different companies. They're looking to make money. Iran has suffered at least $300 billion of damages. So it will need to rebuild itself. This is one of those points, by the way, that I've seen that some Democrats are attacking. And I find it really problematic because this is not a scenario in which the US is giving American money to Iran or the US government. This is private entities, but more than anything else, if the regional states decide that they want to help rebuild Iran, they want to invest there because they've realized the isolation of Iran is not productive. It led to a war. It was disastrous. So they want to try economic integration as a way of preventing future wars, building those type of bridges. Same thing that happened in Europe after the Second World War, the Steel and Coal Union, and all of these different things that try to ensure that economic integration raised the cost of war and created a buffer against it. If the Europeans want to go in that direction, the GCC states and others want to go in that direction, how is that possibly bad for the US? If it means that it stabilizes the region, reduces the risk of war, if it means that the Iranian people who have suffered tremendously because of this war actually get reconstruction, and we're going to be against that because Trump is doing it, I think it's a betrayal of values. And I think perhaps talking points that have not been really thought through that well, because I think this is exactly the type of thing that is needed to make sure that the deal actually sticks. There was no such thing in the JCPOA, for instance.
Yeah. No, I think part of that is the Democrats are in a unique predicament now because Trump is actually doing something that is appropriate and good. And I think Democrats are used to Trump doing bad things all the time. And there are the midterms that are coming up, obviously. So they have to find this weird messaging maneuver where on the one hand, I think some of them who might even be in favor of a negotiated settlement of longstanding peace in the region have to still criticize Donald Trump. And in an effort to do so, they have to say, well, this sucks. You lost. Well, the reality of the matter is America did lose. America lost on the battlefield, a war of choice that they certainly did not need to take. And I think one of the best possible ways to get out of this, while still being critical of Donald Trump, is to probably highlight the commitments that Iran always had, longstanding commitments that they had through the JCPOA, which was which now looks to be even a much better diplomatic accomplishment in comparison to what Donald Trump has done, while simultaneously saying it's good that we're actually, getting other companies to release these sorts of funds to offer some semblance of reparation for, the children that our forces killed in Iran.
And listening to what Ro Khanna has said, for instance, he said, I was against this war. So how could I be against ending this war? Obviously, I'm going to be in favor of ending this war.
Yeah.
But you can still be against this war. You can still, in my view, say none of this was necessary if Trump had never walked out of the JCPOA in the first place. In
Yeah.
fact, by now, we would probably have a much better situation in the region, et cetera, because we would have had time to build these bridges, the trust, et cetera.
Yeah.
So those are all valid points, but just don't put forward a critique that actually serves the interest of the neocons who want to push this back towards war, because that would be really foolish and shoot for the
Yeah.
Democrats to actually shoot themselves in the foot, because they will be co-owners of that future war if that is the direction that they go.
Yeah. And last point, because I know we got to let you go. One thing I will say is this, and I want to hear your perspective on it. There is a lot of talk about how, we've fought Israel's wars for decades. I think that's wrong. Obviously, Israel has always consulted to or goaded America into going to war in Iraq as well. However, that was an American thing, right? That was an American crime. We should take ownership over that. But in this circumstance, there is a third party argument that we could be making about Israel's direct involvement and direct intervention. And I think that's also another way to openly say who is responsible, except I do fear that a lot of Democrats, both AIPAC funded and not, who are fearful of the Israeli lobby, will refuse to say that truth, that like none of this needed to happen with Iran, and that Israel has always been the spoiler in terms of diplomacy with Iran, and we should be charting a very different a very different foreign policy in this region, one that is sovereign, one that puts the control back in the hands of the United States of America.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Hasan. I think that's the right message. And I would add one thing to it. I think the Democrats can also push Trump from the left instead of pushing him from the right and say, look, okay, you ended this war. You say this is a good thing. Okay, if that is the case, we want to see you defend this deal in the manner that is necessary to make sure that it survives. And that necessitates that you get really serious about stopping the Israelis.
Yeah.
So if you want to criticize them or push them from that direction, rather than saying, oh, you're giving the Iranians 300 billion, or, just copying whatever the Republicans said to Obama in 2015. They never even read the deal. They were just automatically against it. And I think that was an irresponsible thing for the Republicans to do at the time. It would be equally irresponsible for the Democrats to do that today.
Yeah. Trita Parsi, thank you so much.
Thank you so much
Vice
for
President of
having
the Quincy Institute. Where can people find you? You have a Substack?
They should go to my Substack, which is tritaparsi.substack.com. They should go to Twitter, tparsi, or go to the Quincy Institute's website, which is quincyinst.org.
All right, Trita, thank you so much for coming
Thanks
on
so much for having me.
and giving
Appreciate
us some
it.
time. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, that was Trita Parsi, everybody. One of my favorite guests. At this point, he's been on a million times. Obviously, we're going to be diving into the story of what actually is taking shape right now. Very interesting developments. I will say, Iran won this war. They did. I'm not going to go back to the AI slap right now, you fucking idiots. But there's also a drop site backed petition that you can sign to oppose the deportation of Trita Parsi. One thing I was going to say is, when you start talking about Israel like that, obviously, then their propaganda mouthpieces will demand your deportation. Their favorite congresspersons will demand your denaturalization and deportation. Randy Fine, I'm looking right at you. Obviously, these are some of the ways in which Israel wages this insane propaganda war. Bloomberg clip of Trump talking shit on Izzy is so wild. I mean, Iran won the war based on what metric? Great question, chatter. Welcome to the broadcast, by the way. I don't know if you're aware of this, but they're getting $300 billion in war reparations, and that doesn't, you don't get that if you've lost. So that's probably one reasonable metric of deciding who won the war and who lost it. But the other reason is because the Islamic Republic has maintained its sovereignty, and the war goals for the Amer-Israeli side, specifically Israel's side, which has been the obvious party that is the primary responsible party here, more so than even the United States of America, unlike our previous conflicts in the region. Their goal was to destroy Iran. Their goal was to piece up Iran, balkanize Iran, turn Iran into a failed state. And very clearly that did not happen. And therefore, Iran's goals were obviously the survival of the Islamic Republic, but also the maintenance of their sovereignty. And they were able to do that. They were willing to make tremendous concessions before Epic Fury started. And the Omanis actually even came all the way to the United States of America to deliver to the American audience the tremendous concessions that Iran was making in terms of denuclearization, disarmament. And yet, America and Israel utilized perfidy once again and attacked Iran. And that was 108 days ago. And since then, in the aftermath of that attack, Iran was able to not only defend its territorial homeland, but Iran was also able to gain additional leverage, tremendous leverage on the global stage by closing the Strait of Hormuz and controlling the ships that were transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. That is a victory for the Islamic Republic. And they fought very hard for that victory. They defeated the United States militarily. And this, for the record, might even be one of the greatest military losses for the United States of America. But, you know, I guess in that situation, at least we didn't spend $6-7 trillion over the course of 2 decades. And therefore, you know, it was swift. It was much faster. So that's good. So I will give credit to Donald Trump on that front. Now, obviously, this is not over. This is not over yet. We don't know exactly what will take place. Israel clearly still wants to destroy this deal, sully this deal, and it will, you know, pull off a litany of different tricks in the process. But this assessment is not just coming from me. Here is the U.S. intelligence agencies recently assessing that Iran can effectively turn the Strait of Hormuz on and off at will going forward, meaning it has acquired a powerful new ability to hurt the global economy as a result of the Trump and Israel starting the war. We have now handed Iran the de facto control over the Strait, a weapon more powerful than any nuke, one of the sources said. Now, what's interesting about this is that Iran always had this weapon. Iran always had this weapon. They just never used it because, perhaps foolishly, they thought that they could deal diplomatically with the Western world. It was us. It was our actions. It was our perfidy. It was our decapitation strike that forced their hand into deploying this weapon. And what's really interesting about this is that we knew that they always had this weapon. It's not new. It's literally not a real weapon. It's just a limitation of geography. It's 21 fucking miles wide. That's it. It happens to be on the Iranian coastline. That's it. That is the literal only reason why they always had this economic nuke, if you want to call it that. They just foolishly thought they don't ever have to use it. They don't ever have to harm the rest of the global markets. And it's not the only weapon that they have. They also have the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is the Red Sea. They have it by way of the Ansar Allah movement, the Houthis that control Yemen. So there's more in the tank for Iran. And yet America, goaded into this conflict by Israel, has seemingly considered none of this for some weird fucking reason. The intelligence community obviously considered it. They said, don't do this. The generals obviously considered it. They openly said to Trump, this will be devastating for American force projection capabilities. This will ruin the global economy. This will ruin the energy markets. Iran will gain leverage. We will expend all of our standoff munitions that we have created specifically for peer and near peer adversaries like Russia and China. Iran is a middle power. Iran is barely a regional power. What are we doing? We're just giving them all this leverage if we go and fucking wage war with them. And Donald Trump listened to none of that. He just listened to Benjamin Netanyahu. He saw his fucking stupid ass PowerPoints and he was goaded into it because Benjamin Netanyahu knows exactly what buttons to press with Donald Trump. He told him, it's going to be great. Look at how easy it was in Venezuela. It'll be just as easy, if not easier, with Iran. They're weakened. They're objectively a weakened country at this point. You've destroyed their economy with the sanctions. We have destroyed their resistance front in both the assassination of top leadership in Lebanon, the assassination of the Hezbollah leadership, and the Turkish-backed initiative in Syria that overthrew the Bashar al-Assad government in Syria, directly cutting off a logistical supply chain that was unbelievably important that connected by land Lebanon and Iran. But it turns out none of that matters. And none of that ever mattered because Iran has always had the ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. Iran always had the ability to light every oil refinery on fire. Do you understand? And I kept repeatedly explaining this over and over again. And there were so many dumb fuck naysayers who would turn around and be like, nah, bruh, you don't understand, gang. America's got the smoke. We have contingencies. We have contingencies. Where were those contingencies? When will you learn? When will you understand that you cannot outmaneuver geographical limitations? You cannot destroy a country that has taken advantage of its topography and built fortresses, bunkers that are impenetrable by bunker buster bombs with how they have developed their munitions facilities. They have missile silos deep underground. They have launchers deep underground. That's not how this goes. You can't just go, oh, we have the biggest bombs and we do the biggest booms and it'll be fine. Especially when your enemy, which shouldn't even be your fucking enemy at all, for the record, okay? But especially when the foreign adversary has recognized that this is a battle that is existential for them, okay? This happened in Vietnam, this happened in Afghanistan, and it happened in Iran. All they need to do is survive. All they need to do is wait it out. Hasan, how did the USA lose? We tried but came back from it, losing only a few people, testing our forces, but the only thing giving up is stuff that already belonged to them. Wait, what? That's an insane level of copium. America showed every single regional partner that they were not invested in their defense, that American military bases are not actually there to provide security for these countries, but instead are simply missile sponges. We've also burned $150 billion worth of munitions, assets, radar installations in the region that were left unguarded. Iran was able to pepper these installations with $10,000 lawnmowers that can fly, that have grenades strapped to them. It is unbelievable how bad of a fucking L this was for American force projection capabilities. Something that I have been warning about over and over again, that this is the decline of American empire. We're in it now. We are far too expansive. We are spread far too thin. Okay? It's clear. It has always been clear. And Iran was, I guess, goaded into, or rather pushed into, forced into showing the rest of the world that America actually didn't have, America had all the talk, but none of the fucking smoke to back it up. We deployed and wasted virtually all of our standoff munitions that are unbelievably costly to make, that take years to refill. America showed that it is a paper tiger. That's what America showed. It is a paper tiger. We panic shipped our THAAD missile launchers from Korea that were placed in Korea that cost the Korean economy billions of dollars of economic damage from China when they were initially sent there. We hurried them to the United Arab Emirates and we hurried them to Israel because we did not have sufficient defenses in Israel. We showed every country, not just in that region, not just in the MENA region, but all around the world, that American bases are simply just missile sponges. American bases will not protect you. As a matter of fact, American bases will put you in harm's way, will put your people in harm's way, will destroy your economy. When we decided to wage this war against Iran and Iran closed off the Strait of Hormuz, we didn't even tell Japan that we were going to fight against Iran. There were Japanese nationals on Iranian soil whose lives were put at risk. Japan relies heavily on the Strait of Hormuz for all of its energy needs, and so does the rest of the Asian markets. Now, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's accelerating the American demise, but at the end of the day, it's up to us to manage this decline, to make sure that we retreat in a reasonable manner, to make sure that we change our attitude in the way that we deal with the rest of the world. It's very clear. It's very clear that the American strategy of behaving like the world police, the American hegemonic superpower status, is now no longer even called into question. It's gone. It's over. Murtaza Hussein writes, the manner in which this has all been put on a platter for Trump to approve and with affirmations already attached suggests that the GCC quartet is guiding him to this. In 2015, the situation was quite different as the GCC states were opposed to engagement with Iran. The failure of the current war dispelled the lurking suspicion that the U.S. could just take out Iran and reveal the limits of its capacity, while also emphasizing the existential danger of the status quo. With these countries egging the situation along, they can just create new security architecture and isolate the few bad actors. The draft U.S.-Iran framework would see Tehran maintaining the status quo on its nuclear program, allow Iran to sell oil, and potentially trigger a full U.S. troop withdrawal and sanctions removal if a final deal is reached, Israel's Channel 12 reports. Do you understand? This also shows, ironically enough, you know how Donald Trump talks about Joe Biden's retreat from Afghanistan put America in a weak predicament, in a weak position, and that's the reason why Russia invaded Ukraine. Okay? I don't think those two things are linked to one another at all. But what I will say is this. Donald Trump's failure to destroy Iran and offer Iran this unambiguous victory. There is no way that you can cut it. And this was spelled out basically since the second week or the third week of Operation Epic Fury. There's no war that you wage against a foreign adversary that ends up gaining more leverage in the process that isn't lost. Okay? And here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is good. This is good for long-standing peace in the region. But this is very bad for the American military heads. Because if you think there is any fucking mustard in the tank to continue waging war and saber rattling against China, to use Taiwan as a prick on the side of the People's Republic of China, is gone. Okay? It's over. Anyone that continues to posture against China going forward like this is delusional and wants the complete destruction of America. Not just the end of American empire, but the complete destruction of the United States. Okay? It was already done. It was already done, but it is the most done it has ever been. I think you mean a thorn on the side, not prick, big bro. Paralyzed pendant plug. Holy moly. 50 big bones. Thank you. There's new JD clips from Megyn Kelly. Do we have the full ones? I want to watch the full Yeah. Not Tia. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Give me the full one. Give me the full video. It's not even close, by the way. As far as like the leverage that America lost in the Asian theater is immense. Is immense. China's grand strategy has been to tip over the bus of American power by throwing everyone else under it. Column, Chinese oil weapon. The Strait of Hormuz crisis shows Beijing is now a stabilizing force for oil prices. This potentially reshapes the energy risk premia and Asian geopolitics if conflict breaks out over Taiwan. I don't think conflict is breaking out over Taiwan. I think if Americans are intelligent, which they're not known to be, but if they have any investment in the continuation of America as a nation,
How about Hezbollah?
they don't
and
even
Lebanon?
fucking do anything. They just try to normalize relations with China, and whatever happens, happens. I don't think China is going to, another Russia won't invade prediction. Buddy, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you've been fucking paying attention for the past 108 days, but this is the broadcast where I fucking called it out like motherfucking Babe Ruth from a mile away. Okay? All of the people who have yelled at me for the Russia is not stupid enough to fucking invade Ukraine people, they were all constantly, every step of the way saying, oh, America is going to punish Iran. America's going to punish Iran. What the fuck happened? What happened? Where are they at now? Where are they at now? Where are they at now? They kept saying, oh, Hasan, you support terrorism. You just don't want America to go wage war with Iran because you're worried that your fucking funders, the mullahs, the ayatollahs that fund your fucking broadcast are going to be killed in the process. They would come in here and be like, oh, flex mode. 87-year-old guy was assassinated alongside his family while tending to his fucking flowers. Beast mode. What do you have to say to that? What did I say? I said, sit and wait. Sit and fucking wait. How is that the pivotal American military achievement? This is the most powerful fucking nation on the planet. What happened? What happened? That was 108 days ago. Everyone was like, oh, well, look at us. They're going to find out why we don't have health care. Bitch, we still don't have health care. Maybe Iran can build a fucking more comprehensive nationalized healthcare system with the $300 billion that we're giving them, which they deserve, by the way. Just make no mistake. We should have never done any of this shit. What happened? This is what happens if your whole worldview is anchored around your resentment towards a fucking political analyst, a political commentator. You're a fucking idiot. Stop. If you're one of these people that consistently came in here, if you're one of these hate watchers, for example, if you consistently came here to be like, I oppose everything you say on the condition that you're saying it, and you found yourself so wrong about this assessment, so wrong about how things unfolded, ask yourself, should you trust the resources that you rely on? Iran already has a robust nationalized healthcare system with the best doctors. I know, I wanted to make a joke about healthcare. Anyway, sorry, pants pooper. Maybe that was a bit of a misfire for you, but Professor Jiang predicted it before you. Yeah, he also predicted that there would be fucking troops, boots on the ground, and that would lead to America's demise. And maybe it'll still happen, but it's certainly not happening in this bout of the conflict. Yeah, he also said 200,000 Saudi troops, brother. What happened there? He said 200,000 Saudi troops will be deployed alongside the American forces. So yeah, I mean, no disrespect to Professor Jung. I'm a big fan, as you guys know, but he doesn't get everything right. Sometimes he's just tossing shit. He's just flinging stuff at the wall to see what sticks. Anyway, let's take a look at the ass-eating operation coming from Jedediah Vance over here, Jorkin the Peanuts Vance, who has to sit there and eat this entire ordeal.
Some of the reaction. Mark Thiessen said if the deal terms are accurate as has been leaked, it's a complete disaster. He's calling this, by the way, the Vance deal.
I wonder why he doesn't call it the Trump deal.
I wonder too. There is
Drama. The girls are fighting. Who gets to hold the bag at the end? Who's the bag holder?
Dominich, who was on Special Report last night, called this a hillbilly Obama deal.
I wonder who that's a reference to.
Seems to be a shot at you, sir. Not bold foreign policy. There's a guy named Yanan Magal, who is an Israeli journalist who's very close with Netanyahu, who is basically his mouthpiece, who called you a lowlife, called Donald Trump a loser. The Israeli ambassador to the United States called this so disappointing. Then there's Mark Levin, who's been rage tweeting about it every 5 minutes. He demands to see the memorandum. He demands that this be treated like a treaty, to where now you have to get congressional approval for the MOU. The Constitution does say you need approval to declare war, which Trump doesn't think he did and didn't seek. But now, and he defended him on that. But now that we're ending it, which you definitely don't need congressional approval for, he wants this treated like a treaty and is demanding you go before Congress, sir.
Well, to be clear, I don't think that congressional approval was required. I really firmly do believe that. The president...
That is very funny. Mark, Trump doesn't need congressional approval to blow up Iran. But when it comes to stopping the blowing up of Iran, he certainly needs it. We must deploy all of the AIPAC forces to stop Trump from letting peace happen.
I'm going to give you a shot from Sound on Tape from John Podhoretz, who is the chief over at Commentary Magazine, which is very pro-Israel, very neocon-y. Preview, he's not happy. Here it is.
What is this voice? What do you mean, what is this voice? That's Mark Levin. That's what it's Master Shake.
I don't know if it could be worse. America is going to be in a strategically, tactically, and militarily worse position than it was under Biden. He made a choice to test America's resolve, and he has choked. He has chickened out. He has bled himself dry. Trump, the crazy lunatic psychotic who doesn't care about lives and will do anything and do anything, could not bear the idea of putting a boot on the ground anywhere in Iran, and could not bear the idea of a single American possibly being taken hostage, which I understand. I'm not saying that either of those is a good thing, but if you're going to go to war, you have to put boots on the ground. Everyone in the military has volunteered to put their lives on the line for their country, and that the country itself may have to sacrifice in the form of wildly higher oil prices. If you think that the American national interest has to be engaged in this process, and if you go into the process and you lose it, and it's a complete war of choice, you have made things worse. The situation is worse.
I mean, at least he fucking recognizes it. FDD boys are on suicide watch right now. FDD boys on suicide watch. They're out there literally they're out there looking at the fucking pharmaceutical cabinet like, how many pills can I swallow in one go? Okay? They're out there holding a fucking toaster next to their goddamn bathtubs being like, oh, I guess it's over. Why won't American troops be sent to die for Israel?
Thoughts on that?
Well, there's a lot to respond to in there, but I actually think John, I appreciate that, because John is kind of giving away the game. He's saying he really doesn't care that much about higher oil prices for Americans, doesn't care about high gas prices, and he wants boots on the ground
and
in a
doesn't
country.
seem to care about casualties.
Exactly, and wants boots on the ground and casualties in a country of 95 million people where, again, the President of the United States never said that his goal was to install Reza Pahlavi to become the new leader of Iran.
Look at how MAGA is defending this deal. Oh, let's see that. I like how the Trump diehards literally just reinvented Obama's pitch for the JCPOA, but made it slightly more racist. Bill Mitchell, you cannot deal with Iran as having integrity. Their own religion teaches them that lying to the infidel is good. So how do you deal with them? Carrots and sticks. In this case, we want them to give up their nukes, destroy the dust, etc. The carrot is that if they do, other Arab nations may help to rebuild their nation under U.S. guidance. No 300 billion or 25 billion in frozen assets up front. Everything is pay for performance. Meanwhile, every dollar that foreign nations invest in Iran creates an economic tether, weakening the regime's hold on the nation. Of course, the left and their media friends cannot understand this. They are linear thinkers while Trump thinks strategically. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. It's so good. The Democrats are thinking about the next news cycle. Trump is thinking about what will be good for the world in 10 years. Yeah, famously, Trump the thinker. That's what he's good at. He's the best at thinking. And also, yeah, I mean, how can you read this as anything but utter vindication, complete and utter humiliation for the American side, for the Israeli side especially? I mean, it is an exceptional moment of humiliation for the Israeli side for sure, more so than even the American side, and a complete moment of vindication for the anti-Iran war people like ourselves.
We're done. And that's the basic approach.
We would not turn on the spigot if Hezbollah hit Israel over and over?
Well, what I would say is...
Well, now, if Israel fucks around and then they find out, that's their thing. That's their thing. That's, there's a memorandum of understanding, Megan, that says Israel shouldn't do anything in Lebanon. Now, if they choose to do so, it's just, what are you going to do? 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 Now, I think they shouldn't do anything in Lebanon. But if they do and Hezbollah retaliates, well, what are you going to do?
Like, if Iran is funding Hezbollah, we're not going to allow a bunch of unfrozen assets to freeze to the...
Oh, really? Yeah, like Iran is not going to... Yeah, Iran is stopping the funding of Hezbollah. Okay.
Iranians, right? Now, I want to be clear about this, too, because those are not American assets. There's been a lot of misreporting on this, and people have said, is the United States going to give Iran...
Yeah, what do you mean if, dude? It's like saying if Iran consistently funds the IRGC... If Iran keeps building ballistic munitions, we won't fucking lower the sanctions. Like, okay, dude, good luck.
Billions of dollars. No, it'll be very, very crystal clear. Even if the Iranians do everything contemplated by this deal, not a penny of American money flows to Iran.
Okay. Yeah. That's very funny. That's a very funny ass covering operation right there.
Of 95 million people, where again, the president of the United States never said that his goal was to install Reza Pahlavi to become the new leader of Iran. What he said is, if the Iranian people want to rise up, great. That's their business. That's between them and their government. What we want is a cessation of their nuclear program, either through diplomatic means or through military means, as he ultimately went down that pathway. Of 95 million people, where again, the president of the United States never said that his goal was to install Reza Pahlavi to become the new leader of Iran. What he said is, if the Iranian people want to rise up, great. That's their business. That's between them and their government. What we want is a cessation of their nuclear program, either through diplomatic means or through military means, as he ultimately went down that pathway. Of 95 million people.
Oh. JD lives in another reality? No, he's just trying to fucking liberally explain why this MOU is going through. Going forward, I mean, if they fucking sign this deal, it's over. I mean, the details that are being leaked are unfucking believable, dude. I mean, it's an exceptional deal for Iran. Yeah. The war was never really about defeating Iran, but about deterring China by demonstrating that the U.S. is both willing and able to use force when necessary. In that sense, it already won. Yes, China is absolutely deterred by the revelation that the U.S. is clumsy, reckless, ineffective, and vulnerable. If I was China, I'd surrender now. I mean, this is so funny. Oh, it's so much. It's so great. Art of the deal, more like Art of the Neil.
From the Republic.
Oh my God, he went on Fox 5. Did JD Vance go on Fox 5? Oh, come on. How come he gets to do it, but I don't get to do it? That's fucking bullshit. There's no way we're actually paying him $300 billion, right? I mean, it's not we are. We're allowing it to go there. Okay? We're allowing it $300 billion of American dollars to flow to Iran. You know, it's just... New angle by Israeli officials for why they lost the war. Israel's culture minister says that Israel could have easily wiped Iran off the face of the earth on its own, but didn't do so because we respect the U.S. They mean nukes, by the way. Oh, America did not let us use the nukes. Israeli platform. Since this morning, Hezbollah hasn't stopped trying to hit and kill our soldiers. Our soldiers being prevented from responding. In effect, they're just ducks in a shooting gallery. I don't want to see another permitted for publication announcement of a fallen soldier in southern Lebanon. God forbid. Either let them fight properly or pull them out of there. If this continues, it's only a matter of time until a disaster happens. Let's hope for good news. Also, they are responding, but, you know, the idea that they're prevented from responding is bullshit, but, you know, they'll say that anyway. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Trump called out Israel on Fox. Yeah, I saw this. It's very funny.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody. Because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses. And they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of
Put that shit in my veins.
Because to be honest,
put that shit, hook it up, strap it up to my fucking veins, dude. Pump whatever the fuck he's putting out there directly into my fucking veins. Oh my Lord.
I can tell you.
Of course, another only Nixon can go to China moment. Only Trump can go to China moment. Only Trump can just come out and be like, Israel sucks. They're murdering people. Why are they blowing up apartment buildings? If any Democrat said this, they would be fucking assassinated, okay?
And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it. And I didn't like Syria. I didn't like where 2 hours before we're signing the agreement that there was an attack in Lebanon, in Beirut. It wasn't like in the southern side, and you know, it was in Beirut. I did not like that. I let them know that. I didn't like it, not at all. But I think that Syria, you know, he's pulled that country together amazingly quickly. He's very capable. And he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for, he's done. And if Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of which, by the way, as Dave DeCamp also points out, the White House group chat when the U.S. knocked down an apartment building in Yemen. Typing too fast. The first target, their top missile guy. We had a positive idea of him walking into his girlfriend's building and it's now collapsed. Excellent. Punch emoji. American flag emoji. Burning emoji. Yeah. My man is gonna fucking convert to Shia Islam soon if this keeps going. Oh. Vance was grilled by the ladies of The View. Oh, this is so funny. They're making him do this is so awesome, dude. JD Vance has to now own this deal and just like sell it to people as though it's good. And he has to go on every fucking news outlet. What an incredible moment.
For 29
Oh, he's doing a fucking dumbass book tour. Oh, that's so
seasons,
awesome.
This show
He's doing a dumbass cuck tour, dude. JD Vance humiliation ritual. Obviously, he's used to this. He's literally Peter Thiel's blood boy, right? So he's doing a humiliation tour, which is something that he's probably most comfortable with doing. Still awesome, though. Still awesome to watch it in real time.
has invited thousands of guests with all kinds of diverse points of view. And we have been asking our next guest to join us for a while now. So we're glad that he's taken us up on the offer today. Please welcome author of the new book, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
I was surprised at how tall you were. He's very tall.
If you only see somebody on TV, you just see their, in my case, giant head. So
We all
it hides how
have
tall I
giant
am.
heads,
That's right.
We are the table of big heads here.
So this is a show of MAGA Republicans, right? That's what my media team told me? Okay, good.
Well, we'll find out. I think you have the first question, Alyssa.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us. Now, you came into office with clear momentum, but when I talk to my friends and family who supported you and the president and still support you and the president, one issue comes up time and time again, and it's the economy. Inflation's up, wages are down, gas prices are starting to drop at news of this Iran deal, which we will get to.
Sure.
What can you say to voters who trusted you to lower costs on day one, and will they be satisfied by November?
Well, I think that's ultimately up to the voters, right? I think voters have every right to expect as much as possible out of their elected representatives. We certainly know that we were elected on a number of mandates. One was to close the border, which I think we've done successfully, exceeded expectations there.
It's so funny that he has to do the lib tour whenever he goes on a book tour because Republicans are fucking illiterate. It's awesome. Republicans literally don't know how to read. So he has to do the lib-ass book tour where he's like, well, you know, you guys should read this book, please. Please read this book.
Number two was to lower prices, and there's a lot of work to do, in large part because of what's happened over the last few months in the Middle East. But as you said, oil, which got up to $120 a barrel, now is at $80 a barrel. That's going to be reflected in lower fuel, lower food, lower energy prices. But there's a lot more work to do. The thing that I'm proudest about most, because as some of you may know, I grew up in one of these towns that was forgotten by the leaders in Washington of both parties.
Hillbilly
is that you're
elegy
seeing,
time.
that's Middletown, Ohio. That's my hometown in southwestern Ohio. It was a proud steel town. I was raised by a grandfather who was a union steel worker. Is that those jobs disappeared. Those factories closed down. The thing that I'm most excited about is you do see a large amount of capital investment coming into our country. Factories being built, construction jobs are way up, manufacturing jobs are starting to catch up. So there's a lot more work to do. I think that we're making progress, but ultimately we're going to make our pitch to the voters in November, and they're the ones who get to decide whether we've done a good job or not, and that's how they're going to vote.
Okay. So President Trump has called affordability a hoax. He said that, not me. He's pouring money into this ballroom of his and the reflecting pool. Oh, don't forget the Arch de Trompe, I call it, and a White House cage match. All these things. Why is he doing them when you just, everybody knows that Americans are struggling? What is he spending all this money for?
Well, I got to defend the president on the hoax point. What the president said is the idea that Republicans caused the affordability problem is a hoax. And I think that's true. If you go back to the Biden administration, inflation got up to 9% under the Biden administration, okay? Right now it's at 3.5%. By the way, too high. We're doing everything that we can to bring it back down to 2.5%, which is where most people would like to see it. But we inherited an affordability problem. We're doing a lot to make it better. It's going to take a little bit of time. There's a lot more work to do. But the president knows that a lot of Americans are struggling. In fact, he ran on that. He talked about it. And we've done some things and made some good progress on that point.
He just said he loves the inflation.
What he said, Anna, what he said is that he loves the fact that the inflation is going to come down when this war is over. That's what he said.
That's not what he said.
That wasn't a direct.
That's
Are you
not
his,
what
wait,
he said,
are you
but
his
that's
interpreter or are you his vice president? Come on.
Well, look. What the president said. People were asking about the inflation. They were asking about the affordability problem, which again is very real. And what he said is, "I love the inflation because it's going to come."
He literally said, "I don't give a fuck about affordability, and I don't give a fuck about the inflation." He just straight up said the inflation numbers are good. Good luck.
Down when the war is over. And now, again, we already see gas prices today, $4.06 a gallon, too high, but way down from where they were just a couple of weeks ago. So there's a lot we got to do, but I think that we're doing as much as we can. We're going to keep on working at it. And again, the American people are going to make their verdict, but I think that we have a very credible case to run on, that we brought a lot of new investment. We're building the factories. That is going to pay serious dividends for the American people over the long haul.
When?
Well, Joy, if you look at manufacturing jobs,
Okay.
those jobs are increasing at a large number. Construction jobs are doing a little bit better. So what happens is the construction jobs to build the factories, and then the manufacturing workers go back to work. That also leads to rising wages. That's one of the things that I'm very proud of. Is if you look at the amount that wages are going up now compared to, say, 2022, they're going up way faster. That's a good thing. You know, the affordability problem. Again, gas, way too high right now. Certain things way too high. You know, rents have been either
When he says
flat
construction jobs are going up, he means people are building data centers, by the way. Which you can't fucking say out loud because everyone will get very mad.
Down for 12 months now. So there are things that are showing signs of life, things that are showing signs of progress. My view, I'm sure you guys don't agree with it, is that we inherited a mess and we're fixing it. But sometimes it takes a long time to fix a mess.
Sonny.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, according to a new report from the New York Times, you were the leading voice behind the scenes to release the Epstein files, and we applaud you for that. And you warned top officials, including top DOJ officials, at strategy meetings taking place inside the Situation Room. We understand that there are tapes of those meetings, that this was a huge problem for the base. The report says you even floated having Tucker Carlson interview Ghislaine Maxwell to clear the president's name, but you were rebuffed by your people. Why?
Well, I'd say, first of all, don't believe everything that you read in any newspaper, whether it's a right-leaning paper or a left-leaning paper, because as you guys know, well, there are things that are true, things that are false, and things that are totally missing context. Well, here's what I'll say. So, number one, I am frankly kind of a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff, and that story says that that's one of the things that's true, is that some people called me a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff.
Called you a conspiracy
and I love
theorist.
Susie, but absolutely, she thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist on the Epstein stuff, because I think that it's crazy that you had this guy who is clearly a sex predator who was hanging out with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people. Like
Trump.
That really bothered me. I don't know what's there.
Like
of
your
course,
president.
Nobody knows exactly what happened
Like
unless you were
President
there.
Donald Trump.
But that really bothered me, and I wanted to have full transparency. What I disagree with is the idea that the White House wasn't committed to full transparency. We have to remember, like, I was inside the room when some of these decisions were made. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, the one that the president signed, the one that led to all these files that we're seeing, the emails. By the way, again, sorry, Joe, I do have to defend my boss. I know you guys don't always appreciate this, but, you know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police.
Okay,
that's one of the things that came out of these
files. They were best
files.
friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her
into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
That's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is, yes, Donald Trump, and he said this, he knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports the story. They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to JeffreyEpstein's downfall. To that point, Anna, you know the Republican Party. Well, it's one of the things that led to law enforcement investigation. But on the point that you made,
it was allegedly over a real estate deal that they got into a fight over.
But the email says actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other. They were incredibly close friends.
He reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying. That is objective. That is objectively true. But Anna made another point that I think Whoopi, if I may, because Anna made a very important point. This question about did Donald Trump release these files only under duress from Republicans? And Anna, you know the Republican Party probably better than I do. The idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
What was the bipartisan, though? It was Republicans and Democrats.
But because the Republicans control the House and the Senate, particularly the Senate, you need the Republican sign-off. What the president did is, look, I will say this. Again, I was in there in the meetings. He was very frustrated that the Democrats were making this about him when he's like, look, I threw the guy out of my club. I am the guy who reported him to the police, or one of the people who reported him to the police.
So why did he try to prevent it? Like, if he's a white hat pedophile, because that's the funniest argument. But if he's a white hat pedophile, which we know is bullshit, right? Then why was he presenting impediments against the release of their files over and over again? Because he was. Why did he say the Jeffrey Epstein files are a hoax, and that anyone who is defending the Jeffrey Epstein files release is not even a fan of Donald Trump? They were like, they're no fans of mine. Level 2 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. We can carry the flame twice in one day. If you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, and support independent media, which is the only way that you can support independent media here, is by subscribing, because there's no ads, there's no nothing. And if we get the level 10 hype train, you already know, baby, we'll double the flame.
The president was frustrated about that, absolutely. But he eventually came to say, you know what, let's just get everything out there. Let's have this out in the public. And he actually called the senators. I was there. He called the senators and said, you know what, pass this bill, I'll sign it. And that was it.
Well, then let me follow up briefly. Let me follow up briefly.
Yes.
It sounds like you believed that there would be men in the files who would be held accountable. Rightfully so. And the American people are with you on this. Why haven't we seen the release of over 2.5 million additional Epstein file documents? It seems like you are someone that is on the right side of history on this.
So we have released, I think it's 6 million files or 6 million pages of documents. My understanding is the 2.5 million, Sonny, I'm going to check on this to make sure, but my understanding is that a lot of those are duplicates of things that have already been released.
So then
we're not holding,
we're
not holding anything back. Some of those things.
But why don't you release them? Oops, I said Mark Levine. It's Mark
Things are
Levine.
like the courts have to order you to release them. So that was one thing that we confronted. You talk about these situation room meetings. Is there was a big bunch of files that existed, I think, in the Southern District of New York, or maybe it was some other jurisdiction. But we were like, we want to release these files, but you need the court approval in order to release the files. Sometimes we would apply to release the files, and the courts would say no. So those particular documents, I would need to actually know exactly what you're talking about.
3.5 million documents were released. And my understanding is 2.5 million have not been released.
Those may have been the ones that are under court. So I don't know what the documents you're talking about, but I'm telling you, we're...
What is this? You should stop working with this org? Yeah, the worse the crisis gets for Mark, the bigger his pins get. Kurt Mills says, you better not be wearing an increasingly large American flag pin and advocating forever war with Iran when I get there. Me. Every day the pin grows. Every day the motherfucking pin grows, dude.
Let me go to break.
Sure.
Let me go to break.
We have plenty
Because
of
people
time.
are looking at me, going.
And let's talk about the book. I'm here to sell books. Communion. Buy my book, please.
Eventually we will, but this is a good opportunity for us to get some clarity
Of
on
course.
stuff.
Great.
We'll be back with more with Vice President J.D. Vance. We are back with Vice President J.D. Vance. Sarah, you got the question.
Yes, Mr. Vice President. In your new book, Communion, you write about your personal evolution with faith from evangelical to atheist to Catholic. Convert.
No, I'm not doing this. I will never watch the rest of this. What is this? Black history is what? Okay, I don't care about his book. I would rather die than fucking hear him talk about his new dumbass book.
Republican side of this as well. It is a bipartisan concern.
Well, I think, look, some of the criticism comes from the fact that if Donald Trump were elected the supreme leader of Iran, the Democrats would still say that the United States had lost this. There is a fundamental refusal to acknowledge how much has changed in the Middle East over the last few months. And again, that assumes that nothing else happens. But if this deal actually comes to fruition, meaning if the Iranians actually comply with it, we have transformed the Middle East in a way that is amazingly beneficial for both the American
Literally leaned into Israel so hard that it completely rerouted decades-old allegiances. It did transform the region. Yeah, it did. He's not wrong, just not in favor of American dominance. Like, I'm conflicted here because on the one hand, also we're at level 5 hype train. Doesn't seem to me like we're going to be carrying the flame today, I'll be honest. I'm conflicted here because on the one hand, I'm like, good, this is good. It's good that the Gulf nations are now reconsidering the way that they've dealt with Iran and are forced to reckon with the reality that Iran is there to stay. And therefore, instead of, engaging in endless militarism, unnecessary friction, and leaning to Israel, they will lean to Iran as a regional partner for stability. This is bad for America being the world police, but it's totally good for long-standing stability, especially if they further push out Israeli influence. I mean, that would be fantastic for regional stability. QA Streams, thank you for the 50 bones. Holy moly. So, this is what has been my advocacy for the longest time. I have said over and over again that middle powers need to unite and break away from the American hegemony. In order to do this, how is Iranian imperialism over the Middle East good? Buddy, you are saying it's Iranian imperialism. That's just cope. It's always Iranian imperialism. It's not. Iran has proven that it is a stable partner in the region. Iran is invested in regional stability. They have to be, because they live there. We don't. And the only country that is an expression of our interest in the region doesn't care, behaves like it doesn't live there because it wants to fuck up the entire board so they can keep dominating other neighboring countries. Like, you make it seem as though there is like some sort of Iranian imperialism taking place, when Israel is the country that's invading the neighboring nations. It's pure cope. It is pure fucking Americope of the highest order. No, it is. It's Iran's way or Dubai gets destroyed by Iran. Brother, the United Arab Emirates openly declared their allegiance to America and Israel, the two countries that are fucking up the entire region. Why do you think these guys are infallible, that they're just like innocent in this process? What are you talking about? What country, in order to defend its sovereignty, does not fight back against the fucking allies of the country blowing them up? The United Arab Emirates allowed American platforms to launch missiles at Iran. Why the fuck would Iran not blow back? Are you fucking stupid? Why do you think that these fucking countries get to have American military bases, American troops stationed on their soil, American radar installations, American planes that fly off of their airports inside of American military bases against another country in the fucking region, and then that country's not allowed to fight back? What are you, fucking stupid? Do you have a brain? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course they're gonna fucking fight back, dumbass. Jesus Christ. That's not fucking imperialism, stupid. Imperialism is what America has done in building American military bases on the ass cheeks of a fucking foreign adversary. How can you say they want regional stability yet sponsor the axis of resistance? Because the axis of resistance is formed against the one country that is actually causing instability in the region, and it's a fucking deterrent against those two countries, the United States of America and Israel. Axis of resistance is a appropriate moniker. Resistance against what? Think. Resistance against what? What are they resisting? You don't want to make this argument. Isn't it used against the Saudis, or is that grouped against with American imperialism? Yes, of course it's grouped with American imperialism. You're talking about Al-Qaeda. You're talking about Daesh. What the fuck's wrong with you? Hello? Do you just read half the book and don't read the rest of it? Do you just hear certain things and you think, well, this is a talking point I can deploy? Yeah, what are they resisting against the Saudis? They're fucking fighting Al-Qaeda, you fucking idiot. Yes, that is an expression of American imperialism as well. Motherfucker said, oh, I'm sorry. They're fighting ISIS too hard in the region. Yeah, did you fall asleep halfway through the audiobook? What happened? You heard about it? You heard about the first half. You're like, well, there's a lot of regional conflict between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And then you didn't hear about the rest of the story? Is that what happened? Yeah, I can't believe Iran funded the Zaidi Shia Yemeni tribes, the Houthis, when there was a fucking civil war fomented by Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates in Yemen. I can't believe they did that. That civil war was also instigated not just by the Sunni Muslims in Yemen, but by Daesh and Al-Qaeda. I think it's fair, but still sponsor this group does and instability. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It only adds instability if you are looking at the equation from the perspective of America. Because America has ambitions in the region, and Israel is the enforcer in the region. Okay? Remember, axis of resistance. What are they resisting? They are resisting American imperialism. Without American imperialism, there's no instability. You are saying that you're upset that the Lebanese Shia population took matters into their own hands and Iran was there to facilitate it. Okay, Iran was there to offer training and logistics. When Israel invaded Lebanon, Hezbollah did not exist. When Israel instigated the sectarian conflict in Lebanon, Israel fomented that instability. Israel leaned in to that sectarian conflict. Of course, people are going to fucking resist. Sometimes I can see you're retired and educating at a uni, but then you lose your shit, Lamau. No, I mean, that'd be awesome. I could just go beast mode on a fucking student who comes in to be like, meh. Yeah. The axis of resistance is there to resist. I guess in a hypothetical world where the U.S. and Israel have no involvement in the region, would there still be beef between Saudi and Iran? I don't know. Look at the situation now. Because it turns out nothing is more effective at causing Saudi Arabia and the GCC to reach a manageable conclusion with Iran and to treat Iran as a regional partner for continued stability in the region than Shahed drones blowing up air bases in Saudi Arabia. Because 109 days later, lo and behold, that's where we're fucking at. So I don't know. What do you think? And it's funny because I said this from the jump. People were like, oh, Iran really fucked up now. Attacking its neighbors? How stupid. And I was like, no. I'm talking to people in the fucking region. I'm talking to people who live there. The calculation on their end is very different. The calculation in the minds of the Gulf nations, with the exception of the United Arab Emirates, is we are getting shafted because Israel does not care about us and America does not care about us either. America only cares about Israel. We cannot allow what just took place to happen ever again. We watched it unfold. Did a hype chest? Oh no, the fucking hype train ended. I forgot. We dropped the flame, dude. Our hands could not carry the torch twice in one day. Yeah, chatter talking like a think tanker. If this agreement goes forward as reported, it will leave a brutal regime in control of Iran and in control of most of the tools it uses to threaten the region. Ballistic missiles, drones, a weaker but still dangerous regional proxy in Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen. If Michael Birnbaum is going to cite someone from the Middle East Institute to demagogue against the Iran settlement, he should probably mention some of MIE's biggest funders are the United Arab Emirates and Saudi regimes and Lockheed Martin and RTX, formerly Raytheon. No. And what's crazy to me is like chatters will repeat this stuff. I guess it does work, right? This is the other side of the literacy crisis, where the last remaining literate people in this country who are genuinely invested in trying to develop a better understanding will then go and read these fucking think tank backed papers, and then they'll come in here and repeat it to me. It's fucking crazy. If you're going to read the think tank paper, think after you read it. Think about who its funders are. Think about what the think tank's ambitions are. With the exception of like 3 think tanks in Washington, D.C., Virtually all of them want to go scorch earth all the time to varying degrees. I had the executive vice president of one of the 3 DC think tanks that is not expressly pro endless empire on the broadcast 2 hours ago. If you're going to read shit like that, then you have to apply some level of healthy scrutiny to what they're writing. You have to match up what you're reading with what you have seen unfold. Is this true? CEO of Meta Analytica, Dr. Andreas Krieg, writes, I think the UAE is probably the most interesting case because it shifted significantly along the continuum. At the beginning of the war, Oman was on one side, taking very clear positions, neutrality, diplomacy, and view that negotiation was the only viable way forward. At the other end of the spectrum was the United Arab Emirates, you know, the country that this other chatter said was infallible in this process. Remember that? The other country, the other chatter who was like, why did they attack the United Arab Emirates? They were just sitting there looking pretty and allowing Instagram models to live there and operate as a tax haven for cryptocurrency peddlers and you know, rapist pedophiles. Okay? Remember that chatter who was like, why did they get attacked then? That's Iranian imperialism. Well, yeah, UAE was defiant. At the time of the beginning of the conflict, the UAE was out there flipping their fucking phones. The Emirates were flipping their fucking phones in slow motion, doing aura edits, and talking about defiance and projecting strength. His posture was centered on coercion and deterrence. Now, however, the UAE appears to have moved. It has reportedly pulled $3 billion from Pakistan as punishment for Islamabad taking a more conciliatory approach towards Iran. But at the same time, Abu Dhabi now seems to have come around to embracing the MOU and the wider diplomatic process, including supporting Qatari efforts. The one country, other than Oman, in the Gulf that was, you know, trying to manage the situation with a more neutral attitude was Qatar. If anything, they should be the ones who are fucking complaining, but of course they can't either. You want to know why? Because CENTCOM is there. Okay? Because American military bases are there. That's it. You can say they have no choice in the matter, and there's some truth to that. But if you're going to have American military bases on your soil and they're going to be launching attacks against your regional partner that you share a fucking oil field with, a gas field with, okay, then yeah, they're going to fucking hit back. Yeah, FENTCOM. Do you experience deja vu often because you're explaining the same stuff over and over again, right, but too early? It's okay. In this very moment, it's important to explain all these concepts over and over again, because this is the moment where people are tuning in to be like, okay, you were right from the start. Let's hear you out now. What is particularly interesting is that there are clearly tensions within Abu Dhabi and also between Abu Dhabi and the Northern Emirates over how to deal with Iran. NBC's position has been one of defiance, strength, and deterrence rather than entanglement and engagement. Ironically enough, the United Arab Emirates are not so united. Then you have Tahnoun, who has suddenly reappeared on the surface. He had been largely absent from the public view for months, but has now returned to lead on the policy issue. Tahnoun's strategic mindset has already been built around entanglement and weaponized interdependence through commercial networks. This approach shaped the UAE's earlier policy, allowing the IRGC to do business in the UAE, in the exception that, in return, the UAE would not be attacked. That equation clearly did not ultimately deliver the desired outcome. Nonetheless, there was no obvious alternative. Tahnoun's argument appears to have been that the UAE cannot win this militarily. Israel's not going to win the war on behalf of the UAE because Israel cannot win the war for itself. The United States does not want an all-out war. The GC partners around the UAE do not want war either. And let me tell you something. If Trump had an appetite for boots on the ground military warfare, let me tell you something about these fucking Gulf leaders. they would be on board with it 100%. They would back it to the fucking hilt, not realizing that full-blown, boots on the ground military warfare would spell complete chaos for the region. Because they're stupid. I'm sorry. They're fucking stupid. Okay? Just as they were dumb enough to think that they could just, support the United States of America and get away with it scot-free without Iran retaliating against them. They were dumb for that. Just like they thought if America or Israel blew up Iranian oil refineries, that their oil refineries would not be hit in retaliation. They were dumb as fuck for that. Because it's not like Iran didn't spell this out, right? But they're still dumb. It's just that even a stupid person knows when it's over. Okay? The United States does not want an all-out war. The GC partners around the UAE do not want a war either. As a result, Abu Dhabi has little choice but to come to the negotiating table. It therefore seems that Tahnoon has won this internal debate, at least for now, over NBC's earlier and more assertive approach. The underlying calculation appears to be that a united GCC position may ultimately serve UAE's national interests far better than a situation in which everyone is pulled in different directions. The UAE chose to be a fucking fleshlight for the past 2 decades for Israel's desires in the Gulf. So much so that it actually pissed off Saudi Arabia, which is supposed to be the senior partner. Okay? Of course they're going to get fucking penalized for it. It's totally ridiculous to assume that you get away with doing shit like that, especially when that country ends up fucking bombing the other foreign adversary in the region, the sovereign power in the region. Totally ridiculous. Anyway, it is still funny to see Mark Dubowitz. Yeah, somebody sent a leaflet to this Japanese soldier lost in the jungle, says Ryan.
What happened to the GOP base as a result of all this?
Okay.
Because it's divided.
Yeah, here he is trying to win favor back with the Tucker Carlson wing of the party, by the way.
I know you've experienced it yourself. I've experienced it too. It's been sort of a sad, tumultuous, stressful time.
Sure.
It's much more fun, I think, for most of us who lean right or are right-leaning independents to be fighting with the left. But it's been kind of civil war-y over on the conservative teams since this whole thing got launched.
Yep.
And the non-interventionalist right feels very betrayed by it. Whether you agree with that they've been betrayed or not, Mr. Vice President, what do you say to those people?
Well, what I'd say to them is one, I think you can walk through all the ways in which this has led to a good place for the United States of America. And I'd ask them not to sort of view this purely through the filter. I know, a lot of these folks are frustrated with the role that Israel has in all this. We can talk about that. But don't look at it from the lens of, what is it that different people think about it? What do you think about it? Fundamentally,
They're
you
against
think...
it. I've talked
fair,
to a lot of them.
But I'm saying, ask yourself, I think you can make the best argument that the nuclear program is destroyed. The Iranian conventional military is destroyed. We had, yes, a temporary rise in energy prices that's already coming down substantially. And we didn't get, as I said repeatedly, we were never going to get the quagmire that a lot of people were warning about because Donald Trump is just not George W. Bush.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say the first argument I'd make is look at where we are right now. And I think you can make the best argument that where we are right now is a good place for the United States of America. And again, if we transform the Middle East,
what else
this was fundamentally worth it. Okay, the second argument I'd make, and this is maybe, is this. Even if you disagree with this particular action, it's completely ridiculous to pick up your marbles and go home. That's not how politics works. And I've been very much on the inside of a lot of these debates and conversations. Some people have criticized our immigration policy. Some people have criticized tax policy, or some people have criticized foreign policy. The way that politics works is that you have to stay engaged in the process. You absolutely have to make your voice heard. But right now, we have a very...
Yeah, and these guys were saying openly that their voices were not being heard. The only voice being heard was Israel's voice. He's so bad at this. It ain't gonna be him in 2028. No shot. I think he's too. I think he's too libtarded. Like he's he's fine as like playing the role of lib whisperer, I guess. Even though all the libs despise him. So I'm just not even aware of like who he is representing when he does this stuff. Like, who is this for is the question I always have. Because like, obviously the liberals despise this guy. And he is too lib-shaped and lib-coded for the diehard MAGA bots. What is this? Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of which, this is the real shit. Trump ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee defies Trump. Without Israel, there would be no America. We owe our very existence to what happened in this land.
To represent the importance of Israel to the United States. This is just another reminder that it is your heritage without a doubt. But Minister, it is also the heritage of the United States.
He's on crack, brother. It's so crazy.
Without Israel, without the Jewish Foundation, there would not be an America. We owe our very existence to what happened in this land. It's also
hard to imagine how we got by as long as we did. Yeah, without the invention of Israel. Huh. Little known fact, but the only way Washington was able to cross the Delaware River was by using Waze. SodaStream, Waze, Israel, number one. Context is that Trump spoke today saying that there would be no Israel without the U.S. They would get blown off the map, which is true. It's objectively true. You should consider maybe not working with this org anymore. They're doing some weird stuff. Lately, we had to grapple with several otherwise excellent candidates believe that defending Ukraine harms the average American financially or worse, that they're uncomfortable with the concept of military aid. Yeah, I don't really care about what Progressive Victory is saying about fucking Claire Valdez or Daria Liza. Straight up. I'm going to be real with you guys. Yeah. Oh, Mark Levin. Name one country, any country, that would go along with an MOU or deal preventing our conditioning its ability to defend itself against a massive terrorist force on its border, firing missiles and drones into its towns and cities. Name one. Meatball. Name one fucking country. You can't. And it has to get permission to defend itself or not strike too hard in response to imminent or actual terror attacks. Meat wad, sorry, not meatball. Frylock! Name one country, Frylock. You can't. And for what? A promise by a terrorist regime that funds terror proxies and seeks to annihilate it, that it will comply with a paper agreement for the first time in its existence to abandon its ideological ambitions? Even now, if I understand what's in play, we are stating that we can always resort to military action if Iran does not honor its obligations. If Iran fires missiles at our bases and armed forces in the region, or if we think it will do so, what will we do, Meatwad? What did we do? We hammered the regime after having been accused falsely and repeatedly of committing genocide in Gaza, despite the repeated reports and now subsequent reports that this was simply not true. Today, Israel is accused of blowing up buildings in Lebanon and being too aggressive. Hezbollah, which uses the same tactics as Hamas and the other Iranian regime terror proxies, may literally become a protectorate of sorts? I sure as hell hope I'm misreading and mishearing things. If there is confusion, it is due to the withholding of the MOU and publicly stated comments, not to those of us who can see and hear. Mark, get on a plane and fly your fat ass to Iran and handle it. Why are you doing Chud Gottfried? Okay, I'm sorry, but every time someone says one of my impressions are bad, it's just because they haven't heard the actual original sound. Okay? I think that was a 1-to-1 Mark Levin and also Master Shake, which is Mark Levin anyway. I just said Mark Levin twice. Mark Levin and Master Shake sound identical to one another. Yeah, Master Levin. I consider how well you do that accent to be anti-Semitic. Yeah, here's what Trump also said. Beast mode.
But you wouldn't have, if it weren't for the United States of America, with me, because Obama was the opposite,
president.
Israel would not exist right now.
Please, please give us Obamacare. I'm going to make you like it because that's what we radical left-wing ideologues do. Screw you. Screw the Constitution. Screw elections. Balance of power. Checks and balances. None of it matters. I've got my Obamacare and you're stuck with it forever with our totalitarian mindset. That is what we do.
Okay. Am I wrong? In April, we asked Ro Khanna to disavow Hasan Piker's violent rhetoric calling for the death of Trump supporters. Naturally, Khanna struggled to answer our question. Now the FBI has revealed a terrorist plan to target the UFC Freedom 250 in an effort to murder Trump supporters. Elected Democrats would be ashamed of themselves. Republicans must win the midterms. What the fuck? Muslim communist streamer Hasan Piker. Yeah, the FBI thwarting another quote unquote terror attack. This is the fakest one so far. Okay, I'll say it. This is so fake that it's not even like reaching people, I don't think. It feels so goddamn fake, dude. 2 SoCal men arrested in plot targeting UFC fights at the White House. Brian Omar Roa, Michael Allen Thomas of Pinon Hills were arrested on Saturday, the day before the fight, and have since made their initial court appearances. The FBI said the alleged terror plot involved at least 19 people and included plans for explosions and gunfire. According to an unsealed FBI affidavit, the plan involved setting off explosions using drones near the event and then shooting guests as they evacuated. Authorities say 5 people have been arrested so far, including Roa and Thomas. Yeah, I don't fucking believe this. Federal investigators said the group has been communicating for at least a month online. Among them was 19-year-old Tyson Proper, who was living in his parents' home in Ohio. Authorities allege Proper used $3,000 of graduation money to purchase guns, tactical vests, and thousands of rounds of ammunition for the attack. The alleged plot came to light after Proper's mother overheard conversation on encrypted chats and phone calls and contacted the police. Oh, I'm in this?
Hey, folks, Mark Levin.
Let's start with Mark Levin.
Hey, folks, Mark Levin here. That it was okay to murder an insurance CEO that mounts a tongue who killed
apparently
60 million people
he
is one of
ends
the
up
great.
advocating to kill me on this. Master Shake does.
That 9/11 was a good thing. It ought to be celebrated. That October 7 was a good thing, and you don't give a damn about the rapes and the debauchery. That it's okay to steal. I mean,
The debauchery? Wait. He mentioned... Wait. October 7. Rapes and debauchery. That's more disrespectful about October 7 than anything I've ever said. What the fuck? I didn't even catch it at the time, dude.
good question, ladies and gentlemen. Should society give a person like that the rights and the privileges and the freedoms that he would deny the rest of us? I'm talking about a man named Hasan Piker, who most of you have never heard of before. Hasan Piker is an Islamist jihadi. Born in the United States, raised in Turkey, indoctrinated.
It's so good. It's so good. Anyway, yeah, they FBI's court filing revealed that those in communications with the group described as strangers claiming to be ex-military and Christian-based discussed grievances about government corruption. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Stop. Okay, I believe it again. Okay, this is a real plot. Because it's fucking former Trump supporters turned Epstein truthers. Oh my God. Oh my God. I should have known when I saw Ohio. Oh my God. Oh boy. That's yet that we count those. We count those on the former Trump supporter turned Trump would-be assassin category. Many such cases. Many such cases of this in the United States of America.
But you wouldn't have, if it weren't for the United States of America, with me, because Obama was the opposite, Israel would not exist right now. Israel would have been blown off the face of the earth, 100%. And every smart person in Israel knows that. Okay.
Well, not many of them, I guess.
If it weren't for the United States of America, with me,
There's many of them, lol. They become disgruntled with Trump and then turn on him and then want to unalive him, yet they blame the left. Oh, so many of them. Daria Lisa debate is about to start. We can watch it live against Adriano Espaillat, head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. It's going to be on Spectrum News. The debate. Oh, yeah, his approval rating in Israel is so funny. Joe Biden humiliated himself at an enormous political cost out of genuine affection for these morons, and they hated his ass so much that they cheered when he got swapped out for an amoral psycho who has thrown everyone he's ever worked with under the bus when the times got tough. Lol. Trump support in Israel flipped in 3 weeks, guys. Yeah, 3 weeks ago, he had net 23 positive support. Now it's at minus 23. Because all he had to do was come out and say,
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
yeah, I guess he can't run in Israel no more. Fetterman comes out, says the full text hasn't been released yet. I just want to see what he really is overall. But in the strongest terms, I disagree with the public criticism. In the middle of all of that. It's so awesome that these guys are fucking straight up openly, like, I love Israel more than I love America. They're just saying it. They're just saying it out loud. Like, anyone that comes out, everyone gets the Hasan treatment now if they call themselves socialists. Genesee Lewis George, the Democratic Socialist District Council member running for mayor of Washington, purchased a $1.1 million single-family home in April, just 15 days after publishing an op-ed arguing that exclusionary zoning perpetuates segregation and drives displacement across the nation's capital. Yes, if you're a socialist or if you call yourself a socialist in any way, shape, or form, you have to live in a fucking hovel. Anyway, Israel Hayom, support for Trump is collapsing. Just 3 weeks ago, in the midst of the negotiations with Iran, we asked here about support for the U.S. president. Trump was already very reserved at that time about returning to war, and still enjoyed a support rate of 58% versus 35% who opposed him, which means he's the most popular politician in Israel, more than the president, more than the prime minister, more than the opposition leaders, almost as much as the chief of staff. 3 weeks have passed, the surrender agreement was signed, and Trump's popularity is collapsing no less. Instead of plus 16%, he's at minus 23. That's less than Eisenkot, less than Bennett, and less than Netanyahu. Let's see what Lindsey Graham is doing.
Has to come to Congress for disapproval. That's what we did under Obama, and President Trump said today he will send it to Congress. He welcomes a vote. Here's what we achieved. If this thing goes through Friday, we've opened up the streets, which will help the economy of the world. The world will be...
Bro, he was nutting. A couple of days ago, he was nutting. He's so sad now.
Starting
awesome.
At 8, right here on New York One.
China has an anti-Asmongold task force.
An immigrant kid that overstayed his visa, got his green card, eventually became a U.S. citizen, a voter, and now I'm a member of Congress. Someone that fought to get drugs out of northern Manhattan, someone that helped build over 12 new schools when kids were being bused out of our neighborhoods to other boroughs because of the overcrowding problem. Someone that also represented and made sure that tenants were protected right through 2 waves of gentrification in northern Manhattan. I have been there. I have been in the neighborhood all along during our most difficult times, and I ask you for your support. I'm running on my record, a record of accomplishment, a record that has listened to people and has brought back results to the community that I represent and that I'm very proud to live in. Thank you so much for your support.
Okay. Ms. Avia Chevalier.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I am the daughter of Dominican immigrants. I am a New Yorker. And like so many in our district, I am a renter who has had to wonder whether I can afford to stay in the city that I love.
Queen
I'm
shit.
a teacher who has had students come to me and ask me not about their assignments or about their tests, but about the food insecurity that they were experiencing, the housing insecurity that they were experiencing. I am someone who has been organizing for over 14 years in our community, and I have to ask, have things gotten better in our community under our current leadership? Because for so many, things have only gotten harder. When I walk out my door, I see more and more of my neighbors sleeping on the street. I see more of them joining food pantry lines. All the while, I see our tax dollars going towards war, towards a genocide, and toward things that are not helping our community. We deserve a fighter who's actually going to make sure that our tax dollars are returning to our home to invest in our communities, in our babies, and not bombs.
Okay, thank you, candidates. Now, let's start by talking about the kind of Democrat you will be as a member of Congress. Democrats make up the overwhelming majority of voters in this district, And the winner of the primary is all but assured of serving in Congress come January. The question we'll start with is what kind of Democrat each of you would be. Ms. Chevalier, some mainstream Democrats have criticized the Democratic Socialists of America, one of the organizations backing you, for positions at the national level that include eliminating all borders, instituting a 32-hour work week with no reduction in pay, limiting judicial review by the Supreme Court, or extending full voting rights to non-citizens and to people with criminal convictions. Some would call those proposals unrealistic or certainly at odds with the platform and positions of the Democratic National Committee. If asked to choose between a DSA and a DNC position or priority, using open borders, say, as an example, what should voters expect you to do?
Voters can expect that I will always fight for them. I will always fight for the community in New York 13 because that is what I'm committed to. I am running for Congress because I am someone who has felt deeply abandoned by the leadership that we have had, leadership that has gotten us to this moment where we are facing an onslaught of fascism by a president in the White House who is himself a fascist. And we deserve representation that's going to fight for the needs of our community, that's going to fight to win housing for all, fight to make sure that our tax dollars come back to our communities, to invest in our communities, fight to make sure that we are abolishing ICE and that we are creating pathways to citizenship for our community so that our community no longer has to fear the terror of ICE. We deserve representation who is actually going to listen to our community. I am someone who has been organizing for over 14 years in our community, been with New Yorkers on the hardest days of their lives when they were facing ICE detention and reuniting them with their families, been with them when they were facing police brutality and been there with them to support them through that. I am someone who will show up consistently for our community and fight for progressive legislation.
So, I mean, just to follow up, I mean, again, the DSA position is that people should
I like
be free
her,
to
but
go
so
from
far
one
this didn't
country
feel
to the next,
scripted. Yeah,
workers,
she
they say,
studied.
without any real restrictions. Is that something voters should expect you to do if you're elected?
I think what voters can expect is that I will fight for policy that actually benefits the working people of our community. And for so many working immigrant communities, we have seen attacks on that community. We should be able to have a reasonable immigration policy that is going to benefit the working people of this district. That includes, for example, making sure that we can get SBA loans to people who are green card holders, because it makes no sense that in a community where small immigrant businesses are a cornerstone, they do not have the support from our institutions.
Okay. Mr. Espaillat, I have a question for you. You've said on the campaign trail that a member of Congress has to be willing to work with others and find compromise. But a growing number of voters are telling pollsters that they want Democrats who are willing to fight against the Trump administration, against abuse by corporations, and if necessary, against the Democratic leadership itself. Can you give some examples of when you were willing to have those fights?
Well, Earl, I was one of the first members of Congress to, one of the first four.
Is it okay to work with Hamas, Piker? No, they're not going to ask that.
During the first Trump administration, I have fought Trump and won. We took him to court to ensure that, of course, we will have access to the detention centers. And we were able to win. And now we're able to visit Delaney Hall and other detention centers and exercise our oversight duties. We were also able to sue the IRS, who was willing and was on their way to share confidential taxpayer information of immigrants with ICE. We were able to dismantle an organization that the airlines put together to sell passenger information to the law enforcement agencies. Joe Biden implemented my sensitive locations bill, which disallows ICE from going into houses of worship, schools, and hospitals. We were able to get the body camera program going as well during the Biden administration. This is a fight with proven results.
And were there, could you tell us about an instance where the Democratic leadership was going in a direction that you felt you needed to push back against?
All my life, Errol, I ran against the grain. I defeated a 16-year incumbent when I was an assemblyman. As you know, I fought
yeah, body cameras is bullshit. It might work with the libs, though, unless Dari fucking cooks his ass on that.
I've been a fighter for my community in and outside of the Democratic Party.
May I respond?
Yes.
So, you know, I find that concerning that that is the example that he's giving of having fought against Trump when, for example, he has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from the very donors that Trump himself has taken. He is someone who has voted in favor of the Genius Act, which has enriched people like Trump and his crypto buddies. He is someone who has refused to condemn a genocide and continues to vote time and time again to send taxpayer money to a country that is currently enacting a genocide in a time where we need fighters who can stand up against that and stand up to defend our democracy. He is somebody who has refused to fight for his own constituents in his district in a time where Trump himself said that that constituent was the blueprint for how immigration enforcement would be conducted going forward.
Let's let him respond.
Errol, my opponent obviously doesn't know anything about her insulting tweets that have insulted Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, a host of people. She doesn't know where her money is coming from. Yes, today, she got her campaign benefited for another influx of $700,000, in addition to the $1.5 million that her campaign benefited from a Texas millionaire that has bankrolled Greg Abbott, the same guy that's caging kids, sending immigrants here to New York City and separating families.
I'm gonna let my partner Courtney Gross.
No, Daria Lisa, butt in. Say you're talking about mean tweets. I'm talking about what you've done.
Those topics that you mentioned, but first let's start with Ms. Avila Chevalier. We did want to talk to you about those social media posts between the times of 2018 through approximately the spring of 2022. You used expletives against Vice President Kamala Harris at the time, called Joe Biden a rapist and a war criminal. And you have said in previous debates and interviews that you take accountability for these statements. But what does that actually mean? Do you regret saying them, and do you still believe in those statements?
I deeply regret my tweets. I regret them. And I regret that it has taken away from a conversation where New Yorkers deserve someone who is fighting for the things that they want to be discussed on the national stage. Something that for far too long,
just
they
say
have not
fuck
had.
the tweets.
We have not had representatives who are
offering
who are
material
talking about
support
the
to the
fact
Trump
that there is a
fascism
lack
is
of
far
dignified
worse than
affordable housing
tweets.
in our district, that there is a lack of fight against the way that ICE has been conducting in our district. And so yes, I regret that. But when we talk about accountability, I have yet to see my opponent be accountable to his own record, a record which shows that he has taken over $250,000 from the very real estate corporations that are pricing people out of our district, a record that in the last 2 days alone, he has taken over $200,000 from real estate and Wall Street. He is someone who has taken over $670,000 from AIPAC, all while voting to send our tax dollars to a country that is enacting a genocide, and someone who has taken over $115,000 over the course of his career from ICE contractors, while voting to then also fund ICE to the tune of $7 billion.
So just to be clear, you don't believe any of the statements that you did put out on social media during that time period anymore?
Again, I deeply regret those tweets. And the values that I hold are the values of justice, of human dignity, of accountability. And so this is me taking accountability, and I'm happy to model accountability. And I also must ask that my opponent be accountable to his own record, a record that is one in which he has held political office, has had power over our community, and that has had an impact on the day-to-day lives of New Yorkers and the policies that he has enacted.
Mr. Espaillat, we should give him a chance to respond if he would like to. But.
Yes, these disparaging tweets didn't happen a decade ago, 15 years ago. They were just a few years ago. Just when many of the women in our district were rallying and really happy and proud about Kamala Harris's candidacy.
Oh my God!
She was
That's all he's
tweeting
got.
disparaging statements about her. She was calling the president a rapist. This is not just some common statement that was made when you were a young person, a teenager, an adolescent. This was just a couple of years ago.
Okay.
And I think it's irresponsible for someone that has a chronically irresponsible
It
social
sucks because
media
this is an idiotic
to
argument,
Congress.
but it's
Worse
the only time where this argument might work. You know what I mean?
That I deeply regret this. And listen, I am
Stop
someone
regretting.
who
You're too defensive. Don't be so defensive. Get on the offense. Pounce, pounce, pounce,
and
pounce,
I would have loved
pounce.
to have had a black woman president. I was critical. I am someone who has been working with families who are facing mass incarceration, who are facing police brutality. And I was critical of Kamala Harris's record, and I voted for her. Because like so many black and brown people, I am someone who has been having to be forced to save the Democratic Party from itself. And that is because we have had representatives like my opponent who has refused to listen to his constituents, who has refused to actually listen to the will of their Democratic base. And it's time that we have a representative who actually listen to their Democratic base.
Okay, I got a question for you, Mr. Esbayat.
Okay,
You've
she
called yourself
salvaged
a
it.
progressive leader. You're a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. In the 2021 municipal elections, you first supported Scott Stringer for mayor, then dropped that support and backed Eric Adams. Last year, you supported Andrew Cuomo, who then lost the Democratic primary and then settled on Zoran Mamdani. Would you say that those choices along the way were progressive?
Well, the common denominator has been, Errol, that I've always supported the nominee of the Democratic Party. And in last year's election, of course, the nominee was Zoran Mamdani, and I supported that nominee. And I am a progressive Democrat. I am proud to have the support of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. I'm proud to have the support of people like Attorney General Tish James. And my values are very much progressive. I am someone that works for working families. I believe in protecting Medicaid. There's 480,000 constituents in my district that are Medicaid recipients. There are savage cuts against them that will kick in. I will fight to take the money back from ICE, the $170 billion plus the additional $70 billion that Trump and the Republicans just gave to ICE, to bring it back where it belongs, in the Medicaid program, to ensure that we have SNAP, that we have food stamps for working class families. I am a progressive Democrat, and I'm proud of my record.
Okay, the candidates.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next topic, and that is campaign finance and campaign donations. And Mr. Esbayat, we are going to start with you. Over the years, you've accepted thousands of dollars from the pro-Israel lobby known as AIPAC. This cycle, our analysis has shown you've accepted at least $140,000 given to you through contributions made through the organization, and then the PAC itself has given to you separately. You went to Israel in 2022 with the support of AIPAC's sister organization. So the question is, how do you describe your relationship with AIPAC, and do you regret accepting any of this support from the group following the war in Gaza, where the group has strongly backed Israel and restricted aid, and unrestricted aid for it?
First, no one dictates or tells me how to vote. My constituents do that. I listen to them.
Oh, so your constituents were like,
how
please
their
give more
opinions
tax dollars to Israel? Get
I
the
make
fuck
sure
out of
that
here.
I consult with them, and then I follow through by voting their way. Now, my opponent, that's a drop in the bucket. My opponent just today, Courtney, got her campaign benefited $700,000 from a rich millionaire in taxes. Not yesterday, not last week, today. And last week, she got an additional $1.5 million from that same rich donor that bankrolled Greg Abbott. That's the height of the hypocrisies. That's why politics has a bad name, because there's blatant hypocrisy in people.
What do you mean? Your hypocrisy is you literally just said donors don't change my vote decisions. What the fuck are you talking about? That's literally the peak.
That says that she denies.
Machine politician recognizes that machine politics doesn't work anymore, is trying to fucking flip the script on Daria Lisa, the insurgent campaign.
Our next question actually is on this topic, so we definitely want to give you a chance to respond. Ms. Avila Chevalier, your candidacy did begin in part when a super PAC called Justice Democrats recruited you to run, and your campaign has been boosted to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars from the super PAC Mr. Esbayat is referring to, known as American Priorities. Some of that cash to the super PAC, not to you directly, did come from a Texas businessman who has also supported Republican Governor Greg Abbott. How is this money any different from the money that is supporting Mr. Esbayat from AIPAC? And please explain.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to note that my opponent has yet to actually clearly and directly answer the question, regarding his AIPAC money. He's repeatedly refused to answer that question with regards to any of the direct contributions he has taken to his campaign. Now, I am very proud of the fact that I have run a campaign where we have raised over $1 million in contributions from people where the average contribution was $66. Now, in terms of the spending that's happening, that is outside spending. I can control my campaign, and I am proud of the campaign that I have run and the over $1 million that I have raised from that type of contribution. In terms of who is supporting this campaign and how they're supporting it, I am proud to say that if anybody is supporting this campaign in any way, shape, or form, it is because of the fact that I have refused to take corporate PAC money. It is because of the fact that on day one, I will sign on to Congresswoman Summer Lee and Senator Bernie Sanders' bill to abolish super PACs, something that my opponent has had the opportunity to do and yet has not to this day.
Just by a show of hands, I mean, I know you just addressed this, but do you support abolishing super PACs? Yes or no?
I think that we should have a real conversation about campaign finance reform.
But would you
I believe that super PACs should be abolished. But my opponent just in 2 weeks got over $2 million for a super PAC. And she refuses time and time again to acknowledge that. I would ask her to denounce that publicly, the super PAC that just funded you, $700,000 today. Not yesterday, not last week, today. Would you denounce that?
And will you denounce the over $4 million that you are spending to criticize not any policy that I have talked about, but my character and myself as a person and my own identity, where you have multiple surrogates going on press tours in the Dominican Republic saying blatant lies about who I am and what my identity is, and have multiple of your supporters under my social media comments using incredibly degrading language about me, incredibly racist and dehumanizing language. Will you denounce that? Will you denounce the $4 million of super PAC money that is currently being used to degrade me as a person?
Again, she doesn't answer the question. She doesn't know her tweets. She doesn't know what happened to them, although they only happened a couple of years ago. She doesn't know where she's getting over $2 million in just 2 weeks. And she doesn't know legislation, Courtney. She doesn't know legislation. This is a critical time in America. We need a fighter, somebody that really knows government. I got $7.7 billion for the Second Avenue subway to connect
you got $7 billion
to the
for
rest
ICE.
of the world. That's real work, and that's what we need in Congress.
Okay, candidates, we're gonna move on. This is something that is very timely. The White House has announced.
She should say, I'm trying to talk policies. My opponent is running away from his policies by talking about tweets. Okay? This is exactly what's wrong with politics in the United States right now. I'm a fighter for the people. He's a fighter for corporate interests. And he can't address that record because the winds have shifted from under him. For the longest time, Adriana Espaillat has been able to benefit from being a do-nothing Democrat that just collects checks from corporate entities and allowed his district to be gentrified. The very same real estate developers gave him hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he just sat there and he allowed our beautiful historic black neighborhood of Harlem to get eviscerated. Okay? Now he has the audacity to turn around and engage in xenophobic criticisms. Not even criticism, xenophobic smears against me, saying I'm an outsider when I've lived in this district for 14 plus years.
We should be investing our tax dollars on our children here at home. We can eradicate childhood poverty. We can expand the child tax credit, fight for universal child care, make sure that we are fighting for parents to have paid parental leave. But we cannot do that so long as our society continues
he's very
value
old.
The war machine over the lives of our children here. It is time that we invest our tax dollars here and invest in diplomacy to address them.
Okay.
Certainly, I have been an anti-interventionist all my life. I was in the Dominican Republic when we were intervened back in the 60s. So traditionally and philosophically, I have stood against any type of intervention.
Maybe that's why he doesn't want to intervene in Israel's genocide.
And wrong war, an illegal war that I think that the White House has to come to Congress. I voted for the War Powers Act to protect them twice, not once, but twice. I will continue to ensure that we don't give one penny for that illegal war in Iran. I think that we need to have peace. The way to do that is through, obviously, vigorous diplomacy. We need to make sure that the money that is being spent in the war goes to Medicaid. 480,000 of my constituents are Medicaid recipients. That goes into SNAP. 300,000 households are recipients of SNAP. These are critical programs that must come home. I vote against the NDAA, which is the military budget, consistently because of that reason.
Okay. I've got a question for both of you. Both of your biographies, candidates, include time spent in the Middle East. Take a minute to describe where you went and things that you saw there that you would not have known if you didn't visit in person that would shape your service as a member of Congress. Let's start with you, Ms. Chevalier.
Yes, so I was in Nablus for almost 2 months, and I visited many cities in the region, both in the West Bank and in Israel. And what I found in my time there was a system of apartheid. And I saw so many connections between what was happening to Palestinians there in Palestine and what was happening to so many communities across the U.S., particularly Black and Latino communities, who have been priced out and pushed out of our homes. When we talk about displacement in the West Bank or in Gaza, it is a very similar, visually similar situation where people who have been in a place for generations are being displaced because of corporate interests, because of folks who are coming in, claiming the land and buying it up and kicking the people who live there out. And I've seen a lot of similarities, not just in the way things are done, but also in the very institutions that are enacting that violence. The tear gas that was being dropped on Palestinians in Gaza in 2014 was the same tear gas that was being dropped on Black protesters in Ferguson in 2014. And that memory, that summer for me, was incredibly formative because it showed me that connection is not only one that is like, but it is the very same system.
Thank you. Mr. Esquire.
Yes, I've been to, of course, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Also, I met with the Palestinian authorities in the West Bank. And my visits there have shaped my opinion about the region in general. I am for a two-state solution. I am for providing vigorous humanitarian assistance in Gaza. I believe that the expansion of the settlement is wrong. I believe that Gaza should be developed by Palestinians, for Palestinians, but I also believe in the existence of Israel. And I think the difference between me and my opponent is that I believe in a two-state solution, and she doesn't believe in the existence of Israel. In fact, the day after the October 7th attack, she went to celebrate, Earl, to celebrate among radical people. Even Mayor Mandani and Controller Landers did not attend this rally. She went to celebrate the death of innocent people in Israel right after the attack. Not even a month or two later. The day after, she was spotted, seen there, celebrating the death of innocent people.
Us liking her background on this doesn't mean it's good for the race, okay? She has to present this as moral conviction and being there.
I'm shocked by the dehumanizing language that was just used. I would never celebrate the death of any human being. I am someone who was in the West Bank when tensions were rising after a kidnapping that had happened. And the day after I arrived in the U.S., Israel began bombing Gaza. And I remember sitting at home, scrolling through the photos of the 1,400 victims of that bombing. The 1,400 Palestinian people who look so much like the people I had just left behind in Nablus, and feeling so incredibly powerless to do anything to stop their deaths. I was there at that rally on October 8th because I remembered what happened in 2014. And I knew that the reaction would be an outsized reaction that would cause the death of thousands upon thousands of people. And that is what I was there to protest. And that my opponent continues to dehumanize Palestinian life, continues to dehumanize me for caring about human dignity, is something that, frankly, I would not tolerate if not for the fact that this fight for me is a fight for my community. It's a fight to make sure that the people of New York 13 have someone who's going to fight for them. Because that is what the people of New York 13 deserve. someone who sees them as people worth fighting for, not statistics, not problems to explain away, not someone who comes and explains the policies and then ignores the impact that it has on the people of New York 13.
Errol, you know, what has happened in Gaza is horrible. Benjamin Netanyahu has committed war crimes. He should be held accountable. And if found guilty, he should be punished for it. But equally troubling is the fact that my opponent, who now wants to be a voice for the district in Washington, was there at a rally where the mayor, Mayor Mandani, and others took notice and decided not to attend because they knew of the radical elements and extremist elements that were there. And they were there to celebrate the unfortunate and tragic killing of a few thousand.
I don't want us to repeat ourselves, candidates, and I want to move on to our cross-examination round. That's where each of you will get a chance to ask one question of your adversary, and please listen respectfully as they give you the answer. We'll start with you, Mr. Espaillat. You can ask her a question.
Yes, I would like to ask my opponent if you will apologize to Kamala Harris. As you know, when she ran for office, many women, and particularly women of color, were excited about her race. For the first time, we will have
Bro, she's a woman of color.
American woman.
She's a woman of color.
And you
You're a man.
Irresponsibly tweet disparaging things about her. Will you publicly now apologize to Kamala Harris?
Yes, and to Vice President Kamala Harris, I sincerely apologize because you did not deserve that language from me. And I would have loved to have seen a black woman president.
All right, hammer it, hammer it, hammer it back.
I know how much that would have meant to so many, including myself.
Okay. Ms. Chevalier, your chance to ask a question.
You know, as the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, it means something to so many immigrant communities here to have someone in that seat who will fight for them. And when my friend Mahmoud Khalil was taken from the streets of our district, you refused to meet with his wife, Noor. So I ask now, what would you say to Noor and the millions of people in her shoes right now who fear that their partner, the love of their life, might be taken by ICE at any moment?
First of all, I want to congratulate you for assisting them. I did meet with Mr. Khalil and his attorneys at my office in Washington.
Almost a year later.
And of course, you know, I am entrusted, Errol and Courtney, by the constituents that I represent to provide services to thousands of people. And my office provides immigration services to people that are on the way to be deported. 700 of them last year.
I think every conversation about tweets should be, once again, retaliated with, you have no good policies to stand on, which is why you keep trying to talk about my tweets. Okay? That's it. I was frustrated with the Democratic Party, and that's precisely the reason why I'm running against you, because your constituents are frustrated with you. I'm one of your constituents that's frustrated with you. So we had to be the change that we want to see, because after years and years, we stood around, we demanded change. That change never came. We criticized with our tweets, right? And we still ended up voting for Kamala Harris. We still ended up voting for people like you, okay? Like, all you have are tweets. You can't even talk about policies. All you have are tweets. My tweets. The tweets of your constituents.
You can answer mostly yes or no, or a short answer. And Ms. Chevalier, have you watched a World Cup match? And if so, which one?
This year? Not yet, but I was on my way. I was watching the score for Senegal and France.
Okay, Mr. Espaillat.
Yes, I watched Morocco win recently, the last game.
Okay.
Are you going to the Knicks parade on Thursday?
I'm hoping to, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Espaillat, what's the last movie you saw in a movie theater?
I believe it was an old movie of Apocalypse Now, an old version of it.
Okay. Well, hopefully not in the first run.
No, not 20 years ago, but recently.
Ms. Chevalier.
I believe it was The Devil Wears Prada 2.
Is congestion pricing working, Mr. Espaillat?
Absolutely. It's reducing pollution, it's easing traffic in the Midtown and downtown area, and it's most importantly, is driven funding for the Second Avenue subway project.
I believe that it is bringing funding for the project of expanding the MTA. I also am concerned about where we're seeing growing rates of air pollution in areas like Harlem, Inwood, Washington Heights as a result.
Okay. Ms. Chevalier, when's the last time you visited the Dominican Republic?
I believe it was 4 years ago with my family.
Okay.
I go there 3 times a year, Errol.
I can't afford to go every year, but...
Okay, we're going to move on from the lightning round and onto our next topic and talking about the New York City Public Housing Authority. This district is home to multiple public housing developments, including Wagner, Johnson, Manhattanville, Marble Hill houses. The Housing Authority has been urging select developments to strike deals with private building managers with the cost of upgrades and operations covered by Section 8 vouchers instead of the traditional funding used for public housing, which is Section 9. Do you support these conversions? And if not, how would you address the Housing Authority's $78 billion capital need? And we'll start with Ms. Avila Chevalier.
Yes, well, first of all, no, I don't support this because I believe that we need to make sure that public housing remains public. NYCHA was promised to be a pathway to the middle class for so many, and what we're seeing right now is that for so many, it is a last resort. We need to protect NYCHA, we need to protect Section 9, and make sure that we are fighting for the repairs that it needs by fighting for a Green New Deal for public housing, which would not only allow us to repair NYCHA so that residents can have a dignified place to live, it would also decarbonize it to make it so that housing that has disproportionately impacted children to have higher asthma rates than the other parts of the city can now have cleaner air with the equivalent of taking 400,000 cars off the street. And it would also create dignified union jobs for so many members of the NYCHA community so that they can actually have a pathway to the middle class in the way that NYCHA was supposed to be. We need to protect public housing because we need to make sure that we have dignified housing for all. And public housing is at the heart of that.
Mr. Espaillat, the same question to you.
Yeah, I would oppose that program. Let me tell you, Courtney, what we did when we federalized, and you mentioned the housing complex, Marble Hill. At one point, Marble Hill was not federalized, and we were able to get that housing complex federalized. What we did was we got stimulus money to do the envelopes of the building, to ensure that we do roof work, that we do pointing work, that's brick work, to ensure that we don't have mold and chipping paint and leaky pipes in the apartments. In order to preserve the conditions of the apartment, you have to do the envelope of the building, and that, of course, requires capital dollars. Now, if you don't do that and you fix the mold, believe me, it will come back. And so we did that at Marble Hill. I think that we need to get capital dollars. And again, the money that was given to ICE, $170 billion plus another $70 billion just last week, is enough money to take care of Medicaid, SNAP, and a down payment to begin to fix NYCHA.
We know that the federal government has been divesting from the New York City Housing Authority for many, many decades. And like I said before, the capital need is $78 billion.
That's correct.
I know that you said that you could perhaps take some money from ICE, but is that how you can try to close $78 billion? You're not going to get all of that potentially from the federal government.
Well, first, I think that HUD also has to be rescued because right now it's being dismantled by the Trump administration. We have to increase Section 8 vouchers. I would like to unveil here for the first time also my idea of a major project for housing, deeply affordable housing construction. That should happen at the Inwood rail yards. I think there's enough space there to build thousands of deeply affordable units of housing. It's a great program. We have the site. All we need to do is now identify the dollars.
And Ms. Avila Chevalier, how would you close the $78 billion gap?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think we need to fight for a Green New Deal for public housing because this is something that we would be able to provide dignified union jobs. There are so many policies that we could be also passing to make sure that we are that we're fighting for affordable housing across the board, right? And to make sure that we are signing on to the Homes Act to create the social housing policy that we desperately need to fund affordable housing. But again, the $78 billion, we can fight for that tooth and nail by funding and advocating for a Green New Deal for public housing. And that's something that I would work with folks across our party to make sure that we are delivering, because this is something that will impact public housing across the country.
So the affordability crisis obviously became the central issue in last year's municipal elections and remains a top concern for families in this district. Please tell us your #1 priority to address your constituents' affordability needs, and we'll start with Mr. Espaillat.
First, rent, of course, is right at the center of affordability, and we need to have more housing stocks available for our residents. That is why I'm proposing the Inwood Rail Yard project, one that will ensure that we have deeply affordable housing available for people in the district and in the city of New York. In addition to that, the Kingsbridge Armory project, which we were successful in gaining $200 million for, will provide 600 units of affordable housing for Bronx residents. We must increase the housing stock to ensure that we have available housing that's deeply affordable, but also that it will impact favorably on the levels of rent.
Ms. Chevalier.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there are a number of things that we need to do to address the affordability crisis. Chief among them is addressing our housing crisis. We need to make sure that we are investing in public housing. This is the district with the most public housing units in the country. And we need to actually make sure that we are delivering dignified housing for them. We need to also make sure that we are providing good union jobs in the process. We can fight for that Green New Deal for public housing, and we need to make sure that we are protecting tenants' rights to organize, because right now, the only tenants who have that right are public housing residents, and we need to guarantee that right across the board to every tenant, and have that be federally protected. We need to also make sure that we are creating pathways to homeownership, because right now, 88% of our district are renters. I am one of those 88%. And we need to make sure that we are expanding access to that through expanding HDFCs, investing in community land trusts, and signing on to the Homes Act to make sure that we have that social housing so that folks can actually be stabilized and find pathways to that. We need to also address childhood poverty, because we are in a point where 40% of our children are living below the poverty line. And we need to expand the child tax credit, we need to invest in universal child care, and we need to make sure that we are fighting for our education system to be fully funded.
So the Mamdani administration has proposed building one of its city-owned grocery stores in the district at La Marqueta. Some local businesses are concerned this will hurt their bottom line. Do you support the city-owned store, and how do you address the concerns of those local businesses? We'll start with Ms. Chevalier.
Yeah, absolutely. I support the city-owned grocery store, and I also support small businesses. Small businesses are at the heart of what makes our community what it is. It is the small immigrant businesses that take in customers who are in need and say, I can't afford to buy diapers for my children, and the small business owners who say, don't worry about it, come back next week. We need to protect those businesses because they do so much for our community. And we do that by making sure that we are fighting for immigrant businesses to be able to get SBA loans, to make sure that they can actually survive. We need to fight to make sure that the cost of their rent isn't going up, making sure that we are engaging in tax reform that won't have them being taxed at the same rate as these major corporations that are pricing them out. We need to fight for our small businesses because they are the heart of what makes New York City businesses what New York City is. And so we really need to think about how is it that we support our communities who are in food deserts while also supporting these small businesses who need who cannot bear the brunt of these rising costs.
Mr. Espaillat?
I fought for small businesses. I've been in these neighborhoods, in East Harlem, in Washington Heights, in Harlem, in the Bronx part of the district, where the real commercial arteries are strengthened by these small businesses that provide most of the jobs for our local residents. And I fought for them. I worked to ensure that we installed smart energy equipment in bodegas, refrigeration equipment in bodegas, air conditioning equipment.
This guy's been in power for decades, man. Everything in the district sucks. He's responsible for it. I'm tapping out of this. I want to get back to covering your new bestie doing the work. Javier Bardem at the ceremony leaves his footprints of the Hollywood Walk of Fame's Chinese theater in Gaza, along with the brutal violence of the settlers in the West Bank. They're both crimes that frame us in all time in history. I can't listen to Espaillat talk. It's unbearable. I already covered the bomber crash, B-52 bomber crash in California yesterday. Al-Arabiya has actually had a good track record on reporting details of the U.S.-Iran talks. This is probably owed to the close Saudi-Pakistani relationship and thus access to one of the Pakistani mediators. Al-Arabiya English has obtained a copy of the U.S.-Iran key memorandum of understanding. This document includes the following key points. Iran and the U.S., together with their allies in the current war, declare upon the signing of this MOU an immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, and undertake that from now on that they will not launch any hostile action against each other and will refrain from the threat or use of force against each other. Iran and the U.S. undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. Iran and the U.S. undertake to negotiate and reach a final agreement. I mean, this is the same thing that we've seen already. Right? Yo, how was that debate? Is she fucked? No. First of all, I mean, it's never a good sign if I say these words, but debates are, immaterial in races like this for the most part. It's good for like cutting new campaign footage. But no, she's doing well. I wish she was a little bit more aggro, a little bit more animated, because like Espaillat came with a knife, right? Especially because Daria Liza's first debate, she actually pushed back quite a bit. She actually knifed him quite a bit. What? Have you covered the Maya Arsen Krymev leak on Dialogue? No, what the fuck is that? I have no idea what you're talking about. What? What is this? Ugh. Did you hear her speech on the October 8th protest while you were off camp? No, I didn't. Dialogue is Peter Thiel's group. It lists Cory Booker and several Dems as members. Oh, nice. Leak exposes members of Peter Thiel's secret Dialogue Society. Oh, nice. Okay, who's in it? More than 200 of the world's elites registered for a retreat whose agenda runs parallels on cult building and sex to prepping for World War III. An associated app offers matchmaking. A trove of internal records from a secret society of powerful figures in U.S. politics, finance, and tech was left exposed online. Wired is confirmed, naming participants in its events. And after revealing sensitive personal details, they were assured would stay private. The group called Dialogue is a private invitation-only organization co-founded in 2006 by the billionaire tech investor Peter Thiel. Yuck. It convenes U.S. officials, foreign governments, figures. Okay, so now we were wondering who the next Epstein was. Well, there it is. Maybe not with the underage stuff, but a director of the website's code was first revealed by Swiss hacktivist Maya Arsen Krymew, known for exposing the U.S. government's no-fly list and breaching the surveillance camera company Verkada. Krymew tells Wired the directory surfaced via anonymous tip. Wired independently verified its contents. A source separately provided Wired with the registration list for Dialogue's 2026 retreat, which names 222 people and records what the list describes as each registrant's membership status and attendee type, including active member and guest. The retreat is scheduled for August 12th to 16th at a venue near Dublin, Ireland. The same data lays out a program of off-the-record sessions, including money, does question mark buy happiness, bring back nuclear, navigating World War III, battlefield technologies, and how's your sex life? Other talks include Build a Cult, moderated by the founder of Christian networking site Pray.com, and Build a Party, run by a former White House national security official. Together, alongside the mundane fare of a typical thought leadership conference, the documents show an extraordinary convergence of power. Registration record lists General Alexis Grinkewicz, NATO's Supreme Allied Commander of Europe and the head of the U.S. European Command, who took the post in July 2025 and is recorded on the leak list as having attended Dialogue gatherings since 2021. The website directory names sitting Trump administration officials, 2 U.S. senators, 6 members of the PayPal mafia, a former Middle East chief of intelligence, and a sitting ambassador to the United States, along with founders and directors of many of the country's largest surveillance data broker and advertising data companies. I mean, I think this is like, I mean, it's super villain shit, but the only thing that's different from this in comparison to like a Davos is that they try to keep it a secret, weirdly. You know what I mean? Like when you go, oh shit, the Illuminati's real. What do I always tell you? It's like, yeah, it's in broad daylight. They don't do this stuff in a hidden manner. The only thing that's weird about it is that this is hidden. You know what I mean? And I don't even know why it's even hidden. I'm not fully, I don't even fully understand like what, so this is literally like any other one of these like rich guy conferences, you know? Maya's post. Scoop. So remember Dialogue, Peter Thiel's private society that doesn't have a public website and no public list of members. I, along with a number. Yeah, so make no mistake, this is still awesome that Maya found this stuff. But like the interesting part of the story is not that they're doing the interesting part of the story is not that they're doing this kind of thing, it's that they're doing it in a hidden way. Does that make sense? Because these guys get together all the time. Like the people that are mentioned here get together all the time very publicly, in very public settings. You know? It's the clandestine nature of this organization that is suspicious. It invites scrutiny. Here are all the 113 alleged members we were able to successfully extract. This data can also be verified via version of the site. Cory Booker is a part of it. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. Sophia Bush. That's interesting. Ted Cruz, Tulsi Gabbard, Cory Booker, Ezra Klein. What is this? Just wanted to put out there the Sacramento DSA has plenty of door knockers that help Mai Vong into the general. I know it's fun to bash Sacramento as the cowtown capital of the state, but the DSA chapter here is gaining a lot of momentum. No, I know. Respect. Hasan Piker. Yeah, I'm not a part of a Peter Thiel secret society. Are you fucking insane? You think they would invite me to something like this? Are you out of your fucking mind? This is exactly the type of shit that I would not get invited to. Yeah, I'd be up in there with a live streaming backpack. Are you going to the parade tomorrow? Nick's parade tomorrow, buddy? First of all, it's on Thursday. And secondly, I'm literally in Los Angeles. When the fuck would I fly back out? I'm most likely not even going to make it to the fucking Zoran Bernie rally for the congressional slate. I was just in New York, man. Fake New Yorker? Yeah. Yeah, I'm fake. I'm fake. I'm phony. Anyway.
Bye.
Let's see what Hillary Clinton had to say.
Well, you're absolutely right. When I was secretary, it was a constant theme by Netanyahu and his then government, the then defense minister, Ehud Barak, the former prime minister. It was relentless. It was a constant push. I remember.
What would he say to you?
What?
What would he say to you?
He would basically say, you need to support us in attacking Iran. And back then, this was, 2009 to the end of 2012, we had more capacity than Israel did on several fronts to do that. And so there was a constant argument that we would have. And I remember one day I was on the phone for hours with Ehud, with Bibi, with others, and they would say,
it's super cool that she experienced this and is brave enough to bravely suggest it now. And yet, she's still very much pro-Israel.
Things like, our planes are on the tarmac. And I'd say, well, good luck. I mean, great. Why are you doing this?
Where else would planes be other than in the air?
But on the tarmac, ready to take off.
Okay.
Yes. Well, no, they'd be in the hangar, but they were on the tarmac. And you would say things.
You're saying you were being played
all the time, all the time. I mean,
by an ally that receives an enormous amount of aid.
Well, of course. And look, Bibi's been obsessed.
Yeah, I'm glad that she's bravely revealing this information while simultaneously still being in support of Israel. Israel's total GDP is $540 billion. Iran's heavily sanctioned rump economy is $437 billion. An unsanctioned and reconstructed Iran will be many times more economically and strategically important to the world than Israel. This is why Israel finds a deal intolerable. The lead the Spurs had was nothing compared to what Israel blew. Pro-Israel groups deliberately turned Israel into a polarized issue and alienated almost the whole Democratic Party for the sake of a war that turned out to be disastrous, as Obama warned them, and is going to end up with a deal that's worse for them than JCPOA was. Yes, and they deserve it. I mean, they deserve so much worse than just like the $300 billion being fucking sent to Iran. Yes, I have the AI video. We will rewatch it from the start, okay? But in a second. Dude, I didn't even watch a single video from this playlist today. We dove right the fuck in. How strict it was on woke Twitter from 2020 to 2023.
Now get out since you have asked me. Get out for looking at her walking. Bye.
Wait, what?
Now get out since you have asked me. Get out for looking at her walking. Bye. Get out for coughing. Bye. Leah, I don't know what this is. Get out. You did this. Lana, get out. Your thumbs. Not you, big and tall Lana. Red, get
She didn't catch him. She was looking up.
out for looking up. Don't be talking. Why your feet came out? Ain't nobody else's foot came out but yours. Get out.
This is how strict it was on woke Twitter 2020 to 2023. When you were called the ableist for not using /gen/serious, we need that energy back. I'm so serious. Bro, I'm going to be honest. At the time, if you recall, I railed against this kind of excess. But I also always warned you that this would be far more preferable to whatever this fucking Nazi bullshit is now. You know what I mean? Hold on. Gosh, and then it was far more preferable to the Nazi shithole the internet used to be pre-woke 1.0. This is certainly Elon's Twitter is certainly far worse than this. Please don't play the AI video. I'm going to play it. No way I am back for this AI vid. Oh, I'm going to play it. Bro, this is how I feel joking in chat when you low-key mad. Why is there also an epidemic of online American commies also being nationalist? I'm new and I don't get this. It's because you're looking at Twitter. Twitter is not real life at all. Twitter has like pockets of insanity in every variety, okay? Every type of seasoning can be found on Twitter. The thing that unites all of us that post on Twitter is schizophrenia, myself included, right? But that's it. Like there are groups that spend every waking moment, for example, complaining about, you know, the most anti-Israel congresspersons not being sufficiently anti-Israel. Like literally, that's all they do. All they fucking do. Like there is a, and if you were to look at that, the algorithm will feed that to you over and over again, and you would, you would end up with a false sense of how prominent this way of thinking is. Okay? It's not really meaningful. It has no motion in the real world. What is this revolutionary liberal? Why are you pro AI now? You're wasting water and polluting the environment, by the way. That's not how this goes, man. Like, I've watched dumbass fucking clown ass AI videos over and over again. Like, I didn't make this. I don't use AI. I don't like AI. With the only exception when some right-wing shithead makes something so unbelievably stupid with AI that reveals their horrifying worldview.
Imaginary white Christian nationalist society.
A butterfly.
Careful there, sport.
My towel load is almost finished. Mommy, can I have some juice? Sure, honey.
MashaAllah.
Oh, the baby.
MashaAllah. A real honorable and gender segregated society. What do you mean?
Baby is crying. Shh, it's okay.
Whoa, what the fuck? That baby's seatbelt on the crib was just optional, I guess. Look at that. She picked that baby up without unbuckling her belt. That baby gonna fall out of that cradle.
Shh, it's okay. I've got you. It's so nice to be able to do my housework in the company of other women. And the children are all playing, so we can actually get stuff done. How are your chickens doing? Great. One of our hens' eggs have hatched. I guess.
I don't get it. Why are they all wearing a hijab? Like, do white American Christian nationalists also want women to wear hijabs now? What's going on?
You're going to need another coop soon. We can fit about 4 more, and my sister wants the others.
Hey, ladies, where you headed, pretty girls? Hey, what's going on over here? Nothing. I was just saying.
Oh my God, the morality police. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, what the fuck is this? Dog, this is literally Christian Sharia. Oh my God. The Chad morality police comes in. Yo, the person who made this AI video, do you know how many times they fucking cracked off to this, dude? Like, this is weirdly sexual, the way that they made this.
Saying hello? They are wearing headscarves. This means they are married. Why are you saying hello to another man's wife? Just being friendly. That's against the rules here. Everyone knows this. You stay on the other side of the street. Okay, my mistake. I'm moving on. I'm writing you a citation. You get one warning. If it happens again, we're gonna tar and feather you.
Chad Bossage. This is literally Sharia law, man. What the fuck? That is morality police. This is like very, like, this doesn't even exist in like some of the more fundamentalist regions in Iran, okay? This is awesome. This is literally Taliban shit. This is Talibros.
Excuse me, hi.
Oh, hello.
I hope I'm not interrupting. I just saw you and wanted to introduce myself. I'm Alex. Would it be okay if I asked your father to get to know you?
Sure. Here is his business card.
What the fuck? Yo, that's how it's done.
What a game last night. That interception was brutal. Their defense needs work.
Oh, they're drinking alcoholic beverages. That's how you know it's not. But they're warm?
Brutal.
Wait, why are the alcoholic beverages warm?
It's work.
What the hell? Why are they steaming? I love going to Kelly's Tavern to have a steaming hot beer. I love it. I love going to my favorite Irish tavern and having a piping hot beer, dude.
Last night. That interception was brutal. Their defense needs work.
Excuse me, miss. Come here. I need to talk to you.
Wait, why did the morality police smack her ass?
Excuse me, miss. Come here. I need to talk to you.
Can I help you?
Street patrol. Ma'am, you're in violation of our dress code. What do you...
Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Yo. The morality police is about to get immoral. What the fuck?
What are you doing down here walking alone?
None of your business.
It's not a good idea for a woman to be walking alone at night dressed like a prostitute. Where is your husband?
I'm not married.
Your father can pick you up at the station.
Dad, today an ugly...
Wait, what? What the fuck? Dude. Also, Harrison's hard wheat. Main Street. Oh, never mind. It's just sign this as Main Street. It's not Harrison's hard wheat. Hardware-y. How do they still get the fucking lettering off?
Ma'am, you're in violation of our dress code. What are you doing down here walking alone?
None of your business.
It's not a good idea for a woman to be walking alone at night dressed like a prostitute. Where is your husband?
I'm not married.
Oh, yeah. Harrison Hardwheat. The sign used to say Main Street, but now it says Harrison Hardwheat.
Your father can pick you up at the station.
Dad, today an ugly boy asked me out. I gave him your card, and he's going to be calling you to ask you if I can date him.
No problem. I'll reject him.
Hello? Is this Mr. Jones?
He's not even ugly. Damn.
Yes, speaking. My name is Bill, and I was just wondering if I could meet you to possibly get your permission to get to know your daughter, Alyssa.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've already chosen a suitor for her.
Okay, sir, I understand. If that doesn't work out, let me know.
Conservative Zohar Mamdani is bringing Sharia law to New York City. Also conservative. Gender segregation in polite society, creating separate spaces for men and women, and clearly defined rules and boundaries when dealing with the opposite sex helps maintain order and reduce unwanted and uncomfortable interactions. Wait, there's more? Harassment in Babylon. Problem, reaction, solution. A Christian nationalist video about sexual harassment, gender roles, and dating.
Harassment in degenerate Babylonian society.
Wait, what?
Hey, can I get your Instagram?
Go away! You're harassing me! That was horrifying!
Wouldn't conservatives hate that? Like, I thought conservative men would be like, that's hysterical. Like, she's being a hysterical woman. Typical feminist, typical woke feminist claiming rape. Like, these guys are, they're like, they're so anti-woke, they turned into woke, kind of.
What a creep! Don't men understand how scary this is? Men need to stop bothering women!
Excuse me, miss. Did you drop this necklace?
No, that's not mine.
I hope I didn't scare you. I just didn't want you to lose it if it was important to you.
I would be nervous, but I've been drinking, so the anxiety I would feel around a strange man in a parking lot at night is numb.
I love drunk girls.
You're hot enough for me to risk going home with a man twice my size who I don't know.
What is happening? Bro, what is this? This is before. This is the before times. This is Babylonian society where rape is a sport.
Peppers? Are you planning on making a stir fry?
Maybe.
You know, I make a great stir fry. Carrots, huh? Are you making a stew? I wish I had a woman to make me a stew.
Hey, do you think these bananas are ripe?
My husband is waiting for me. I have to go. Baby,
Okay, I'm going to say something here. But why are all the people hot? like this guy's kind of hot. Woke 3.0 sucks. I don't know what this is, man.
Section.
What? Where is he? Are you okay?
I'm in my car now, but he just wouldn't stop badgering me. It freaked me out.
Be careful. Make sure he doesn't follow you.
I'm wearing a wedding ring. Why isn't that enough for me to be left alone?
I can come with you, and I'll guarantee you'll be left alone.
Are they trying to sell this to woke people? I'm so confused about this. I feel like they're trying to sell this idea of a segregated society to wokes.
Hey, girl, come here! Don't ignore me!
I have a boyfriend. Please leave me alone.
That don't mean nothing! What, you think you're too good for me?
Yeah, that's weird as fuck, man. That's okay. No, that's definitely not for wokes.
Excuse me, miss. Could I join you for coffee?
Help, stranger!
I'm sorry, I don't mean to startle you. It's just, I don't know anyone here. I just thought...
Help, stranger danger!
Oh, I see you're nuts. Okay, I'm out of here.
Ma'am, are you okay? A man almost assaulted me! Is there anyone I can call for you? Maybe the police. That guy was a creep. I think he just was saying hello, probably harmless. I've been assaulted before. I do not like men. They scare me. I'm sorry. That must be difficult. I think you might have overreacted because of your...
Bro, what is happening? Okay, I'll be honest. I think the guy, let's be real, it's a guy who made this, right? Like the guy who made this, I'm trying to understand what their mentality is. And I guess this is he's never interacted with a woman before. So what he's doing, he's learned about what women behave like by watching Fresh and Fit. And these are the tropes of how women behave in woke liberal society, right? This is the guy who made this is an AI. Yeah, it's an AI making this generative AI. This was made by Gamergate. Yeah.
Your trauma. Are you in therapy?
I love some Ererso in the morning.
No, instead of getting the help I need.
Wait, what about Erieps or some RDAs? Could I offer you some ear
I'm going to vent my anger on random men and expect the rest of the world to accommodate me. The media has taught me that white men deserve no respect and that there's no reasonable expectation for me to act like a lady.
This is how women actually do think and speak. This is how they are. So I can't believe this guy nailed it. The guy who made this AI video nailed it, dude. Elon made this 1000%.
Entitled to act as insane and verbally abusive as possible because I'm a woman. The liberal judge let my attacker out with only probation. I live in constant fear. I'm so sorry. That's awful. Oh,
Wait, what? But then it's also like this is how woke libtards are. But then also they hate the woke liberal judge. Like, do you see what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Like, there's no consistency within this character, right? If this is supposed to be a woke libtard in your mind, they would say, I'm glad that the liberal judge, released my attacker because he shouldn't go to prison for that long because I'm in favor of prison abolition. They wouldn't say the liberal judge released my attacker and I'm terrified.
all of the attackers are getting out, so now every man I see is a potential attacker. I'm freaking out. Chad, it's 1 a.m. I haven't heard from you in a month. What do you want?
I miss you. Can I come over?
What for? You ghosted me twice.
Chad.
Come on, baby. You know I was going through something.
I know, but I need more from you than this. I need a real man.
Listen, beautiful, I can be that guy for you.
Really, baby? You think I'm beautiful?
Yeah, of course. I'm coming over. We'll talk about it then.
Wow, baby, that's great.
Finally, a girl answered. I struck out all night here.
Chad promised me we were going to be together. We hooked up and now he's not answering.
Wait, why did it go from anime to Pixar to like photorealistic?
Promised me we were going to be together.
Like now it's just like, now what is happening? I'm so scared.
We hooked up and now he's not answering. I'm so sorry, girl, but you know he's a liar. When did he make...
A woman made this? No, dog. No, this is not a real person. Okay? This is not a real person who made this. I do not believe that this account is real. Okay? This is not a real human being who made this. This is not a real Christian housewife to FLA cracker, Florida man. This is probably, and I don't mean this to, disparage the beautiful nation of India, but this is most likely an Indian bot farm. Okay? That is trying to generate as much revenue as possible by feeding the AI whatever they have heard about American politics. Okay? This is not even a couple. It's the same guy in Uttar Pradesh.
These promises. Friday night. Girl, you know that when a man calls you drunk late at night, everything he says is a lie. I know. Why don't you find a man who wants to be with you? I don't like the guys who want to be with me. Why can't it be Chad? Because Chad doesn't like you. He only uses you for one thing. The guys who want to date me are ugly. I'm thinking in my head that the reason only ugly guys want to be with you is because you are ugly too.
What the fuck? Oh my God. Kill shot. This is absolutely an incel fantasy, dude. What the fuck?
But that wouldn't be a very nice thing to say, and you're really upset and I feel bad for you. I see the numbers on the scale and know what size jeans I wear. Rather than deal with my problems, I'm gonna believe Chad's comforting lies and waste years being a side chick. Later, I'll just blame men.
Bro, this is the most unhinged shit of all time. Oh my God.
In an imaginary white Christian...
Oh, now finally we've gotten to the Christian nationalist, gender segregated universe. It's no longer Babylon. It's no longer the sex crazed Babylon, okay? Where obviously I reside as someone who has not just a laptop, but an entire home dedicated to masturbation. I obviously am the fucking mayor of Babylon, right? This, on the other hand, is where the good Christian gender segregated society is.
Nationalist society.
A butterfly!
Careful there, sport.
My towel load is almost finished.
Mommy, can I have some juice?
Sure, honey.
Oh, the baby is crying.
Baby started crying when you picked her up. Anyway, we saw the rest of this, but I want to know where this goes, right? Because like morality police comes and picks up the woman.
And
this guy gets owned by the dad.
your daughter.
The dad who's like, yeah, I don't want you to fuck an ugly guy. Why would in a trad society the dad would be like, oh, you don't want to have sex with this like guy you find physically unattractive? They don't even know how to do fundy shit right. The dad wouldn't give a fuck about your physical attraction to the other guy. He'd give a fuck about like what stock he comes from. You know what I mean? What family he comes from, like what job prospects he has. He wouldn't care if you find him hot. You know what I mean?
Alyssa.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've already chosen a suitor for her.
Okay, sir, I understand. If that doesn't work out, let me know.
What?
Hey guys, watch me do squats. Uh-oh, this creep is staring at me.
Ma'am, you're under arrest for violation of dress code, harassment, and posting indecent image of yourself online.
What? He was the harasser.
This outfit violates dress code. You can wear this in the women's only gym, but not here.
Wait,
Cover up.
what? What are they supposed? Wait, what? Why are so many like Christian nationalists also just unbelievably gay? Like there's got to be something. There's got to be something going on with their tendencies, right? Cuz like it's so weird. They're like, "Yeah, that's right. Only hunks get to wear sexy ass clothing in public." No, bitches. It's like, "Okay, that's strange." Like that's an odd thing. Like it, and this isn't even like no openly gay person would obviously ever think about this. This is like a very specific type of repressed version of homosexuality where you're just like, you not only hate women, but you literally do not want any women to be around you at all times. Like there's no gay guy's ever going to obviously make a deal about this. They're awesome, right? They don't give a shit. They're like, oh, great.
I don't want to walk you to the patrol car like this. You have the right to remain silent.
Oh my God.
Cover up. I don't want to walk you to the patrol car like this. You have the right to remain silent. Lady, you're a real creep. Female flashers will not be tolerated.
How dare you? I was the victim.
Hey, Becky. It's good to see you. Can I talk to your father about going out sometime?
Sure, here's his business card. I am here to report an assault.
We have a female officer here who serves the police force in a limited capacity only to interview female victims.
What? What? Wait. I like that they specify, like, don't worry, there's no fucking female cops in woke Sharia, woke Christian Sharia. They only come in when we have female victims. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. Like, we're not doing DEI except on women-related crimes.
Only to interview female victims.
Sarah, tell me your side of the story. Start from the beginning.
Why is she so large? Why is she significantly larger than all of the other people living in woke Sharia town? Not woke Sharia town, Christian Sharia town.
This creepy older dude in a gray shirt.
It looks like Sarah's story checks out. The swab test came back positive for our suspect.
We can actually afford to test those kids because our tax dollars don't get wasted on welfare.
Great. She will feel much better if he's in.
Like, it's weirdly woke. It's weirdly woke, but in a not woke way. You know what I mean? Like they just mentioned untested rape kit backlogs, dude. What fucking right-winger even thinks that's valid? Right-wingers think those rape logs or the rape kit backlogs are actually woke nonsense anyway, because all women fucking lie about being raped is their mentality normally. This is so strange. They're trying to sell this not just to obviously like weirdo fucking incels, but they're trying to sell it to like woke people too. What the fuck? Yeah, it's like right wingers be like, we'd be woke if the woke people got out of the way and let us do woke, but in a very militant and very weird way.
Jail.
Security camera footage confirms Sarah's story. Street Patrol says they've had problems with him too.
We should easily be able to get the death penalty. Open and shut.
Open and shut case. Oh my God. Bro, this is way more vicious than what like Westerners think Iran is like, dude. What the hell? What the hell? They're fucking ending the lives of street barkers.
Case. The threat to our women will be eliminated.
So, Steve, what kind of life do you plan on providing for my daughter? I'm in school for accounting.
I look forward to getting married and starting my family.
In what time frame? 6 months.
Why are we always back at the police station? The police are playing a major role in this society, it turns out.
Sarah, I called you down here to tell you that we've got the guy. He's in jail and he's facing the death penalty.
Thank goodness.
Do you want to witness the execution or would you prefer to be alerted by text when it's finished?
I want to witness it.
What
I think
the
that would give me
fuck?
closure. Perfect. Sign here. Thank you. Witness the execution or would you prefer to be alerted by text when it's finished?
I want to witness it.
I think that would give me closure. Perfect. Sign here. Thank you.
They're using the guillotine. And a Templar is the executioner. Why is it a Knights Templar that's executing harassers on the street, dude?
What did you do?
I was convicted of adultery and 3 counts of paternity fraud.
What? What the fuck? She's having her head chopped off for adultery? How is what is paternity fraud? I don't even know what this is.
You?
I assaulted a woman. My wife ended up in the hospital a few times. I was convicted of assault. Are you sure you want to see?
Again, woke. Wait, what? Actually woke. What is happening? It's both anti-woke and like weirdly woke at times. Obviously not the death penalty, but like prosecuting domestic abusers. Like, what do you... This doesn't make sense. Right-wingers don't want to prosecute domestic abuse. Right-wingers in a gender-segregated, backward society actually want to maintain women as property. Like, none of this makes sense. There's no consistent through line here. It literally feels like they just shoved as many like weird incel talking points as they can into this machine, and it ended up spitting out like sometimes weirdly woke stuff, but in a sea of anti-woke. We found the Gen Z conservatives. Is this what Gen Z conservatives believe?
Yes, I will be okay. I need this.
Ready to see some justice today. This creep assaulted one of our women.
May God have mercy on your soul.
Damn, that's a loud ass thump. Was she so happy that his head was...
This is the best day ever!
It truly is. To family.
Cheers to that!
What is this hand? Oh my God, AI is so ass.
Now let's eat.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Hooray! Congratulations!
Yeah, I have noticed that there's not a single person of color in this. I wonder why.
Sarah, would you like to dance?
I would like that.
Wait, why isn't this a creepy guy now? Like what? I guess now she's safe because now anytime someone yells at her on the street, they get their head chopped off. There was one person of color who was portrayed as a sex pest. No, that was Babylon. That's a different society. I'm saying this is the future society. I've noticed that there is no, in the Christian nationalist commune, there isn't a single person of color. You guys are talking about Babylon, which is Bedlam, where people of color are barking at white women. Yeah, this is the Agartha. Wait, why is the fucking... Okay, I know this is not the point, but like, why does the art style keep changing so dramatically? It's weird. Like, this is a different dude now. What the fuck?
In a black Christian nationalist state,
whoa!
Black Christians are free to police and govern themselves.
I used to be terrified to drive. Every election cycle, the media convinced...
I spoke too soon. It's not just gender segregated. It's segregated by race as well. Separate but equal.
Me that white police officers were going to hurt me.
Without the white man's welfare, the black woman has to submit to the black man. I now have authority in my home without government interference.
I used to hate working with white people.
Yeah, they stink like wet dog.
Now, I don't have to pretend to like Becky for a paycheck.
Or put up with their demands that we clock in on time.
I hated having to eat their terrible, unseasoned food.
Oh my God, put up with their demands and we clock in on time. I mean, what was I expecting? Of course, it's still...
And then pretend to like it to be polite. I don't want to stand next to white women. Those bleach demons have head lice. And they always yelled at us for twerking.
Huh, this will be funny.
Young man, we saw what you did. Get over here. Stop right there. No, let me go. You're not going anywhere. You're gonna learn today.
Twin cops?
Boy.
No, please. I'm sorry. I'll never do that again.
You're going to learn to respect your elders. Without liberal white women sticking their noses where it doesn't belong, we can actually get stuff done. Now we can fix our own problems.
Our system isn't perfect, and our people are still struggling. But we've drastically...
I like that they... Also, why is the mayor jacked? I like that they're still saying, like, you know, the black segregated society is still not doing all right, you know, because they're obviously, they're black people. So in the minds of the AI guy who made this, they're like, you know, we got to mention that they're still poor.
Belong, we can actually get stuff done. Now we can fix our own problems.
Our system isn't perfect, and our people are still struggling. But we've drastically reduced...
Why is the white system perfect and not the black one?
Single mother households. Now we can come up with solutions that work best for our unique people and culture. Here in Maple Ridge, everyone is a white Christian. We share the same values and culture. We're not bogged down with endless disputes between people groups or having to worry about what's offensive to who. Everyone knows the rules, so there is no...
Wait, that's literally wrong. There are still serial violators of the rules that you've created in your white dystopian society. And therefore, there are still people who disagree with it. As a matter of fact, a big chunk of the video featured the police station. You behead them. There are people who do not abide by the rules in your perfect society, and you chop their heads off. What are you saying? Why are you debate lording this like it's a legitimate argument? It is a legitimate argument. I figured it. Clarence Thomas made this video. Oh, what Kami says. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Confusion. If someone breaks those rules, we punish them. We don't have to worry the media will endlessly exploit racial differences for political reasons. Integration and feminism were an epic fail. We learned our lesson. Now,
I love my white Christian nationalist mayor saying epic fail. Yeah, that was a total L, dude. That was an epic fail. Desegregation was an epic fail. Yeah, black society, unruly teenagers. White society, multiple serial rapists and abusers, but somehow perfect. I do find that very funny where, like, in their perfect utopian society, There are still rapists roaming the fucking streets, people constantly doing domestic abuse and having their heads chopped off, which proves, even in this anti-woke utopia, that like unbelievably hard punishments are still not a sufficient deterrent for crime. Okay? Like,
women don't vote or hold elected office, so we don't have to waste our time entertaining their hysteria. We've returned to a functioning society.
Okay, I need so many more of these. For all the liberals sharing my video, losing their mind, enjoy the beheading scene from the full video.
You see that video from C?
What is this? White bitches yearn for Islam. No, we definitely don't. We want white Christian men. Don't flatter yourself. This is textbook Sharia law. Being Christian or white does not change what this is. If it's Christian only, then by definition isn't Sharia. I understand the similarities in the gender segregation, but you must understand the meanings of the terms you use. This is Christian nationalism, or a variation of it. Just move to a Sharia law country. This is the exact system. Not quite. There are many differences between Sharia and this, and I'm white American Christian, so living there wouldn't work out well for me. No, Sharia persecutes Christians. I thought y'all hated Sharia law. We do, but for different reasons than gender segregation. Yeah, it's just, in your mind, you think it's just brown people doing it. That's it.
SEMA 726, gender segregation in polite society?
Yeah, these Christian nationalists are psychos. They want Sharia law for white people. Kathy, my good...
Okay, she clocked RT. Like, well, I'm now calling the bot she, like it's really a white Christian nationalist woman and not some dude in Uttar Pradesh, but Sharia. This is how we respond. This is how we respond. This is how we respond to the fucking dope segregated utopia run by Christian Sharia. You make an appearance at the end. What is this? Psyop anime Asmongold versus? What the fuck is this shit, dude? I don't care about this.
This is not a drill. Handmaid's Tale, Handmaid's Tale. The white Christian men are mobilizing. We are going to be taken as sex slaves. Really?
Wait, what is this Morning Glory milking farm? Smash the Triarch?
Should I do my hair and makeup? You think they are coming tonight? Yes, tonight. They're coming for us. Oh my God, I need to get ready. I will never be their sex slave. Never. These men disgust me.
Me either. I find dominant, patriarchal, racist white men disgusting.
I totally am not attracted to Commander Joseph Lawrence from that show. I'm definitely not fantasizing about Nick Blaine.
I gotta go get ready. For what?
Get ready to fight. They will never take me alive. I'll be right back. That's right.
What time are these disgusting Christian Taliban coming?
Any minute now, I'm sure.
So what's the argument that these women are like horny to be dominated by the Christian Taliban? Is that what they're saying? Like their secret desires?
Handmaid's Tale! Oh my goodness, we're about to be rounded up! Delivery! Oh my God, I'm terrified. Let's go.
Good evening. I have a delivery for you.
Listen, you disgusting racist pig. I will never be your sex slave. Yay! I'm not a baby machine, you sicko!
What? Ladies, I'm just here to deliver your package. I'm not sure I understand what's going on.
Don't play dumb with me. I will never be your sex slave. I'm not going to your weird little compound. I'm not wearing a headscarf, weirdo. I'll be your sex slave, but a scarf is where I draw the line.
What is happening? Wait, is this like a prank? Am I in a viral video?
How is he holding the... Oh my God, he's so horny. Okay, his dick is in the box. He is torqued. He's torqued. His dick is in the box. He is fucking so hard right now. He can cut through fucking diamonds, dude. Look at him. Look at him. They were right. They were right. His cock is holding up the box. Oh my God.
Or something?
Man, Christian Sharia, patriarchal psycho.
You ladies are sick!
I wouldn't touch either one of you weirdos, even if you were the last women on Earth.
Wait, what happened to the house? He ran into the house, which also happened to be, I'm sorry. He runs into the house, but it's also out in the open.
Sick! I wouldn't touch either one of you weirdos, even if...
What the fuck?
If you were the last women on Earth.
This is a message from the creator. Yes, I am a woman. So a lot of you guys are on here saying, Handmaid's Tale, Handmaid's Tale. It is crazy how obsessed with that show you feminists are. This is insane. This has nothing to do with women being kidnapped and forced to be sex slaves to wealthy men or be birthing slaves for rich guys whose wives can't have kids like this ridiculous, Hollywood, degenerate show. You guys have been brainwashed by pedophiles in Hollywood and you're sick and depraved, and that's why you're always going to these crazy scenarios where men make you a sex slave.
Okay, this is a real person. This video is amazing. I bet she doesn't look like the AI photo. Of course not. But still, this is a real femcel. This is a conservative white woman. Oh my God.
Literally no Christian man wants to make any of you disgusting feminist and leftist psychos a sex slave. Okay, no one's gonna kidnap you and force you to live in this compound. Stop with the ridiculous comments.
Bro, this is not AI. I can hear her spitting. Okay, I can hear the spittle coming out of her fucking mouth. Okay, I feel bad hearing the voice because now I know there's a human behind it and clearly they have mental illness. Yeah, the best kind. Please keep making these videos. I don't care how many rivers are rerouted. I don't care how much your electricity prices skyrocket as a direct consequence of funneling this or funding this initiative. This is the greatest initiative of all time. Oh my God, thank you so much for making this. I want to see if there's more. Literally my life, and it's easy breezy. I'm very grateful to have a good man. She figured it out. Lavender uprising, mood waking up every day with a provider husband.
She believes in community safety. She wants to abolish billionaires from a beach chair on a vacation paid for by her father's long-lasting trust fund.
Okay. This has shattered my faith in humanity. I love her. This is reaffirmed my commitment to humanity. I think she's incredible. I think she's brilliant. She has a YouTube channel with videos. Oh my God, there's more. Oh my God. Love and Hate 2, War Brides, the dark psychology behind women's choices in men and politics. POV Christian women bathing suit shopping. Oh my God. Kindergarten Congresswoman. Mockingbird Media, Love and Hate 3. Wait, why is Love and Hate 3 before Love and Hate 2? She made the third installation before she made the second installation. It doesn't make sense. Rebellious Wife. Okay, let's see what the most popular one is. I Deserve Better.
Jessica, you're my sister, and I love you. Why do you want a divorce? Did something happen?
What? Jessica, you're my sister, and I love you? Why is the guy working behind the counter masturbating in front of the jukebox? Also, he's not talking to anyone.
We never have any money. All he does is work. I work full-time and have to do everything with the kids. He isn't doing his fair share.
Has he cheated on you?
No, at least I don't think so.
Does he hit you?
No, he's never hit me. But it's just like, I don't know, I'm so sick of having to work all day and then do it all.
I deserve better. I deserve a man who will help me with the kids and the housework. I want to be able to go on vacation once in a while.
Didn't you guys go to Florida last summer?
Why does the art style keep changing? Why does the art style keep... Why? Why is it Family Guy back there now? What is happening? Is this... I've never used LLMs and I've never used generative AI, so I don't understand. Like, is that normal? Does that happen all the time?
Not that kind of vacation. A real vacation. I want to go see the pyramids or the Eiffel Tower. He's so broke.
Average people can't afford to go abroad for vacation. That's a
Damn, he's just getting mugs on mugs.
$15,000 trip.
You married an accountant. If you wanted a luxury lifestyle, why didn't you marry a doctor?
He was hot. We were in college when we met. I didn't know an accountant couldn't afford to go to Paris. He was fun to get drunk with and party.
Jessica, you sound ridiculous. You're 35 years old. It's time to grow up. Most people are average.
Okay, we're learning a lot. This is exposition. We're learning a lot about the prompt engineer's real gripes here. You can only generate like 30 seconds at a time, so every cut is basically a new thing. You have to try to get it to spit out the same thing. Oh, that's how it goes? Yeah. We're learning a lot about how this person feels about certain professions and about how she also has basically sucked it up. Because, like, obviously, the good thing to do is to be happy with the shitty relationship that you're in with a broke boy, right? Like, know your place.
That's not true. Look at these influencers. Hey everyone, we're here. Look at this amazing resort.
Why is this Bratz doll? Why is it a Bratz doll? What is happening?
Wow, so great.
You can't be serious. None of that is real. These are actors that are hired by the resorts to promote the place. Normal people don't.
This guy's like having a hard time getting across this important message to his sister, and basically getting older, and so is the establishment. The establishment is getting dirtier and more beaten down because of her horrendous vibes.
Do this? Name one person we know who has this lifestyle.
Okay, but I deserve it. I need a real man who can take care of me. If he won't help me take care of the kids, I'll get a real man who will.
Dagnabbit, Jessica! You think some stepdaddy is going to work all day, pay for your delusional lifestyle, and be a better father to your kids than the biological dad?
You always take his side. You're such a jerk. I deserve better.
You're not coming to live with me. Go back to your husband and get real.
Don't tell me what to do. You think you're so perfect with your happy little family? I'm done with this!
You're ungrateful. Go home to your husband and thank him. He's a saint to put up with you.
Dave, I deserve better. You never take me to Cairo or Paris. We don't have any money. I deserve.
Honey, please calm down.
Deserve.
We can't afford that. I took you to Florida to the beach. How about I'll take you to California?
You broke piece of crap. I deserve better. It's over.
Brian, I brought you here because I need your help.
What is it now?
I'm having a really hard time since my divorce. I work all the time, do nothing other than...
It's been 5 years and they went to the same diner and they're wearing the same clothes. That's crazy. She just wanted to go to Cairo, man.
Clean and take care of kids and can't afford to make ends meet.
Whatever happened to you marrying a millionaire and traveling the world? Thought you had it all figured out.
I'm trying. I'm on all the dating apps. These guys just want to play games. They don't want to be a real man and step up to the plate.
Millionaires date supermodels. You need to get real. Go back to Dave and apologize. Do the right thing.
What? I can't. He has a girlfriend. She's 26, that little tramp. Anyways, I need a favor. I just need to borrow $5,000 to move. I'm getting evicted.
Absolutely not. I told you not to do.
Why does this establishment have mugs that say "World's Okayest Mom"? Actually, I kind of like that. That's kind of funny. Random diner and all the mugs are like "World's Okayest Mom."
This. You broke your home and ruined your children's lives. What you did wasn't very Catholic. I will not enable.
Brian, please. My kids are going to be in the street. I really need your help. I wouldn't ask if I had other options.
I'm sorry, but I will not bail you out of the consequences of your sin. Your divorce was not just in the eyes of God. The kids can come with me or go with their dad, but not you.
Wait, so it's beneficial for the kids to be with their dad who's like fucking a 26-year-old? That's the Christian way? That's what we're doing?
So I've been living in my car a few months. I'm a single mother working a full-time job, door dashing, and doing Instacart.
Wait, hold on. I mean, she's popping on TikTok though. At sleeping in parking lots. She's popping on TikTok. So she figured it out. She figured out the method. So she's bringing it back around. 12K likes. She's monetizing her demise. This is literally Darman for the far right. I mean, Darman is Darman for the far right. This is awesome, dude. I love this fucking... I love this show. This is my favorite... This is my favorite show, okay? Incredible. How was her phone outside the car? I mean, if she's popping as a TikTok content creator, maybe she's found like new ways of making engaging cinematography. This is Nazi Coco Melon. This person has a bright career ahead of her as a prompt engineer. Okay. It won't surprise you that she's an anti-Semite.
TV shows, they make the father figure a big dumb guy, the women trashy, and the young boys weak little troublemakers. They're
Zionist media subversion.
doing it on purpose. The promotion of dysfunctional families and glorifying of bad stereotypes. Whatever stereotypes the media puts out there does become self-perpetuating and influences in society. Not only that, but they mock and look down upon good, nice families like the Ned Flanders types. Remember on old TV before Roseanne, all families were like Brady Bunch, the Huxtables, or the Partridge Family? It was strictly only the promotion of good family stereotypes and shows that would work through family situations each episode to...
What's the argument that like Jews weren't making these TV shows? Is that the argument? Back when they were promoting good, wholesome family stereotypes, but then Jews got involved in Hollywood. Is that the argument?
To a positive end. Modern day shows, they just have siblings arguing and making it look like it's funny and just making families look bad and dysfunctional. China and Japan only have positive stereotypes of families in their media.
Wait, what?
And look how good their culture is. Media.
Does he think Crazy Rich Asians is made by, like, is a Chinese property? Is that what he's claiming? I don't. I'm so confused.
Culture is. Media matters. We learn through TV, even through our sitcoms and cartoons. All of this is done on purpose.
Bro, this is literally, this is straight up like what the SJWs were on. It's the reversal. It's the role reversal. Like, this is the same timing that like the hyper wokes were on, where they were like, bro, they're showing like negative characters in mainstream media. I love sitting atop my ivory tower and smoking a TV remote with my yarmulke on as I contemplate what to do with the goyim.
So that a single group of people can make a ton of money on selling degeneracy and subverting us for more control. When we finally take back our country and dismantle their media monopoly, we're going to make sure that all races get back ownership of their own media. And we will return the promotion of basic good family values and make our families and societies a lot better.
Blaming the Jews for your divorce is a crazy new low, not gonna lie. Yeah, no, that's why my wife Deborah left me. My wife left me and I went to family court because of Jewish media. Oh no. I'm making fun of the bravest anti-Zionist. Bad Empanada is going to yell at me. I mean, guys, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be posted on the timeline as another liberal Zionist once again for making fun of probably the strongest anti-Israel voice in America, as a matter of fact. Oh no, you got me. Oh no, Bad Empanada is coming. Have you seen this? Ban AI politics? Yeah, I know. The AI shit is crazy. Except for my goat, SEMA 726. People shouldn't read too much into the language of the MOU. One U.S. official told me, describing the agreement as a political document. What's more important than the actual document is the understandings we have with each other. It's the friendships that we've made along the way with the Ayatollah. What's more important than the actual document is the understandings we have with each other. We came up with the language that allows Iran to say what they need to say for their domestic politics. Once again, Hasan betrays the movement. Yeah. Yes, this is my tweet, but can you please look at... Oh, it's Cosmic Yawn. I was like, T-Blasian, I know who this is. It's not you. What the fuck? I present to you, straight from the community Facebook group, the Netanyahu Mamdani voter from Danny Valdez, a.k.a. Cosmic Yawn. Mamdani grew up in Uganda of Indian ancestry. His wife grew up in Syria, where she may have experienced being bombed by Israelis. She may have known people killed by Israelis. Let that sink in for a moment. Now, I'm pretty far right when it comes to Israel. I happen to like Netanyahu, but at the same time, I can appreciate the political leanings of someone on the receiving end of the might of the Israeli army. Mamdani's wife hates Israel, and no doubt he, in sympathy with her, shares some of her sentiment. I give him and her all of that. At the same time, I think he's a terrific mayor who gives this city the kind of youthful excitement and shrewd management that gets people involved and manages a huge beast of its bureaucracy at the same time. He presents a foreigner-friendly face to the rest of the world that counteracts the xenophobia at the federal level to save our tourism industry. We continue to lead the nation in hotel occupancy despite the orange menace. Wait, he likes Mamdani, he hates Trump, and he likes Netanyahu. How... What is this? Regarding your claim about his staffing, I don't see it. Far-left anti-Zionist indoctrination at the secondary and college level has been a problem for at least a decade. I don't see Mamdani making it any worse. I guess this is the liberal Zionist archetype. Is that what it is? Guy who hates... Is it effing? Why? What's happening? I'm not experiencing it. It's truly a new guy. Truly a new guy. Truly a new type of guy who's like, I guess maybe this is a liberal Zionist who's like, I like Benjamin Netanyahu because Israel is his own thing, right? But I don't like Donald Trump, which is the American Netanyahu. And I live here. I don't live in Israel. So I guess it doesn't make sense. Although actually usually liking Netanyahu is one-to-one with hating Zoran. So that's interesting. Yeah. Fuck it. We take those, I guess. Don't let Bad Empanada find out this guy's existence. He's going to say everyone is this guy. This is me. Bad Empanada thinks I wrote this. Ruva just won. Hell yeah. Georgia State Senate District 7. Ruva Rahman, a progressive tied to the 2024 uncommitted movement and denied a DNC speaking slot, will win a runoff for a suburban Georgia State Senate seat, making a notable victory for the insurgent left in the South. Hell yeah. They made the reflecting pool's perimeter blue and the interior somehow looks even greener. Stop. There are very few things on this earth more fun than talking to someone with incoherent politics. From the first summer I ever canvassed, I've always used to end my shifts the second it becomes clear and just chop it up until the shift is over. The more incoherent, the better. Yeah, it's green for the money. It's green for Islamic Sharia. Speed did an interview with Israeli television, not realizing it was Israeli television. Let's see.
They speak it. That's why I really appreciate football and I love football. It's my favorite sport.
Thank you so much, Speed. You know, we are a channel from Israel where everyone loves you a lot in Israel. And you have something to say to them?
To who?
To Israel.
So we're appreciate all my fans there and thank y'all.
Yeah, man, appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
Seva France. Franza. Franza.
He got scared. He got scared. I think he was in that moment, he was like, I will never be invited to FIFA again. Nope. Fake demon. It's fine. I mean, he's young.
So who? To Israel.
So we're
appreciate my fans. You have some fan in Israel too? Yeah, I would say free Palestine, as my fans in Israel would also say. People are saying he thought it was French TV, but his management, they probably knew. Yeah. Using my degree in racism, I can say with 95% certainty that commenter is Hindu Indian, not just the reference to Mamdani's ancestry and their support for Netanyahu, but the mention of xenophobia and their focus on being foreigner friendly. Oh, that and the strained focus on hotel occupancy. South Asians own around 65 to 70% of all hotels in this country. He's definitely Muslim. He's definitely not Muslim. 40% chance he's Gujarati. Oh, shit. Bro, you actually fucking clocked it. I didn't even think about that. The Zoran Netanyahu voter. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That makes so much fucking sense. Some chatter said hotel owner probably. Yeah. Wait, what? He's my neighbor. He's Jewish, Lamau. Wait, what? Wait, that makes no sense. That makes so much less sense. Okay, this is bricking my. Okay, what? Okay, what is happening? This is literally insane. This doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. Someone said it's Ethan Klein. I really like Netanyahu, but also I like Zoran Mamdani. Oh, stop. He's going to sue you again? Okay, dude. Is liberal, Jewish, progressive except Palestine? Doesn't exist logically, but it exists practically? No, but like liberal Zionists also will never say they're right wing when it comes to Israel. Liberal Zionists will literally say they hate Netanyahu. And when you ask them like, okay, so what's your fucking, what's the oppositional figure that you actually do like that is genuinely different from Benjamin Netanyahu? They go, they don't have an answer. But like liberal Zionists will never be caught dead saying they like Benjamin Netanyahu. They say they hate Benjamin Netanyahu. They'll say Yair Lapid, and then you bring up fucking Yair Lapid's perspective on like pummeling Lebanon or nuking Tehran, and they go, this guy break me. I will admit it actually break me. And now I feel like a fraud. I have to admit, I got my PhD in racism from Phoenix University. Bruh. Okay, that's right. It's not. It's a fucking fake PhD in racism, dude. Yeah, Hasan, we're supposed to have a doctorate in racism. No, I have a doctorate in jihad. I have a PhD in racism. It fucked me up though. This one fucked me up. It threw me for a loop. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, when you get a guy like that in the wild, these kinds of AI videos start making more sense though. When you're like, okay, there's a logical through line here. In the mind of Seema. This guy is awesome. This is a real guy. What if Imagine Dragons wrote an anthem for white Christian men?
First things first, Charlie Kirk was murdered by the left. I'm tired of the woke mob and all this free speech that...
Oh my God, he shaved his chest to make it a cross. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's so good. He's so good. He shaved his fucking chest hair. Oh my God. Oh, hell yeah. Bro, this is Won't Neff. Yeah, Will Neff. We went to the Will Neff store and they were out of Will Neff, so we found a Won't Neff.
This city for free speech left up. Second thing, second, Jesus Christ belongs inside of public schools. God's teachings are the only lessons that teachers should use. No books from liberal Jews. I was retarded from a young age, didn't read Bible, not even one page. I was so lustful, almost gay, Jesus.
Yo! Yo! Oh, there it is. I was so lustful, almost gay. Never all the way, though.
Jesus saved me and brought me back into the light, from the men that wear skirts to the sins that they assert, taking our children from...
This is satire, for the record. There's no way this is real. I refuse to believe this is real. It has to be satire.
God's path, they want them in hell, that's no cap.
I actually don't know because, dude, okay, so here's the thing. My Instagram For You page, I built brick by brick. And I've talked about this before. I love Christian artists. Okay? I love Christian artists. And there are people who are one-to-one like this. And they do regularly talk about how Christ saved them from being gay. Is this why we can't send you IG stuff? Yes.
Believer. You wanna fake a sinner, try to fake believer. Believer.
Who the fuck's recording him? His buddy that he did not have sex with. It is in LA though, so maybe it's fake. Dude, get off the internet? Fuck no, I never will. What is this?
And community organizer, this is my definitive take on Hasan Piker. The fact that he talks in public for like 11 hours a day and all people can find on him is like 2 minutes worth of poorly worded takes after putting his stream of consciousness live on the internet all day, every day for years on end. a couple of minutes worth of kind of mediocre takes? Do you know how good your values have to be to have that kind of a ratio? You don't want to know how quickly you'd be canceled if you tried to talk that much every day.
True.
That's insane. The man
Queen
does
shit.
not own any means of production. He spends every waking hour of every day fighting for
W. Glaze, when she said 11 hours, his net worth of $8 million is not 1880. Owning the means of production doesn't mean he owns a factory. What a weird take. The only thing problematic is his gaming. What kills me is how many people there are with opinions on Hasan who don't listen or watch Hasan, bro. Bro brings it every single day and has been doing this for more than a decade. He's needled quite frequently by often hostile audience and thinks quickly on his feet. Best part about Hasan is that he's so candid, just speaks off the top of his head.
leftist causes. He is mainstreaming anti-imperialism. That is not an easy task. Doing it from within the imperial core? He can have a nice house. I don't give a shit. Perfectionism is a colonial mind virus. Let the man cook.
What is this? He has a production team that also helps him with the podcast and streams. Also, clips that appear online are curated by his followers or his production team. As for controlling the means of production, you would have to read through his contract with Twitch. What? Dog, do you think I own Twitch?
As an anthropologist,
Yeah, if I mean, I used to have a contract with Twitch, but that literally means I'm a fucking contracted employee. Anyway, it's a great tweet. I mean, a great TikTok. Anyway, I'm tired. 7 hours, not 11. You already know what's up. I'm John Twitch, clocking out. Make my own hours, my own boss. Half day Hasi, you already know what it is. That'll be all for the day. Boost Riley tomorrow. And instead of Will, I'll have Caroline Kwan alongside myself to interview him. Love you guys.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat, combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.